Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Paladin's Faith by T.Kingfisher. Narrated by Joel Richards. 1. Breaking into the Bishop of the White Rat's office was far more trouble than it had any right to be, and Marguerite was a bit annoyed by it. To start with, the room where the bishop saw petitioners was not actually her private office, but a suite of rooms set aside specifically for that task. So Marguerite spent 3 days staking out the wrong room entirely. Secondly, her actual private office did not have windows, but instead a series of ventilation slits that could not have been infiltrated by anything larger than a ferret. Not that Marguerite wanted to break into a third-story office from outside. She had done such things before, but they did not rank among her fondest memories. Thirdly, the only way to reach the office was to go through the offices of a whole cadre of staff, all of which were fanatically loyal and most of whom worked late. All of these issues might have been surmountable if Marguerite could have, say, bribed the cleaning staff. But even that proved difficult. The Temple of the White Rat solved problems. That was their god's entire purview. They were staffed with lawyers, social workers, healers, and organizers. Apparently, one of the problems they had solved was bribery. You couldn't bribe a rat priest. Well, you probably could, but only by offering to donate the money to the poor. They were all genuinely good people who wanted to make the world a better place. And how obnoxious was that? You might be able to blackmail one, but Marguerite suspected that the bishop already knew exactly who had skeletons in their closet and had taken steps to quietly remove the skeleton and brick up the closet door for good measure. The general cleaning staff was made primarily of people fleeing terrible domestic situations, who were given a place to stay, food, and a wage as long as they needed it. And not even Marguerite was enough of a monster to try to blackmail one of those wounded souls. And the bishop's private offices were cleaned by the head of housekeeping himself, who felt that no one else on earth could be trusted to clean the bishop's desk without muddling her papers, and who would have cheerfully slit his own throat if he thought it would make the bishop's life easier. Really, it was enough to give an honest spy heartburn. After examining the problem from all angles, including the roof of the nearest building outside the temple compound, Marguerite gave up on her initial approach. She'd hoped to rummage through the bishop's files first, but it looked like she was going in cold and hoping for the best. Her next thought was to break into the bishop's bedroom, but that proved equally fruitless. The bishop had a perfectly normal suite of rooms, guarded by an anteroom full of old women who sat in rocking chairs, knitted, and played cards. They were delighted to see visitors. They were happy to chat for hours about their grandchildren, and they would not let a stranger inside the bishop's door for love or money. You couldn't out-argue them, and you couldn't outlast them. If you tried, you were just the entertainment for the day. It was positively fiendish. A trained guard costs a decent amount of money. A trained guard you can't bribe costs an indecent amount. Or you could get a dozen old ladies, give them a warm, comfortable room to sit and play cards all day, pay enough that none of them have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, and you'll still come out ahead. It was such a Temple of the White Rat solution. Take 2 problems and use them to fix each other. Marguerite would have been in awe if she wasn't ready to scream. At one point, she actually sank so low as to consider making an appointment like a normal person. It offended her sense of craftsmanship. It's also just a bad negotiating tactic. If I start out asking instead of telling, I become a supplicant, Not an equal?" Eventually she gave up, disguised herself as one of the cleaners, snuck into the suite where Bishop Beartongue saw petitioners, and hid under a desk for 3 hours. At least it was a nice desk. The wood on the underside had been sanded to velvety smoothness and then oiled. Marguerite found herself petting it. She was a sensualist at heart, and she had always had a weakness for interesting textures. Still, she was glad when all the cleaning sounds had faded, and she was able to stretch her legs and stand up. By the time an aide came in to make sure the lamps were lit, Marguerite was sitting behind the desk in the big chair. "Tell Bishop Beartongue that her morning appointment is here," she said. The aide looked like the sort of person who would correct your grammar while you yelled at him that the building was on fire. "But the bishop doesn't have a morning appointment today," he said. "She does now. Tell her that Marguerite is here to see her. Yes, that Marguerite." "But—" Marguerite tilted her head back so that she could gaze down her nose at the aide. "The bishop is a very understanding woman," she said, in a tone that implied that this was not a trait that Marguerite shared. "I am certain she'll understand that you personally kept her from receiving information that she has been waiting for, eagerly." The aide squeaked and fled. 10 minutes later the door opened again. The first person through was a big, mild-faced man with thinning hair and spectacles. This must be the bishop's private secretary. If Marguerite's inquiries were correct, his name was— "Rigney, you're blocking the door," said Bishop Beartongue from behind him. Bishop Beartongue herself was a tall woman in her early 50s, with short iron-gray hair and the quiet confidence of a woman who knows where the bodies are buried. Her robes were the same material as Rigney's and the aide's, with only a narrow, scarf-like vestment to indicate her rank. "I am concerned that she may be an assassin, Your Holiness," said Rigney. He filled the doorway, not letting her pass, while his eyes traveled over Marguerite. Spectacles or no, Marguerite suspected that he didn't miss much. The bishop sighed. "If she was an assassin, I'd probably already be dead by now, Rigney. The only reason I'm alive is because I'd be so much more trouble for everyone dead." Marguerite put her hands flat on the table. "If you'd like to search me for weapons, you may. I've got a knife strapped to my left calf and a bodice dagger. I feel underdressed without them, but I'm telling you they're there as a sign of good faith." Rigney narrowed his eyes. The bishop thumped his shoulder. "There, you see. Gesture of good faith." "Also exactly the sort of thing that someone would say to make you let down your guard, Your Holiness." "Then she's done so much homework that she knows exactly how much trouble I'll be dead. Come on, Rigney. Marguerite and I are old— what would you call us, my dear?" She smiled over her secretary's shoulder. "We were not adversaries. I don't know that we're even acquaintances, given that we've never actually met. But you did me a very good turn once, and I have not forgotten." "Colleagues?" asked Marguerite, who had found herself in similar positions with other operatives in the past. "Colleagues," said the bishop, inclining her head. "I like that. Move aside, Rigney. If she murders me, you can say I told you so to my corpse." Rigney's sigh conveyed a vast amount of information about his approval, lack thereof, and the things he was expected to put up with. He stepped inside and held out his hand. "If you could remove the knives, for my own peace of mind." "As you wish." Marguerite extracted the bodice dagger, while the secretary gazed politely at the ceiling, and then the one strapped to her calf. Her hairpins were also more than sharp enough to kill a man, but she left them in place. There was no sense in giving everything away. She placed them on the table. "And now," said the bishop, "I believe you're in my chair. May I trade places with you? And then you can tell me why you are here, when you have been content to be officially dead for the last 3 years." Marguerite took a deep breath and rose. "I need your help," she said. 2. If the bishop was surprised, she gave no sign. She sat down and leaned back in her chair and steepled her fingers together. "It is very likely that your intervention saved the lives of my borrowed paladins once upon a time. I had been wondering when you would call in that debt. Nevertheless, we serve the rat, and even if a debt is owed, we cannot go against his will. I will have to know more." "I thought as much." Marguerite had researched Bare Tongue quite thoroughly some years back. She was ethical to a fault, although her ethics were occasionally ruthlessly utilitarian. "I do not propose to keep you in the dark, although there are some limits on what I can say. I will not lie, my plan may put your people in danger, but I believe it is worth it." The bishop made an inviting gesture with one hand. "I'm listening." "Well, I'm not sure how much of my history you managed to ferret out, but I took the name Marguerite from a fellow operative in a Nuket city. I used to work for a consortium there, powerful merchants who, let us say, did not feel that the Merchants' Guild was entirely representing their interests." Bare Tongue's lips quirked. "I take it that matters did not end well, if you had to flee and take on a dead woman's identity." "An understatement for the ages. My patron within the consortium was found hanging from a beam. It was ruled suicide, but it was not. His information network was thrown into shambles, and several were picked off before we knew what was happening." "And you're certain it was murder?" "I would bet my own life on it. And yes, I understand that when someone commits suicide, everyone stands around wringing their hands and saying, 'But he would never have done that.' But Samuel truly would not have. His sense of duty to his operatives would never have allowed it. He would have crawled over broken glass for one of his people, and too many of us were left exposed by his death." It required no effort for her voice to fill with cold anger. The best roles had real emotion behind them, and this emotion was as real as anything she had ever felt. Bare Tongue's lips made a flat line. "You understand," Marguerite thought. "You would be right there on the broken glass beside him. You would never leave your people out to dry. And unless I have lost my touch completely, it's one of your fears too, that someday you will become so politically inconvenient that an assassin puts a knife in you, and what will happen to your people then?" She took up the thread of her story again. "At any rate, we were in disarray. We fled in all directions. Some of us took jobs with other groups. I did so myself. It was only later that I discovered that I was working for a branch of the very people that had killed my patron, and that there was still a price on my head." "I can see how that would be uncomfortable, yes." "You have no idea," Marguerite said dryly. "I was actually doing quite well in my new position when another branch of it showed up and tried to kill me. It was quite a shock to my employers as well. Fortunately, I was able to escape while they were still thrashing out the details." "Are you at liberty to tell me the name of this group?" Marguerite licked dry lips. "And here is where you throw the dice and hope that the good bishop is not already compromised. Though if they can suborn the head of the White Rat's temple, what chance do you possibly have?" "The Red Sail." Bare Tongue frowned, but not in a hostile fashion. "The Merchant Fleet Company. I thought their primary business was supplying salt from Moorstone sea lords to the rest of the continent. I can well believe that they want to keep abreast of Anuket's dealings, but I am surprised that they maintained a dedicated spy network in this area." Her puzzlement seemed genuine. Marguerite relaxed slightly. The bishop might be a very good actor, almost certainly was, in fact, but if she had been in the Sale's pockets, she would likely have chosen a different tactic than ignorance, and she was entirely correct in her assessment. Anuket City, the fabled city of artificers, was arguably the greatest power in the region, but the Red Sale had access to dozens of regions, and had only a passing interest in a small group of inland city-states. It was not what I'd call a dedicated network until fairly recently. I was the only one in Arkenhold, so far as I know, and they were content to keep it that way. I passed information from here to the Sale, and if they did not tell me otherwise, on to a few old contacts in Anuket City. When things became a trifle, heated here, Beartongue's lips twitched in acknowledgment that she had been some of that heat, I became a traveling trader, moving among courts and sending information back. At least I did, until someone realized that Marguerite Florian was a loose end and decided to kill me. The bishop frowned. Obviously, I'm sympathetic. If you need help getting away or assuming a new identity, I suspect I can be of service. But I confess, Mistress Florian, that I don't see what the temple can do for you that you could not just as easily do for yourself, particularly since if we do it, there will be a paper trail and a dozen people who might accidentally let something slip. Marguerite was already shaking her head. That's not why I came. I've tried that. I've even tried simply going to my contacts in the Sale and asking for amnesty. They were suitably appalled and tried to help. But the Red Sale is an immense organization. There are a dozen individual fiefdoms who are all scrabbling for power. If one group wants me forgiven, another will want me neutralized, simply to spite them. The right hand does not know who the left is killing, murmured Rigney. Precisely, and unfortunately the group that wants me dead have seen their star ascendant recently, so— She spread her hands. Beartongue sighed. Just like politics between religious orders, then. Still, as fascinating as all this is, I am certain you did not break into my office merely to complain about a merchant company's organizational flaws, although, given a bottle of wine, I'd be happy to expound on a few flawed organizations I know as well. No, not just for that, said Marguerite, although I suspect that would be a delightful conversation. Something is happening. The Red Sale has sent delegations here recently, very recently, and it isn't regular trade thereafter. Beartongue glanced at her secretary. Rigney shrugged. There was a trade delegation from Moorstone to the Archon last month, Your Holiness. We thought nothing of it at the time. Arkenhold only produces a few things that they would be particularly interested in trading, and none in any great volume. Marguerite nodded. I doubt they did anything of note, but it and a half-dozen others were cover for a much more serious delegation to Anuket City. I don't particularly like them, said Beartongue dryly, but it's not a crime to trade with Anuket City. They have a great many things we don't. So why would they require cover? Marguerite leaned forward. Word has it that an artificer there has invented a device that will convert seawater into salt, and do it far more cheaply than the sea lords can beat it out of their populace. She watched the bishop's face as the implication sank in. Beartongue's secretary let out a low whistle. That would destabilize the sea lords. The trade fleets? Half the continent, said Marguerite crisply. Enormous political upheaval. More than a third of the income of the Toxocan Confederacy comes from salt taxes imposed on vessels passing through their strait. If the salt trade stops, they too will be scrambling to survive. And they're the haven for half the pirate fleets in the south. That tax is protection money as much as anything else. Beartongue's gaze became unfocused. The sea lords are monsters. If they could be removed from power, I can only consider that good. But when a trade network fails, people starve. Violence breaks out. The cure may be as bad as the disease. And yet—" her voice was soft, as if she was talking mostly to herself. Then she seemed to remember where she was. "Very well. I understand why the red sail wants it stopped. What do you want?" "I want the red sail to be in such hopeless disarray that they stop bothering with minor players like myself." Marguerite met Beartongue's eyes squarely. "I want to have friends again without worrying that I'm painting a target on their backs. I want the sail confused, bankrupt, and out of commission." "And I hope you believe me, because that is the actual truth, and if you try to ferret out something behind it, we'll both be disappointed." She ran her fingers over the surface of the desk. It was polished to glass smoothness here, unlike the oiled softness of the underside. The bishop pursed her lips. "So your solution to one faction of an enormous organization hunting you is to destabilize the economy of half the world." "I did try to find a civilized solution first." When the other woman snorted, Marguerite added, "Honestly, if I hadn't been in Anuket City and quite literally overheard someone in the artificer's quarter talking about it, it would never have occurred to me to try. But when something like that falls in your lap—" she spread her hands. "This is an extraordinary opportunity, but I can't do it alone." Beartongue stared off into the distance. "Rigny, how much does the temple spend on salt?" "I do not have the exact figures, Your Grace, but it is a significant expense, both directly and in terms of spending on food." He tucked off points on his fingers. "We must salt our food, of course, and items such as cheese require salt in their preparation." One finger. "Anything being stored or transported any distance must be pickled or salt-preserved." 2 fingers. "Although it is likely a small quantity compared to the other 2, livestock require salt in their diets, particularly over winter. Most of our wool comes from upriver, and the farther into the hills you go, the longer the winters. Sheep require salt blocks, and that is reflected in the price of wool." 3rd finger. "Industrial processes, tanning leather, making soap, and paper-making all require salt. We use leather as much as wool, and we go through truly epic quantities of soap and paper." 4th finger. "Well over a third of our parishioners ascribe to the folk belief that the dead must be buried with a handful of salt to keep evil spirits from inhabiting their bodies, and it has been the policy of the temple to provide this for the grieving who cannot afford it." Thumb. "Finally, we tithe 5% of our annual income to establishing other temples of the rat and offsetting their operating costs. The temple in Moorstone has been soaking up the lion's share of that for a number of years, largely because of the unbridled power held by the Sea Lords." He dropped his hand. Marguerite waited to see if he was going to start in on the other hand, but he did not. "God's whiskers," said Beartongue, passing a hand over her eyes. "How much money would we save if salt was cheaper?" Rigny began to scratch numbers on a ledger. "I cannot even begin to calculate without knowing the cost of the technology, but assuming the cost of salt was halved, leaving Moorstone's temple as an unknown quantity—" Marguerite and the bishop exchanged looks and waited. "Based on reduction of shipping costs and the lack of the Toxocan salt tax, we might well see a 3 to 5% savings in total annual food expenditures across all our temples in this region." "That," said Beartongue after a long pause, "is real money." "Indeed, Your Holiness, and there is the additional effect, though difficult to quantify, that if salt is less expensive but prices remain stable, many small holders will turn a larger profit and thus require less assistance from the temple for major investments. The bishop turned back to Marguerite. "All right, you've definitely got my attention, and I can see why the Red Sail would want this invention suppressed. So is this device real?" "They believe it is. They went so far as to blow up the artificer's workshop over it. She's gone into hiding now, but they're hunting for her." "Do you think it's real?" Marguerite smiled. "That is what I'm hoping you'll lend me a couple of paladins to find out." 3. Paladins? Bertong's eyebrows shot up. "Why?" "Forgive me, but if you were planning a covert spy mission, I don't think our paladins would be my first choice." She considered this. "Or my second choice. Possibly not even my third." "There is a certain bull-in-a-pottery-shop quality to the late saint's chosen," Rigney observed. Marguerite sank back in her chair. "She's interested. She's going to help me." It was important not to show the depths of her relief. The sail had been banging at her heels for so long that even this first small step felt like a victory. "People are already trying to kill me," she said. "Ruthless people with very deep pockets. When they learn that I'm trying to get to this artificer before they do, I imagine that it will get even worse. What I need are people who cannot be bought and who are very, very hard to kill. People that I can trust." Bertong grunted. "Well, when you put it that way, the paladins it is." The two paladins were as different a pair as Marguerite could imagine. One was a woman a bit taller than she was, and, there was no getting around it, rather dumpy. Frizzy hair, soft chin, muscle and fat in equal quantity. You would not look at her and think, "Paladin." You would likely not look at her and think much of anything, until you noticed that she was carrying an axe strapped to her back. Marguerite was immediately delighted. The other one was tall and well-muscled, rather more like her stereotypical view of paladin kind. His eyes were a blue so pale they were almost white, and the rest of his face had been devoured by a beard that had passed scruffy and was firmly lodged in regrettable. Like many blond men, his beard had come in red. It was not a good combination. It looked as if a woodchuck had latched onto his jaw. "Shane and Wren are both paladins of the Saint of Steel," said Bertong smoothly. "Former paladins," said Shane. His voice was deep and very calm, despite passing through the beard. "Your god may be dead, but you still serve," said Bertong. "Do not make me break out a theological argument, Shane. I'll do it." Wren grinned. "We'd never argue with the bishop of a god of lawyers." "Never? That's news to me. You argued with me last week." "Yes, and I was right, too. You should have let me kill him." "Everyone gets a fair trial, Wren." "We caught him eating that old man's face. I saw it with my own eyes. So did you." "It was," said Bertong heavily, "a particularly eventful trip to the library." Shane's beard assumed an expression of saintly forbearance. Marguerite did not wince, although it was a near thing. "Well, you wanted a paladin. Looks like you got one, complete with stick in uncomfortable places." "At any rate," said the bishop, "you will be accompanying Mistress Marguerite to the Court of Smoke. Wren, I apologize for what I am about to ask you to do, but do you think you can impersonate a noble woman at court?" "Technically, I am a noble woman," said Wren a bit dryly. "I can't say I relish revisiting it, but in a good cause, certainly. What do you need?" Bertong gestured to Marguerite, who said, "Information. We are trying to locate an artificer who has done a very impressive disappearing act. We know that artificer has a patron at the Court of Smoke, and that they have thrown themselves upon said patron's mercy. Unfortunately, we do not know who that patron is. They are likely to be the only one with knowledge of the artificer's current whereabouts." Said Wren. "I can definitely pretend to be an air-headed noblewoman and listen for gossip, but the sort of circles that I'd be moving in aren't necessarily going to have the information you want." Marguerite nodded. "It's a long shot," she said, "but I don't need much. Even a bored wife dropping a line about how her husband spends his money hiring artificers could be enough to set us on the right track. I'll be there as well, in my usual role as a perfume seller to the rich and idle, but I move in slightly different circles." She nodded to the male paladin. "Which is where you come in." He lifted an eyebrow at her, waiting. "Shane, you will stand as Mistress Marguerite's bodyguard," said Bare Tongue. "You've attended me at court often enough that your manners are impeccable, and you won't cause an international incident. Also, of course, you'll be spying on her in case she decides to double-cross us." Naturally, Marguerite had suspected as much, but having it out on the table was oddly refreshing. She recognized the same impulse that had her setting out her weapons as a show of good faith. "Though I'd be a great fool to let something incriminating slip in the presence of my bodyguard." Naturally, the bishop raised her mug of tea in a gesture that was more than half salute. Shane cleared his throat. "I do not wish to second-guess you, your grace," he said, "but I suspect that I am familiar to those at court who have seen me in your retinue. If any of those attend the Court of Smoke, will they not recognize me?" "Not once you shave off that disgusting mop you call a beard," said Bare Tongue. "And the barber will do something with your hair. The people who will recognize you after that are few, and they would likely learn that the rat is involved in this venture by some other method anyway. I shall leave it to Mistress Marguerite, in the moment, to decide what use to make of that." Shane's beard looked dismayed. Wren slapped her fellow paladin on the back. "Don't mope," she said. "I'll probably have to wear a dress. Which reminds me, Bishop, I haven't got a dress." The indefatigable Rigney coughed politely. "We can arrange a certain amount of travel clothing," he said, "including what might be considered appropriate for a minor noble from, forgive me, Lady Wren, a small backwater holding." "It's fine," Wren said, wrinkling up her nose. "It's all true. It'd be strange if I showed up looking fashionable. Come to think of it, I'm not sure if I'd recognize if I was fashionable or not. How long should we expect to be gone?" "Court lasts 3 months," said Marguerite. "If the gods are kind, we won't have to stay that long. But if we receive a good lead on the artificer's location, I'll want to leave from the court and go there directly." She glanced at Bare Tongue, who nodded. "Can you both ride?" The paladins exchanged glances. Marguerite raised her eyebrows. "Technically," said Wren. "I used to, anyway. Horses don't care for berserkers much, so it's been a while." "Shane?" "I was trained in riding in my youth," said Shane. Marguerite placed him in his late 30s, possibly even early 40s, but his hesitant manner of speaking made him seem oddly young. "We will find you reliable horses," said Bare Tongue. "You'll only need them for a few days upriver anyway. Court is in the western mountains this year, and I presume you'll go by boat most of the way." Marguerite nodded. The Court of Smoke was where the elite went when the weather got too hot to stay in the city. Those who had chateaux or estates somewhere more pleasant went to them. Those who could not afford such, or who did not wish to leave the glittering swirl of court life, went instead to the Court of Smoke, which was held in a fortress in the Highlands and hosted by whichever courtier was currently most fashionable and wealthy enough to afford the extravagant expense. It was a summer-long party that hosted the scions of multiple nations. A spy could hardly miss it. Too many deals were brokered there, alliances made and broken, fortunes lost and won and lost again. Marguerite had attended almost every year, in her guise as a perfume broker, and even though by mid-August she was ready to chuck the whole job and become a dirt farmer, by the next April she was already planning her journey again. The past 2 years she hadn't dared risk attending, and the knowledge of how much she must be missing itched at her like a nettle. "Make your preparations," said the bishop. "Be ready for a long stay. If there's any duties here that need to be handed off, you know the drill." And as both Wren and Shane moved toward the door, "And for the rat's sake, if you need new equipment, tell someone. I realize complaining is practically anathema to you people, but if your boots are about to wear through, we can fix that." Wren chuckled. Shane's beard looked martyred. The door closed behind the Paladins. Marguerite transferred her gaze to Beartongue, who had the fond look of a teacher whose pupils have performed well. "I think they'll do fine," she said. "Better than fine. I might actually be able to sleep if I know those two are on guard. But tell me, Your Grace, is there anything I should know about them in advance, to make this all go more smoothly?" Beartongue stapled her fingers. "Not a great deal. They're both superb fighters, of course, but you presumably know enough about the Saint of Steel to know that once the battle tide takes them, you won't get them back easily. So don't point them at anything you don't want turned into mince." Marguerite thought of Stephen, the gloomy but good-natured paladin that her dear friend Grace had fallen madly in love with. "I'm familiar with the type, yes." "Then, as to specifics, Wren will never tell you if she is injured or overmatched. If you ask her to fight an army single-handedly, she'll salute and march out to do it. Shane will tell you if he thinks she's suffering, but that is probably the only thing he will volunteer information about. He is actually a far keener observer than he gives himself credit for, but he will not offer his opinion unless you ask." The bishop tilted one hand back and forth. "He is polite, self-effacing, apologetic, and you'll probably want to throttle him before too long." "Oof," Marguerite rubbed her eyes. "Well, good to know. But decent court manners, you say?" "Impeccable, and he keeps his mouth shut, like a very polite shadow, although he's a terrible liar, so do not put him in a situation where he has to flatter someone." She grimaced. "I learned that one the hard way." "Oh, dear." "Other than that, well, they're both loyal unto death, but that goes with the territory. They cannot be bought, they cannot be intimidated, and I assume that's why you wanted them in the first place." Marguerite traced a circle on the polished wood of the desk, feeling the smooth gloss under her fingers. "If you were up against an enemy who could meet almost anyone's price, who would you want to watch your back?" "Precisely. That said, you will have to pull rank if you want to do something, expedient in front of them. They will argue with you, but they will probably obey." "Probably? There are some things that a wise woman doesn't ask a paladin to do," said Beartongue. The bishop held her gaze, and Marguerite had the feeling that they understood each other very well indeed. 4. "So that was the famous Marguerite," said Wren, as she and Shane descended the stairs to the courtyard. "So it seems." Insomuch as Shane had ever thought of the woman who had saved all 7 of the Saint of Steel's paladins a few years earlier, he had pictured someone rather like the bishop, a tall, spare, civil servant type. He had been very wrong. "Well, no surprise there, is it?" This time, though, it was a pleasant surprise. Marguerite had tawny skin and dark, blue-black hair, and to say that she had curves was an understatement that bordered on a venial sin. Her breasts were nearly the size of his head, individually. He wondered if she frequently found herself having to repeat things to men 2 or 3 times, or if people often walked into walls and door frames when she was around. The less pleasant surprise had been how nervous she was. Perhaps it had been Shane's imagination, but when the door had opened, her eyes had shot to it like a woman expecting armed warriors to pour through. Which, in fairness, we did, but she knew that we were coming. It was odd. The legend of Marguerite, who had locked horns with the bishop and gotten away with it, did not quite mesh with his first impression. Though my impression is more likely to be wrong than not, dreaming God knows. "Wonder why we're trying to track down this artificer," mused Wren. "I imagine we'll be told the reason in private, or as much of the reason as the bishop thinks we need to know." "Probably." Wren rubbed the back of her neck. "I can't believe I'm going to have to wear a dress again." "I can't believe I'm going to have to shave." Wren grinned. "It's been so long since I saw you without that starving badger attached to your face that I may not recognize you." Shane sighed deeply. "Why does no one like my beard?" "Do you really want me to answer that?" "No." Wren hooked her arm through his. "Between my skirts and your bare face, we'll take the court by storm. You'll see." Shane knew that neither he or Wren was the sort to take a court by storm, unless charging in with blades flashing counted. But thinking back to Marguerite and the lazy gleam of assurance in her eyes, he suspected that there might be one brewing nonetheless. "And I am no longer the man to hold back the storm. Possibly I never was. Perhaps I should go to Bear Tongue and ask her to assign someone else. Someone who is not so unreliable." He doubted that she'd let him get out of it, but fear of failure churned in his gut. He had not yet failed the White Rat, as he had failed 2 gods before him, but perhaps it was only a matter of time. "I can ask, and when she tells me no, I will respect her judgment. It is bound to be superior to my own." Marguerite bit her lip. She was, for the first time that day, nervous. If the audience with Bear Tongue had gone badly, she would have been annoyed, frustrated, and facing a great deal of extra work. If the bishop had been in the pay of the Red Sail, she would have been downright terrified. But neither one of those things would have hurt. If this meeting went badly, though. "It's been 3 years, and you didn't come to her trial, even though you tried to make it right." She'd had to leave. It wasn't safe. The memory of what had happened to her patron had been too fresh. She'd made herself too obvious, and if she didn't cut and run, it was only a matter of time until someone realized who she really was. At the time, she hadn't known that the Red Sail was behind the attack on her patron, and the world had been full of faceless enemies. Then it had turned out that having a face to put on the enemy didn't help. "I had to go. There was too much danger to Grace if I stayed." Guilt stabbed at her. She bowed her head. "This is what comes of caring too much for people who aren't in the game. Either they become targets, or you cut them off because you know what happens to targets." Her patron had taught her that lesson and its corollary, that you must care for your own operatives and use them ruthlessly nonetheless. She had broken the first rule 3 years ago, and it haunted her still. The door to the room opened, and Grace stepped through, her head turned to speak to someone over her shoulder. "Fine, I'm going, but this better be important. I was in the middle of a distillation and—" "Well," said Marguerite, "if you're in the middle of a distillation, I can always come back later." Grace's head snapped around so fast that Marguerite heard vertebrae crackle. "Marguerite!" Grace charged into the room. Marguerite braced herself, not sure if she'd earned a warm embrace or a punch in the jaw, but willing to accept either. Grace's arms went around her, and the knot in Marguerite's chest loosened. She hadn't broken things past mending. She'd left before Grace became a target, and Grace had forgiven her. She took a deep breath, smelling the scent that her perfumer friend was wearing, something tantalizingly familiar that she couldn't quite put a name on. "What on earth is that perfume?" Grace's laughing sob, or sobbing laugh, Marguerite doubted that she knew herself, broke against her shoulder. "It's supposed to be petrichor." "Isn't that a level of hell?" "No, silly." Grace stepped back, wiping at her eyes. "It's the smell right before a rainstorm. You know it." "Oh," Marguerite leaned in and sniffed. "That's it. How on earth did you make a scent like that?" Grace shook her head. "Never mind any of that. You're here. You're back. Are you staying? I've moved into the upstairs, but there's still a bed in my old room." No, I'm only here for a day or two, until the bishop has her people ready to ride." "Will you stay with us until then?" Marguerite winced internally at the hope on Grace's face. She hated to say no, but the thought of that small, narrow room, with only one door and no way to escape if someone came through— "I'm sorry. I'd love to, but I have to be here for all the last-minute arrangements, not sending runners halfway across the city." She grasped Grace's hands more tightly. "But tell me everything that's happened with you." "Me? I haven't done anything special. I work, I make perfumes. Some of them sell, some of them flop. I have a deal with a minstrel who attends all the fancy parties and takes orders. But he's not half the agent you were. Tab is the same as ever. He gets into Stephen's yarn and rolls around and makes a horrible mess, and Stephen sighs and extracts him again." "And are you still happy with your Paladin, dear heart?" "Yes," said Grace. "Gloriously, foolishly happy." She smiled down at her friend. "I go about my work, and I sell perfume, and everything is normal, and then he turns up, and I think, my God, I love you so damn much, and it's just easy. I know that everyone says that love is hard work, but when I compare it to what life used to be like—" She shook her head. Marguerite knew that Grace had been in a particularly dreadful marriage, with a particularly dreadful man named Philip some years earlier. She had also arranged for the information of Philip's death to be brought to her friend last year. She hadn't arranged for the death itself, although she'd certainly considered it. "I was grateful for your letter," Grace said, as if reading her mind. "Not just to know about Philip, but to know that you were still alive. We worry about you, you know." Marguerite waved her hands. "I'm fine. Always am." "Yes, but I don't know that." "I'd rather not bring anything down on your head," said Marguerite. "You know what kind of business I'm in. The fact that I lived here for so long is trouble enough. It had to look like a clean break. I'm sorry." Grace sighed. "I know," she said. "Or rather, I don't know, but I know you're doing what you think is best. And you would know. So what do you need?" "Some samples. They don't have to be anything you actually want to sell. It's just my cover story. I'm peddling perfumes to the nobility again, and fell in with a noblewoman who needed an escort to the Court of Smoke. That's Wren." "Oh, that'll be delightful," said Grace, laughing. "You'll like her. I like her, anyway." "Right, and I'm taking another one along as a bodyguard. Tall fellow, regrettable beard." "Shane," Grace nodded. "I can't say if you'll like him. He's Very Paladinly. What, clanky and judgmental? Oh, no, not at all. More like apologetic furniture. He doesn't talk, and when he does, it's usually to apologize for interrupting. Marguerite groaned. Joy. Still, what I want is an obvious bodyguard for the court, and apparently he's good at that. Yes, very. The bishop takes him everywhere, and I hear that he's the one most likely to overrule the bishop on matters of her own safety. Not that apologetic, then? Grace grinned at her. I've seen you charm customers who are ready to burn the building down. I'm sure you'll have no trouble getting him to warm up. Marguerite accepted this statement as her due. I'll see what I can do. She hooked her arm through Grace's. Now tell me more about how Tab is doing. I haven't seen my best civet boy in far too long. Shane climbed the steps to Bertong's offices. The outer rooms, full of clerks and civil servants, all working with great intensity, still seemed familiar and foreign all at once. In the temple of the dreaming god, there were also scribes and clerks, many engaged in the work of writing and copying, reading reports on demonic activity, and dispatching paladins and priests to deal with it. His father had been one such clerk, and one of Shane's earliest memories was of rooms of pale stone, the scratch of quills and the murmur of voices, and in the far distance, the sound of the litany being chanted. But there the similarity ended. There were twice as many clerks here, many of them sharing desks, and 3 more rooms just like this one, plus a cadre of lawyers and organizers with quarters in the White Rat's temple compound. The Rat had bigger problems than the occasional demonic possession. The dreaming god's people carried themselves with an air of solemn purpose, whereas the Rat's always seemed to be cheerfully bailing the tide. He waited outside the bishop's chamber, listening to the familiar sounds of reports being issued and reviewed. Says we need another healer assigned south of 10 gold will fix the problem. Haven't got enough. I can send an apprentice with her on rounds. Lawyers don't grow on trees, you know, not even around here. After about 5 minutes, the door opened, and 2 servants of the Rat came out, holding thick folios in front of them. He slipped in behind them. May I request a moment of your time, Your Holiness? It occurred to him belatedly that he should probably have asked for an appointment. Not if you're going to Your Holiness at me, said Bertong. She gestured to a seat, then leaned back in her chair, sharpening a quill with a penknife. Is there a problem? Not exactly a problem, but... He sat, wondering how to phrase the question. Her eyes moved over him, and she sighed. You're wondering why I'm sending you off with Marguerite and not someone else? Shane ducked his head ruefully. Am I that predictable? Desperately so. It's part of the reason I'm sending you. I predict, in fact, that you will do brilliantly, succeed in circumstances that will likely prove far more muddled than anyone hopes, and bring yourself and Wren back in 2 pieces. She cocked an eyebrow at him. Second-guessing yourself all the way, of course. Ouch. Would you like to stab me in the heart as well? Bertong grinned. Am I wrong? Obviously not, or I wouldn't be here. It was simply a little embarrassing to be so transparent. Shane muttered something into his beard. After a moment he asked, Do you trust her, Marguerite? Trust, mused Bertong. A complicated notion, isn't it? I trust her to be acting in her own best interests. I trust that she is a very intelligent woman. And she and I both know that she proceeds with the understanding that, should her actions reflect badly on the Rat, I will claim to have been grievously misled. Istvan always says that trust is faith plus predictability, said Shane. He missed his brother-in-arms a great deal, and more so lately. Istvan could always make everyone laugh. The day we are dependent on my sense of humor to carry us through is the day that we will all be in a great deal of trouble." It wasn't that he didn't have a sense of humor. He did. It was just that he kept it to himself rather than inflict it on other people. Bertong's face softened slightly at the mention of Istvan. "He's not wrong. Let us say that I have a good deal of faith in Marguerite's goodwill, but very little in my ability to predict her, which is why you are perfect for the job, as you are, as we have established, very predictable." "Istvan would be better at this than I am." "I wish he were here," she admitted. "I know that you are not comfortable in this role, but he is happy in the north, traveling with his lady friend, and any word I send will take weeks to reach him." "What about Marcus?" "There is a chance that he would be recognized, and since he has chosen to let his family believe he is dead, well, I do not agree with his decision, but I respect his wishes." Shane sighed. "Stephen, perhaps." "Working with Galen and Piper to track down more information about the death of the saint." He bowed his head. Galen's husband, Piper, was a lich doctor, possessor of a rare wild talent. If he touched a dead body, he could relive their last moments. A few months earlier he had laid hands upon the altar cleared from the rubble of the burnt temple of the Saint of Steel, and to the shock of everyone, he had felt the god's death from the inside. Since no one knew how or why the saint had died, they were trying to unravel as much as they could from that flash of insight. "I suppose there is no information to be gleaned about that at the Court of Smoke?" "If you mean, are nobles likely to be casually discussing dead gods in the corridors? I shouldn't think so. Then again, stranger things have happened. Keep your ears open, but don't blame yourself if you don't hear anything relevant." Bertong's gaze lingered on him sympathetically. The only remaining Paladin, the one that they had not mentioned, was Judith, and she had simply left after the revelation of the god's death. Looking for something, perhaps. Running away from something. No one knew for certain. He grunted. "To that end," Bertong said, ignoring the grunt, "I have a message for you to deliver. Lady Silver dwells at the Court of Smoke for most of the year. She is favorably inclined to the rat, and I have reason to believe that a message to her might not go amiss." She slid a fresh sheet of foolscap in front of her and wrote quickly. Her hand was neat and clean, a testament to early training as a scribe, and Shane looked away so as not to risk reading the words. "Deliver this to Lady Silver," said Bertong, sprinkling sand on the letters to dry them, then sealing it with wax. "Whether or not you tell Marguerite of this, I leave to your discretion." "My discretion? I'm a berserker. I hit things with swords until they fall down. That is not discreet." His alarm must have shown, because she smiled. "If you truly don't know, then it rarely hurts not to tell everything you know." Shane groaned. "And then I will feel guilty?" His sense of humor was well buried, but not completely dead. He gave her a wry look. "I was going to say, worry that I am withholding vital information." "Well, it's always a concern." She leaned over the desk and patted his hand. "You are the only possible choice," said Bertong, "and you are far more competent than you believe yourself to be." Shane squared his shoulders. "I pray that I may not fail you, Your Grace." "You won't," she said. "In that I have faith." 5. Dawn's gritty gray light was spilling over the courtyard when they assembled to travel north and west. 5 horses awaited them, along with a groom to care for them. 4 were saddled, and the last horse was clearly a pack animal. Marguerite was not a particularly skilled rider as such things went, But she had learned to judge horse flesh, because you could often tell a great deal about a person by their mount. These animals were well cared for, sturdy, and no noble would be caught dead on any of them. "Dreadful beasts, aren't they?" asked Beartongue cheerfully. The bishop had come down to see them off, although Marguerite suspected that the woman had already been up and working. "It's the berserker problem. You have to get a horse so placid that they don't care that the person on their back smells like violence." "Does violence have a smell?" asked Marguerite. Beartongue shot her a wry glance. "You know it does." She said noncommittally. "Yes, it does. When you cut Samuel down from the beam, you could smell it on his skin. You've smelled it too many times of late. It lingers in some places. If it's not a smell, it's something close to it." "So we end up on plough horses," she said, turning away from that line of thought. "Fair enough. I'm not such a magnificent horsewoman that I'll complain." "Indeed." Beartongue lifted a hand to wave to two people approaching. They both wore leather and chain and carried weapons. Wren had an axe and a cheerfully bloodthirsty expression. But Marguerite almost didn't recognize the other paladin. As they came closer, she frowned, trying to place him. He had a massive sword slung across his back, the hilt sticking up past his ear, and a shorter blade at his waist. They'd definitely met before, but surely she'd remember someone who looked like that. He had a square jaw and a full lower lip and truly elegant cheekbones. Marguerite had always been an admirer of good cheekbones. It was the pale, pale blue eyes that finally tipped her off. "This is Shane? Really? And he deliberately went around looking like whatever that was?" "Good God," she said, eyeing him with frank admiration. "Are you sure you're not one of the dreaming gods people?" He flinched. She hadn't expected that. But still, absent that regrettable beard, the man was downright beautiful. "And if you see a beautiful paladin, odds are good it's one of the dreaming gods." But clearly that touched a nerve. "I'm sorry," she said, with her most contrite smile. "I just put my foot in it, didn't I?" "I served in the dreaming god's temple until my 18th year," he said. "But the god did not see fit to take me into service." Ouch. From what Marguerite knew of paladins, which admittedly wasn't a great deal, this was akin to being jilted at the altar, only by your god instead of your bride. She wondered how long ago that had been. Without the beard, she reassessed his age. Mid-30s at most. There was the slightest suggestion of lines at the corners of his eyes, but that was all. If the god didn't take him, it certainly wasn't because of his looks. But I don't think I'll say that out loud. "That temple's loss is clearly my gain," she said instead. "Glad to have you with us, both of you," she nodded to Wren, who now had a fashionable haircut and appeared to resent it. They both saluted. Marguerite winced. "Oh, yes," said Beartongue, as the pair went to their horses. "They're saluting types. I really should have guessed." "You are their commander." "I don't want to be their commander. I just want to be the one in charge." Beartongue laughed at that. "I have been saying that for years now. Let me know if it works out any better for you." Marguerite shook her head, eyes still following Shane. "Damn, he cleaned up nice." Beartongue leaned over and murmured, for her ears only, "It would be a gross violation of power to force an underling to modify their appearance for my amusement. So believe me when I say that I have wanted an ethical excuse to make him shave that miserable beard for years." "You don't have a barber. "You have a miracle worker," said Marguerite, at roughly the same volume. "Your Holiness?" Shane called. The bishop looked up inquiringly. Marguerite watched the paladin stride toward them, then drop gracefully to one knee before her. "I request your blessing, Your Holiness." "Rat's tail," said Bare Tongue. "You know you don't need to get on your knees for that." An almost imperceptible smile crossed the man's lips. Marguerite suspected that she was the only one at the correct angle to see it. "Very well," muttered the bishop, holding out her hand. "May the rat walk with you and clear the way before you, and may your problems contain the seeds of their own solutions. And for the love of all that's holy, don't die." Marguerite suspected that last bit was not actually part of the formal blessing, but then again, the rat was very practical, so she couldn't swear to it. Shane rose as gracefully as he had knelt. She filed that away in the back of her mind. She did not know a great deal about the Saint of Steel, but she knew that his paladins were not generally knighted. Nevertheless, something about the way Shane moved, the practiced ease of his deference, made her think of the knights that she knew. Well, if he was in the Dreaming God's temple, he may well have been. They do tend to knight their people, if only because it makes life easier for someone to have secular authority when a demon shows up. He went over to where the other paladin was standing next to a horse, and knelt again, offering her his laced hands as a stirrup. She climbed onto the animal with the set expression of a woman climbing a very tall ladder to a very great height. Shane stood up and said something to her that Marguerite didn't catch, but which made Wren laugh. Were they lovers? They seemed absolutely comfortable with each other's bodies, but it was impossible to tell if that was from the intimacy of battle or the bedchamber. "Oh, I should warn you," said Bare Tongue as she turned to leave. "One last thing." Marguerite braced herself. There was a glint in the other woman's eye. It wasn't quite malice, but it was definitely mischief. "Yes?" "Shane can do the voice really well." "The voice? What voice?" The glint became a gleam. "I suspect you'll find out." And then she was gone in a swirl of vestments, while Marguerite stared after her, wondering what on earth she was talking about. The first leg of their journey was deeply uneventful. They took the road by slow stages for the riders who were not accustomed to time on horseback. Marguerite felt her nerves slowly settle. The Red Sail's attempts to murder her had mostly occurred in places where they were already established. While it would be simple enough for someone to lie in wait with a crossbow, it would require them to know which road she was taking, or to stake out every possible road. Marguerite was quite certain that she simply wasn't worth that kind of effort. She was a loose end, not an active target. Being a loose end is quite unsettling enough, thank you very much. Wren was cheerful and chatty, and Bare Tongue had been right. She really didn't complain. Even when she was slapping about in the saddle with her teeth gritted and lines of pain around her eyes, she didn't ask for stops. Marguerite found herself calling for an early halt out of pure sympathy. Truth was, she was grateful for the frequent stops herself. While she often worked with the mounted nobility, riding out for a few hours of flirtation was rather different than day after day on horseback. She was not exactly sore, but she was certainly very stiff. Though not as stiff as some people I could name. Her eyes drifted to the tall blond man beside her. Shane was courteous, answered her questions politely, and volunteered nothing. Marguerite's attempts to draw him into conversation failed utterly. He was from a town southeast of the Dowager's capital. Had he grown up there? No. Had he been back? No. Did he miss it? No. Was the landscape similar? Yes, but the trees were different. Whenever she left a silence and waited for him to fill it, He allowed the silence to grow. He didn't laugh at her jokes. She didn't take it personally because he didn't laugh at anyone else's jokes either, and their groom, Foster, made quite a good one about a chicken. He watched everything and said nothing unless spoken to. She didn't think that he was unintelligent. It seemed more like he was paying very close attention to the world and filing it all away somewhere behind those ice-colored eyes, and simply had nothing to say. For many people, this might have made him unreadable. But Marguerite had made her life's work out of reading people, and the day that she couldn't read a silence was the day that she retired and took up goat farming. The key was usually the eyelids. People say the eyes are the windows to the soul, but windows don't actually have expressions. But you can sure tell a lot by how someone closes the blinds. The little twitchy muscles in the lower lid, the fine lines at the outer edge, the startled blink, those were the tells that she watched for. Sadly, it was extremely difficult to watch someone's eyelids when you were both on horseback, on different horses, facing the same direction. "I'll figure it out. I've got a week, and we won't be riding all the time, and in the meantime, I can just ask Wren." The first night on the road, she bespoke 2 rooms, one for Wren and herself, one for Shane and Foster. "Forgive me," she said to Wren. "I was hoping to have you in the same room at night, in case someone comes through the window, but I realized that might be awkward with you and Shane. Are you two, The other woman looked blank. Marguerite made explanatory hand gestures. "Oh, saints balls, no. He's like an older brother. They're all like older brothers, all 6 of them, including Judith." "Having that many older brothers sounds exhausting." Wren put her head in her hands. "You have no idea." Marguerite smiled. At least one of the Paladins was easy to read. "I'll have a tray sent up," she said. "I'm guessing you would rather not brave the stairs down again." "I can if I have to," said Wren, who could not currently stand without her legs trembling. "Yes, but you don't have to. It's no trouble." If Marguerite had not been familiar with berserkers, she would have been worried that she might end up guarding her bodyguard. Absent a full-blown berserk fit, though, she decided to try diplomacy. "Actually, I wanted to get a tray for myself, so if you don't mind eating with me, rooms full of strangers are a little, dicey at the moment." "Oh, that's different. By all means." "Won't be a moment," Marguerite assured her. "Let me just check on the boys." She checked to make certain the hallway was empty, then hurried to the stairs down. The tap room was bustling, which was a relief. It was surprisingly easy to murder people in a crowded room, but not when you had a Paladin with you. "How is Wren?" asked Shane, the first question that he had asked directly all day. "Sore," said Marguerite, joining the 2 men at the table. "She tells me it's been years since she was on a horse, and that was an elderly pony." Foster nodded, wiping foam from his ale from his upper lip. "Doesn't matter how fine a shape you're in," he said sympathetically. "All the wrong muscles used in all the wrong ways on a horse." Shane nodded. Marguerite rubbed her sore thighs surreptitiously under the table. "We'll take it easy on the road to the river," she said. "There's no point in hurting ourselves for an extra day or 2. Everyone arrives fashionably late to the court anyway. And the longer the patron is there, the more chance that they'll let something slip that we can pick up from someone else later." Like most spycraft, Marguerite was happy to let someone else do the work for her whenever possible. Shane nodded again. Marguerite thought about trying to engage him in conversation, decided that it had been a long enough day already, ordered 2 trays, and went to go eat with Wren. 6. "So how did you wind up a Paladin?" Marguerite asked 2 days later, when Wren was comfortable enough that she wasn't clinging to the saddle horn with an expression of impending doom. Her horse ignored this. Her horse had, so far, ignored everything that did not involve food or Foster. Wren's lips twisted. "You mean, how does someone who looks like me become a paladin?" "As a fellow member of the Society of Chunky Women, I trust you'll take that in the spirit that it's offered." Wren gave her a frankly skeptical look. "Except that you're gorgeous." "No, I just dress well and have large breasts. It's not the same." She looked Wren over. The other woman was less an hourglass than a muscular apple. "I won't lie, your shape isn't the easiest to work with, but a good tailor could do work that will astound you." "It would still be me inside the clothes," said Wren, gesturing to a relative lack of endowments. "Well, yes, attitude is very important." "Exactly, and you carry yourself like you're gorgeous." Wren shook her head. "I don't know how." "You are my sister-in-arms," said Shane behind them, "and it is my honor to fight beside you." Did he just say that? Marguerite stared briefly heavenward and thought about letting it pass, but no, there were times you just had to intervene. "Shane," she said, turning to look at the Paladin, "when a woman is lamenting that she doesn't feel attractive, you're supposed to tell her she's beautiful, not that you're honored to kill people with her." He looked at her blankly, then said, "Oh." If she'd had any remaining doubts that he and Wren were not lovers, they would have been put immediately to rest. He had the exact expression of a man whose little sister has hit puberty while he wasn't looking. She should probably have let it go there, but it offended Marguerite's sensibilities that Wren was tasked with killing enemies of the gods, and had to do it while feeling unattractive. "Now start again. Try, 'Wren, you are beautiful.'" "Wren," said Shane, as grimly as if he were pronouncing a blood feud upon an enemy, "you are beautiful." "Very good." "And I will fight anyone who says differently." "Well, that's progress, I suppose." Wren giggled helplessly. "Right," Marguerite said, nodding. "Next time we'll work up to a specific compliment. Perhaps something about your eyes." Shane looked appalled, which was a vast improvement over inscrutable. "Now then, you were saying?" Wren wiped her eyes. What was I? Oh, right. Well, I was 20 and went out to take some medicine to a crofter. The neighboring clan are a bunch of low-life thieves, and a group of wolf's heads. I don't know what you call those here. Shane, help me out." "Criminals cast out of their clans or tribes, who were either too well connected to execute or who fled the axe. Frequently deserters will end up there as well, or those who are simply unlucky and must fall in with criminals or risk being their prey." "Yes, that. Well, the wolf's heads knew that the neighbor clan chief would turn a blind eye to them if they raided everybody else's lands and left his alone. They were making enough of a nuisance of themselves that the Saint of Steel had gotten involved. They burned a monastery, and you just don't do that. And unbeknownst to any of us, they'd chased the group practically to that poor family's doorstep. We heard fighting, and the mother was trying to bar the door, and the grandfather was yelling to get him his sword. He could still fight if she'd just prop him up in the doorway. And then the battle tide rose for the Saint's chosen." She spread her hands. "And the next thing I knew, I grabbed the old man's sword, went out through the window, and was charging across the field at the enemy. I was in skirts, and I'd never held a sword in my life." Marguerite felt her eyes go wide. "You must have been terrified." "Not in the slightest. The god was with me, you see. It was all this marvelous golden fire, and everything was right." The soft noise behind them came from Shane. It sounded like pain. Anyhow, the tide ran its course, and I came to surrounded by corpses. I killed a couple of them myself. My arms hurt so badly I could barely lift them. Fortunately, all the other paladins had seen baby berserkers before. Istvan? Have you met Istvan? No? Pity, you'd like him. He bundled me up and took me back home and explained the whole situation, both to my husband and me. Husband? Somehow it was hard to picture Wren as having been married. Of convenience, said Wren cheerfully. Poor fellow married me to secure water rights from my father, and didn't know what to do with me, I'm afraid. He's dead now. From fever, not anything I did. Good to know, said Marguerite. And so you decided to become a paladin? Not much deciding involved. The saint takes you, and that's the end of the matter. Next thing I knew, I was being assigned weapons and a bunk and spending my days learning how to swing a sword without wanting to die the next day. Marguerite ran the reins through her fingers, grounding herself in the grain of the leather and the raised bumps of stitching. I wonder if all the Saint of Steel's people had a similar experience, simply going into a battle rage with no idea what's happening. And how did they come out of it after? Did some of them never come out again? She glanced back at Shane, riding behind them. His expression was very still. She wondered how it had happened for him, and what scars it might have left behind. And now you work for the White Rat, she said, carefully skipping over the awkward intervening bit where the Saint of Steel had died. That always struck me as unusual, I admit, though it obviously worked out well. They needed us, said Wren, shrugging. I mean, I love the Rat's people, but the vast majority are so busy fixing things that it doesn't occur to them that they might be in physical danger. Marguerite thought of Beartongue's surprising security. She said non-committally. Well, if you ever get tired of working with the Rat, I'm sure you could set up as bodyguards. We owe them, said Shane. Marguerite turned to look back at him. Beg pardon? We owe them, he repeated. When the god died, they cared for us. Dozens of us fell into a stupor. Most didn't wake up again. Wren stared at her hands. Marguerite thought, so much for skipping over the awkward bit. They're good people, she said aloud, and you can't tell me that Beartongue kept some kind of ledger for that. God, no, said Wren, making a gesture as if to avert the evil eye. She would never. Still, said Shane quietly, we owe them, for the living and the dead. You cannot buy that kind of loyalty. If I were to turn against the Rat, these two would cut me down without thinking twice. On the bright side, it also means that no one is going to be able to bribe or suborn them against me, so long as I stay on Beartongue's good side. All right, said Wren, obviously changing the subject. Now your turn. How does one wind up an... operative, said Marguerite, lowering her voice. Spies generally did not lie in wait on deserted stretches of country road in hopes of overhearing something incriminating, but old habits died hard. Foster was riding a few lengths back, not that Marguerite was really worried about him either. I fear it's not nearly as exciting a story as yours. She sorted mentally through a half-dozen cover stories, and settled on one that was more or less true, though it glossed over some of the grimmer details. I was a page in the Merchants' Guild in Anuket City. Most of the pages there are byblows of the various members, so presumably I was as well. This was true, in fact, although she knew exactly whose bastard she was. Her grandfather had been a shipping magnate, and when his son had the poor taste to sire half a dozen children on the wrong side of the sheets, they had all wound up as pages. It was a way to care for them without having to acknowledge anyone, and if any of the youngsters showed talent, they were within easy reach. Marguerite had indeed shown talent, although not for business. At least, not for the business of trading physical goods. I was very good at listening. Pages are nearly invisible, and even people who should know better let things slip in front of us. Eventually, that talent attracted notice from certain factions within the guild. First, they pay you for information. Then they start sending you out specifically to collect more information. She lifted a hand from the reins and waggled it back and forth. There's not a specific point where you wake up and realize that you're an operative. You just keep going along and meeting more people and chatting to them and learning who is interested in buying what information, and then it's 20-odd years later, and you're off to the Court of Smoke, trying to figure out where a stray artificer has gotten off to. This was also true, so far as it went. Mostly. If you squinted. Wren cocked an eyebrow at her. I doubt it's as simple as you're making it sound. No, but I doubt learning to swing a sword was that simple either. Wren's expression made Marguerite want to laugh. Honestly, being an operative is frequently very boring. For every time you're smuggling information out of a powerful warlord's bedroom, you spend a month sitting and watching one particular bar, waiting to see who shows up. This was not a lie, but the truth was that these days Marguerite paid people to sit in bars for her. Shane surprised her by offering a comment. We often marched a great deal, he said, and waited a great deal, merely to be in place for a battle that might last less than an hour. Yes, she said, turning to nod at him. Exactly like that. Internally she exulted that she'd gotten the man to talk at all. Perhaps he simply needs time to warm up to new people. He might even be shy. A shy berserker. Well, why not? She would have liked to draw him out more, but unfortunately the road grew busier as they approached a market town, and they went back to riding single file. They were passing a drover with a line of bored-looking cattle when disaster struck. A dog came out of nowhere, barking at the cows. Most of them ignored the animal, but one youngster made a deep sound of alarm and kicked up his heels. The drover turned to get him back in line when the dog darted forward and nipped savagely at another cow's hocks. The cow jumped forward, startled, swinging her head to look at the dog. Marguerite's mare was sufficiently placid that neither the sound nor the motion bothered her much, though she did manage a rather graceless sidestep. Marguerite tightened the reins just as the cow kicked out in a panic. The cow's aim was good, if slow. The dog was fast enough to dodge, but dodging put it practically under the mare's hooves, and suddenly there was a barking dog and a kicking cow, and the mare was no longer feeling placid at all. Marguerite had time to think, "Oh, shit," and then the horse went up on her hind legs to avoid stepping on the dog, and Crow hopped sideways, and the dog went nuts, and the cow kicked again, and the drover was yelling, and she lost her seat on the saddle, and the horse came down, and Marguerite fell off, and the ground came up to meet her. 7. Easy, someone said in her ear. Easy, don't move. I'm right here. Marguerite wanted to say that she was fine. She hadn't even lost consciousness in the fall. But her head was still ringing, and adrenaline was a cold wash through her veins. She wasn't quite sure how long it had been. She didn't think she'd blacked out, but there had been a long few seconds when the world was going wham around her, and she had been carefully not moving in case it didn't stop. The horse hadn't stepped on her. That was the important thing. It would be extremely annoying to have dodged the sale for several years, only to have her career ended with a badly placed hoof. Easy, he said again. A man, but she didn't quite recognize his voice. Easy. Hold still. I'm going to check your neck. Don't move. It's okay. I'm right here. Of course you're right there, she thought. She would have been annoyed, but there was something incredibly soothing about the way he spoke. She could not remember the last voice she'd heard that was so gentle, so trustworthy. She wanted to trust that voice, to believe that everything really was okay. Strong fingers moved down the back of her neck. Does this hurt at all? She tried to shake her head, and the hands immediately locked into place, holding her head still with unexpected strength. No, don't do that. Tell me, can you talk? I can talk, she said. Her mouth was full of sand, and more got in when she opened it. Good, good. That voice made speaking sound like a great accomplishment. You're doing good. Tell me if anything hurts. My knee hurts like the devil. A deep, sympathetic noise. We'll get there in a minute. Can you wiggle your fingers? Marguerite wiggled them obediently. Good girl. Does your head hurt? He slid his hands across her skull. Any sore spots? There. He fell silent, fingers gently working over the soreness. Nothing soft, he said after a moment. Nothing bleeding. Can you focus your eyes? He's a healer, of course. I should have realized before. That was the kind of voice it was, calm and kind, and absolutely in control of the situation. Marguerite could recognize it now, but that didn't stop her from enjoying it. There was a nagging familiarity to it, though. Had they met before? And where were the Paladins when she was lying injured on the dirt, with a strange man poking her head? I can focus just fine, she said. There's a pebble in front of me shaped vaguely like a goat. I can't say it's terribly interesting. Can I move yet? She hadn't slept on her stomach since she was 13, and her breasts were squashed in uncomfortable ways. Just a little longer. You're doing very well. She felt his thumbs settle on either side of her spine, moving lower. His forearm brushed her back. There was nothing remotely sexual about his touch, but Marguerite was incredibly aware of his presence. Those hands, and that voice. Damn, he's got to be taken. Men who sound like that never stay on the market for long. She really wanted to see his face. Maybe she'd be lucky, and he'd have a face like a frog's ass, and the other women in his life had all been terribly shallow, and she could sweep in and prove to him that looks were all a matter of attitude anyway, and what mattered was who you were on the inside, and damn it all, we're on a deadline. We have to go save the world's economy. I don't have time for dallying along the way. Crap. I don't feel any breaks, he said after a moment. He took her left arm and stretched it out. Does this hurt? Angle's a little awkward, but no. Wren's voice intruded. Foster caught the horse, she said, from somewhere over Marguerite's head. Is she okay? She's doing fine, said the healer. Hi, Wren, said Marguerite. I fell off my horse. Yes, I saw. It was pretty spectacular. You did an amazing shoulder roll. Did I? Does this hurt? Her left leg this time, though he wasn't rubbing his hands over it the way he had her neck. Damn. Nope. Yeah, it was really impressive, Wren said. I bet. Is everyone else okay? Oh, yeah, fine. You just got unlucky. The drover's very sorry. Does this hurt? Right leg. He was coming up on the right side now. She rolled her eyes down to see if she could get a look at him, but the angle was still bad. Then he hit a sore spot, and she hissed. "Easy, easy." He rolled up her trouser leg, and those strong hands settled on her calf. "Here?" "That's the spot." He worked his way along the shin. Marguerite had not previously considered the erotic qualities of the human shin. "Okay, yeah, that's definitely the adrenaline. Nobody's that into shins. Maybe I can convince him to check a bit higher." "No breaks that I can feel. You may have a bruise there." "How's my horse?" Wren shrugged. "Still a horse? I dunno. Foster says she's fine, too." "Oh, good. And where exactly is Shane in all of this? Giving that dog a very stern look?" "I'm going to lift you up," the healer said. "Tell me immediately if anything hurts, or if anything goes numb." He got his hands under her armpits and picked her up. She helped as much as she could and found herself sitting upright, with her back against his chest as he knelt behind her. "There you go," he said. She could feel that voice rumbling against her back, a very agreeable sensation. "How is your head?" "Sore, but I think I'm fine." She looked ruefully at Wren. "Now, where did Shane get off to? He's supposed to be my damn bodyguard." Wren's eyebrows shot up. The healer went very still. "Did I just put my foot in it?" Said the healer. His voice was suddenly a little less deep and much less soothing. It sounded apologetic. More than that, it sounded familiar. Fighting a sudden sinking realization, Marguerite wriggled around to see the man's face. One arm still around her shoulders, close enough to bite or kiss. Shane looked down into her eyes. "Well," said Marguerite, "this is awkward." She got hastily to her feet, slapping dirt off her backside. I didn't realize it was you." Shane inclined his head and said nothing, but his jaw was drawn so tight that she wondered if he was in pain. "Must have still been a little dazed from the fall," she swallowed, looking down at him. He was so tall and she was so short that the difference in their heights was actually rather less when he was kneeling. "I apologize. I shouldn't have implied you were shirking your duties." "No," said Shane. "No, you are correct. It is my place to keep you from harm, and I have already failed." Wren winced. Marguerite's sinking feeling intensified. "Oh, God. Only the third day on the road, and I've already set off the Paladin's self-loathing." "What could you possibly have done? Leapt off your horse to break my fall? And I didn't come to harm, so it's fine." He rose to his feet. "I can only assure you that I will do everything in my power to keep it from happening again." "But this wasn't really within your power." He turned away. Foster was holding the reins of her horse, looking as embarrassed as Marguerite felt. Wren looked from one to the other and sank her teeth into her lower lip. "Welp, I'm an ass," Marguerite said out loud, to no one in particular. "You'd just been hit on the head," said Wren. "I don't think you can blame yourself for that." "If he's going to blame himself for a dog spooking a cow, I get to blame myself for this," Wren snorted. Marguerite watched Shane take her mare's reins and lead her back. "How the hell did he do that anyway? He sounded like a different person. He sounded like... Damn it all. The Paladin always sounded so diffident. He prefaced things with apologies, if he spoke at all. She couldn't believe that low, soothing, trustworthy voice came from the same man. And then, like a bolt from the blue, she remembered Beartongue saying, "He can do the voice really well." Was that the voice? Is that what she meant? Gods above and below, if Grace could bottle that, we could make a fortune. Shane brought the mare to her and dropped to one knee in front of her. Marguerite bit back a curse. "If he's going to go all nightly at me, this is going to be a really long trip." Then she saw that his hands were clasped to make a stirrup. "Oh," she said. "Thanks. It's hard without a mounting block." Shane nodded, staring at the ground. When she stepped into his hand, he didn't yield an inch. "He's either angry at me or at himself or both of us. Damn, damn, damn. You were wrong, Grace. I may not be able to charm this one after all." When Marguerite had fallen from the saddle, time had slowed to a crawl. Shane had seen her fall, known that he could not possibly reach her in time, and everything had gone silent, except for the little voice that said, "Failed already. It was only a matter of time, but this was quick even for you. You might as well just have kicked her down the stairs on the first day and saved everyone the ride back." He was on the ground and throwing the reins to Foster before she had even stopped rolling. When he went to his knees beside her and saw that she was still breathing, it felt as if his heart had started beating again. Had he been granted a reprieve? Oh, good. A longer ride back for everyone when you inevitably fail to protect her. Do you think you can hit the exact midpoint of the journey next time? He touched her then. He hadn't meant anything by it, truly, beyond the fear that she had broken her neck. He'd used the Paladin's voice, because if she had injured herself, any sudden movement could make it worse. He'd seen it before, in the temple. Demons did not understand the fragility of human spines, and after one was exorcised, sometimes they left such injuries behind. Fortunately, the voice was the one thing that still came easily to him. You reached down into some deep internal well, and out it came, the voice of a brother, a confidant, a reliable friend, a voice that anyone would trust. You needed to project authority, but also kindness. When a civilian staggered up to you, hollow-eyed and exhausted, and gasped out that there were demons in the fields, that was the voice that they needed to hear. It was not until he was sliding his hands up Marguerite's thigh that the reality of the situation had struck him suddenly. That she was lying there, and he had his hands on her body in a position of incredible intimacy. He fought it down at once. It was unworthy to even think such a thing, and certainly unworthy to notice the muscle of her legs, or to think of how those legs might feel wrapped around his waist, or— The direction of his own thoughts shocked him. He would have sworn that he had left such thoughts behind. But even now, an hour later, riding close beside her, he could not keep his thoughts from drifting back. No matter how strong he was, lust was always waiting in the wings, watching for a moment of weakness. It was why the paladins of the dreaming god tended to be promiscuous. A demon could hardly tempt you with something that you were freely and frequently given. But you are not a paladin of the dreaming god, and never were. You are a failure, and she was injured, and all you can think of now is the feel of her flesh under your fingers. That is revolting, and you should be ashamed. No, even more ashamed than that. Shane wondered if there was a term for feeling guilty about not feeling sufficiently guilty. It seemed like a useful word to have. If he was still at the temple, he would have asked one of the scholars. Not that knowing the name would help much. Perhaps there would be a temple in the town they stayed at tonight, somewhere that he could pray alone, surrounded by holiness. Even a little roadside shrine would serve in a pinch. Do penance, clear my head, rub one out somewhere in private, feel guilty, and do even more penance. God, Beartongue was right. He was predictable. His horse was crowding Marguerite's mare. She gave him an annoyed glance and drew her mount further out of the way. Shane reined his back a little, fighting back the urge to close the gap. He had been given a reprieve, however unearned. He had a second chance not to fail, if he could just keep her safe. Assuming that she doesn't decide to send you back as soon as we stop for the night, both for failing to protect her, and then for running your hands over her like that. There is no chance that I will be that lucky. His punishment was to continue on, and to try desperately to avert the inevitable, while the voice in his head sang like the chorus of an ancient tragedy, predicting ruin. Perhaps it was no more than he deserved. 8. Shane insisted on going ahead of them into the bedroom that night, presumably to check for assassins hiding under the bed. Given that the fashion in this part of the world was for very low beds, they would have to be remarkably flat assassins, but he checked anyway. Marguerite and Wren exchanged looks behind his back. And I thought I was becoming paranoid. Clear, he said, very seriously, stepping back. Marguerite bit back a sarcastic remark. Flat assassins, who somehow knew which inn we'd be stopping at and which room I would take. No, be good. You already put your foot in it once today. If it makes the man feel better, there's no harm in it. I will accompany you downstairs, he informed them. I don't think we're going to be attacked on the stairs, brother, Wren said. Shane grunted. Marguerite's growing glossary of Shane grunts translated this one as, You may be correct, but I am not altering my behavior. She stifled a sigh. I brought this on myself. If I had realized who was talking to me... Yes, but how on earth was I supposed to know that he could sound like that? She waited until the door had shut and then turned to Wren. What on earth was that? Shane takes his duty very seriously. I don't think he ever got over being left at the altar by his first god. And then later, when the saint died... No, Marguerite waved her arms. I meant when he was picking me up. The way he sounded. Oh, that. Wren grinned, no longer so serious. That was the voice? Shane's really good at it. Beartongue warned me, but I had no idea. Is that magic? Wren considered this. Not exactly. I think it's more like the black tide. The berserker fits, I mean. She gestured to herself. Anybody can learn to fight, and some people go berserk, but only some people go berserk for a god. But now that the saint is dead, we all still go berserk, unfortunately. One corner of her mouth crooked up. Well, not me that often. Some of us are closer to the edge than others. Marguerite filed that away as interesting information for later, but at the moment she had other fish to fry. So, a divine gift of sorts? Right. Except you have to have a certain amount of potential to do the voice in the first place. Wren cocked her head and then said, in a kind, sympathetic voice, I hope that it didn't upset you. He would never have intended to cause you harm. It was the voice of a friend, the one who held you when you cried because you'd spotted your lover with another woman, the one who picked you up when everything was broken past all mending. Not really, said Marguerite. It was just a surprise, and then I felt bad because... Hey! Wren burst out laughing. That's the best I can do. I'm not in Shane's league, or even Istvan's. It works a lot better when you sound like an authority figure, and I'm no good at that." Marguerite suddenly remembered hearing Stephen talk to a young would-be assassin a few years and several lifetimes ago. He'd sounded so calm and so trustworthy, but she'd assumed that it was because he was genuinely calm and trustworthy. Sweet lady of grass, if I could sound like that, I'd be the greatest spy the world has ever known. People would fight to tell me their secrets. As it is, I just make sympathetic noises and top up the wine glass. I don't suppose you can teach me? Nope, Wren shook her head. Most of us can do it, but not that well. Galen? Have you met Galen? No, he can't do it at all. He just sounds like himself. But most of the St. Esteel's people didn't need it anyway. You use it most when you're dealing with civilians. If you find survivors, or if you're trying to get people out of an area where things are about to get really ugly, it helps to have someone who can sound trustworthy explaining the situation, instead of just screaming at people to get the hell out. Huh, Marguerite considered this. I can see how it would be useful. She thought back to her interactions with Stephen. He'd always seemed patient and trustworthy. On the other hand, he actually was patient and trustworthy, so that might have a lot to do with it. Most of the paladins are. It's why they're paladins and the rest of us aren't. Anyway, the people who can really do the voice are the Dreamin' Gods people, said Wren. They have to. It's all tied up with how they compel demons. So since Shane was trained in his temple, he's really good at it. She paused, then gave Marguerite a concerned look. It's not like mind control. You can't make someone walk off a cliff or anything. Hell, half the time you can't even convince them to move off a battlefield. It's just good at calming people down and making them actually stop and listen to you. And you can't lie in the voice either. You can't? Wren shook her head, getting to her feet. You have to mean what you're saying. Really and truly believe it. That's why it works. Marguerite abandoned her dream of becoming the world's most persuasive spy. Ah, well, easy come, easy go. Thanks for explaining. Let's go see if Shane has found any assassins standing between us and dinner, shall we? There were no assassins, although Shane was out of his room and planted in front of them the instant their own door opened. I can bring you up food, he said. You can, but I'd rather eat down below, said Marguerite. We might pick up something worth knowing. That was definitely a skeptical expression. Marguerite exulted that she was able to read it. Wren elbowed him in the ribs and said, If you bring us up a tray, somebody might poison it, you know, or a bird could come through the window and attack us. I have confidence that you could dispatch a bird. A rabid bird. His lips twitched. Birds don't get rabies. Are you implying that I'm being overly cautious? Just a tad. He glanced at Marguerite, who attempted to shrug as diplomatically as possible. Very well. Shane bowed his head and led the way downstairs, although she noted that he was still wearing the massive sword across his back. That can't be comfortable, though I wonder if he even notices it anymore. She discovered on the way down that she was extremely sore. Falling off a horse was no joke when you were over 30. She limped until Shane stopped at the bottom and looked back up the steps, then stiffened her spine and gritted her teeth. The inn was half full of people, a mix of travelers and locals. There was also a paladin in one corner, with his eyes swollen shut and his arm in a sling. Demon, he said cheerfully, when Marguerite and her 2 paladins made their way over to him. His good eye traveled over Wren's axe and Shane's sword. It's in a damn big steer. I took out one of its legs, or thought I had. But you know how they are. They don't understand that a broken bone means you shouldn't use it. So it kicked me with the damn leg that was broken and gave me a broken arm to match. Probably hurt it worse than it hurt me, though that's not much consolation. Marguerite winced. "Can we buy you dinner?" she asked. You treated demon slayers well as a matter of principle, but it also occurred to her that her own two paladins might appreciate the show of solidarity, and I certainly don't have to worry about them having been bought. The injured paladin grinned at her. His tabard had the closed-eye sigil of the dreaming god on it, but there seemed to be nothing more to his voice than rueful good humor. "The innkeeper's already taking care of that, but the sympathy of a pretty lady is always appreciated, if you'd like to join us for dinner, or dessert." He winked at her. Marguerite chuckled. "You have all my sympathy, but don't get any ideas. I'm afraid I might hurt you worse than the demon did." He put his good hand over his heart. "Cut to the quick. Do you see this, Ramsay?" Ramsay, who was apparently the priest sitting next to him, rolled his eyes heavenward. He was older, his dark, tightly curled hair cropped close and threaded with gray. "Do you see what I have to put up with?" "Where's the demon now?" asked Shane, who had clearly not stayed in the dreaming god's temple long enough to understand the fine art of conversational flirtation. Ramsay signaled for more drinks as the trio pulled up chairs. "Still wandering around the pastures. We've got spotters on it, but we'll have to wait for the temple to send out another paladin." "Could we be of any assistance?" asked Wren. "Saint of Steel?" The priest looked from one to the other. "I don't know. Can you fight demons?" "I was trained in the dreaming god's temple until my 17th year," said Shane quietly. "I cannot speak well in the imperative mode, but I can help to bind." "I don't know jack shit," said Wren cheerfully, "but I can chop the legs off a bull one at a time if I have to, and we've both helped the dreaming god's people before." Marguerite wondered what the hell "speak in the imperative mode" meant, and filed it away to ask about later. "I am acquiring quite a number of things to follow up on when I get the chance." The priest shared a glance with the paladin, then smiled across the table at them both. "Then, my friends, you may be the answer to my prayers." 9. "You know, we do have the fate of the world's economy resting on our shoulders," said Marguerite, as they got up entirely too early the next morning. She was sore from her fall, and she knew that it was probably making her cranky, but she couldn't quite stop. "I apologize for the delay," said Shane. "Truly." He was armed and armored, and gave every appearance of having been awake for hours. Marguerite considered pushing him down the stairs just on principle. "It's a demon, though," said Wren. "You know." "I know," Marguerite sighed. Apparently one of the things you didn't ask paladins to do was to walk away from situations where they could help. Shane, at least, had asked permission. Wren had just looked at her like a small child who has been promised a day at the fair. Still, if I didn't give permission, the dreaming god's people have the authority to deputize damn near anyone in pursuit of an active demon, and I really don't want to start off with my hired muscle resenting me. Just don't get killed or grievously injured, I beg of you." "We'll try to avoid it," said Wren happily. "Truly, it should be easy enough," said Sir Xavier, the paladin of the dreaming god. "It's already on 3 legs. If my sword arm wasn't broken, I could do it without breaking a sweat." Marguerite hoped it was really that easy. "This is what they do. This is their job. They know how to do this, and I really do not want to go back to Bear Tongue and ask for replacements." If one or both of the paladins died in pursuit of their mission, Marguerite would grieve and move on. But she was hoping to at least reach the Court of Smoke before the bodies began racking up. Losing a paladin before they were even halfway there would look extremely careless. And I would really prefer to have 2 at court, thank you very much. "Can I watch?" she asked. I've never seen a demon exorcised before." Shane frowned. "Certainly not. It's much too dangerous." Ramsay shrugged. "It's a weak one, so I doubt it can jump unless we kill the steer, and that only with physical contact. I don't object." An actual expression flicked across Shane's face. This one resembled a scowl. Marguerite suspected that he wanted to argue the point, but wasn't quite willing to go up against a senior member of the temple. "I should never have implied that he wasn't protecting me well enough. All it did was make things worse." Then he bowed his head. "I should not question your judgment, sir. I apologize." "Don't," said Ramsay. "You're doing exactly what a responsible guardian would. If I hadn't already come up against this one, I wouldn't allow it either." "Don't fret. I'll stand with her," added Xavier. He winked at her. "Sweet deal for me. I get to stand around with a pretty lady while the youngsters do all the heavy lifting." "I'm 36, said Shane. "I'm 45. You're a youngster." Wren, who Marguerite had pegged as being in her late 20s, muttered something. Foster gazed at the ceiling and whistled. "I'm 57, so all of you can be quiet," grumbled Ramsay. They rode out until they reached an area that looked exactly the same as all the other areas to Marguerite, except that there was a fence on the other side of the field. Behind the fence was a very large cow. Or steer, I suppose. Not that I imagine it matters much, now that it's a demon. It didn't look particularly demonic. It looked injured and exhausted. One of its hind legs dragged, and its sides heaved as it breathed. One side of its body seemed larger than the other. Were cows supposed to stick out to the sides like that? "Bloat," said Wren. "It's going to die soon anyway." "If we want to bind it with the animal's death, we'll have to do it now then," said the dreaming god's paladin. Shane slid off his horse and moved to assist the injured man in dismounting, with the same unobtrusive courtesy that he used on Wren. They left the mounts and the trees on the far side of the field out of sight. Foster preferred to stay with the horses. "I've seen a demon," he said laconically. "I don't need to see another one in this life." The paladin of the dreaming god stopped well back from the fence, on a slight rise in the ground. "We'll get a better view from here." "I bow to an expert." Marguerite turned to follow him, but Shane put a gauntleted hand on her shoulder. He had not touched her since he had helped her up from her fall. She was briefly surprised, and then even more surprised when he gripped her other shoulder as well and leaned down to look her in the eyes. "Lady Marguerite," he said quietly, and it was the voice again, the healer's voice, and even though she knew what he was doing, it felt like warm water being poured down her spine. Comforting, trustworthy, safe. She could not remember the last time that another person had made her feel safe. Ice-blue eyes gazed intently into hers. "Lady Marguerite," he said again, "if the demon charges the fence, I want you to run. Run for the horses. If Wren or I am slain, run. Above all else, if any of us begin to act strangely, run. There will be nothing that you can do to help, and you may be in terrible danger. Will you give me your word?" In other circumstances, she might have felt patronized. Did the man think that she was such a fool that she wouldn't run from a demon? It was the knife in the dark that she feared, not a possessed cow in broad daylight. But there was nothing in his eyes but concern, and his voice was so earnest, and she remembered Wren saying, "You have to mean it." "Yes," she said, "I promise. Are you sure this is safe?" He released her, rubbing his heavy leather gauntlets together. It is dangerous, but no more so than stopping a mugging in an alley, and I would insist on doing that as well." A rueful smile flashed across his face, so quickly that she half thought she'd imagined it, and then he stepped back and drew his sword. "Was that necessary?" Marguerite asked the injured paladin in an undertone. "It was all good advice," said Sir Xavier. "He's being conscientious." The older man paused, and the humor left his eyes as well. "He's right, though. I'm fairly certain we're safe over here, and I ought to be able to see a demon jump. But if I got it wrong, and especially if I start acting bizarre, run like hell and don't look back. Get to the nearest temple and have them send out an army. A demon that can take a paladin is a walking nightmare." "Has that ever happened?" Marguerite watched as Shane hopped over the fence, drawing his sword. Wren had pulled out her axe and unslung her shield. "Yes," Xavier's voice was grim. "I knew Lord Caliban many years ago. He was the best of us, and then a demon grabbed him somehow. He murdered half the temple before the other paladins brought him down." "My God!" Shane and Wren circled the demon steer. It limped pathetically on 3 legs, bloated and bedraggled. For a moment Marguerite wondered if they were simply showing an abundance of caution. And then the thing charged. It was blindingly fast, and it moved completely wrong, throwing its legs forward in a way that no mammal should ever move. Marguerite was reminded of a roach's scuttle. She put her hand to her mouth. The 2 paladins dove in opposite directions. It focused on the bigger target. Shane danced backward, while Wren buried her axe in the steer's hind leg with the air of a woman chopping wood. The steer screamed in a keening voice that was never meant to come from a herbivore's throat, and wheeled around. Marguerite was already regretting her desire to watch. "This looks very difficult," Sir Xavier snorted. "This is the easy kind. It's when they get into humans that you're in real trouble." "How does that happen?" 9 times out of 10, it's in an animal and someone kills the host thinking it's rabid," the Dreaming God's paladin explained. "Once the host is dead, they either go back to hell unbound, or if they can, they jump to another host. They usually can't jump very far. Most can only go by touch. But if the farmer or the hunter comes up to check if that animal is dead—" He sighed. "What happens the 10th time?" "The 10th time, they're smart. Maybe they've lived long enough to possess multiple people, learned how to hide that they're there. Then it's a real problem." "Do you have to kill the human host?" "If we can't save them, yes. Usually we can bind the demon, and then we offer the victim a choice of exorcism or the sword." He kept his eyes on the steer and the paladins dodging it. Exorcism, Marguerite recalled, involved drowning the victim in cold water. The demon would flee, and there was a chance, albeit a slim one, that the victim could be revived. It was not anyone's idea of a pleasant experience, though the priests of the Dreaming God were supposed to be very, very good at it. "You can't make them jump back out of the victim?" she asked. "It's not a kindness. Demons are like barbed arrows. If you drag one out, you do, well, a lot of damage." "How much damage?" He glanced at her. "Lady Marguerite?" "Yes?" "If the situation arises, choose the sword before that." "Noted," she said. Sir Xavier went back to watching the Saint of Steel's paladins. Wren's attack on the hind legs had been successful. The demon was dragging its back half behind it now, lurching and writhing like a broken-backed snake. "So you send them back to hell, then," said Marguerite. disgusted but not daring to look away in case something happened to her companions. "Yes, but we bind them first. You have to get up close for that, which is why we don't just shoot them with crossbows. Once they're bound, the demons don't come back. If they're not bound, though, they keep trying to come back from hell." "I wonder why." The Paladin's expression was wry. "It's hell. Wouldn't you try to get out?" "Fair enough." Shane approached the fallen demon, holding his sword upright before him. It was a strange, ritualistic pose, not at all like the one he'd had before. The steer screamed again, louder, a scream that seemed to have words in it. Marguerite jumped, startled, and the Paladin of the Dreaming God put out a hand to steady her. "It's all right," he said. "It's nearly done." Shane bowed his head and spoke. She could not quite catch the words, but her ears popped, and the demon went to its knees, as if its strings had been cut. Shane stepped back. "Oh, very nicely done," murmured the Dreaming God's Paladin, almost to himself. Ramsay the priest clambered over the fence and approached the demon. "I'm surprised the god let that boy go." Marguerite would have asked about that. From what she'd heard, there was no letting go, and a lot more never having chosen in the first place. But Ramsay walked forward. The steer began to flail on the ground, but it could not seem to push itself up again. Ramsay uttered another sharp phrase, and Marguerite's ears popped again, harder, and the steer froze, then began to speak. "Ya na naga kalak kalak nai." Its voice sounded like rotting meat smelled. She wanted to spit to get the taste out of her mouth, except that it was in her ears. She wanted to run and keep running, to get away from that thing and that voice, and a world where such things were allowed to exist. The priest set his palm on the steer's broad forehead. Her nerves screamed in alarm, even knowing that the priest was an expert and wouldn't have done it if it wasn't safe. Ramsay spoke quietly. She could not make out the words. Shane stood to one side, his sword still held before him, showing no sign of strain. The demon's voice cut off as if a door had been slammed, and it lowered its horned head even further, until its muzzle touched the earth. Ramsay stepped back and nodded to Shane. The Paladin lifted the sword high overhead and brought it down in a sweeping overhand strike. Marguerite looked away before it landed. She was no stranger to death, but she preferred not to watch it closely. When she turned back, the steer had been separated from its head, and blood was soaking into the thirsty ground. Ramsay went to Shane, reached up and caught his head. He pulled the Paladin's face down until it was only a few inches from his. Marguerite wondered if the priest was about to kiss him. Seems a trifle odd, but then again demon slaying is clearly very complicated. Ramsay did not kiss him. Instead, he stared into the other man's eyes for a long moment, then nodded and released him. He went to Wren and performed the same gesture, though he had to bend down to do it. "Checking to make sure the demon hasn't jumped," Sir Xavier said. "If I may, madam." "Go ahead," said Marguerite, torn between horror and amusement. "You can tell by the eyes?" "On a demon like this, we'd probably notice because you were screaming in tongues," he said. "But we check anyway." He leaned forward, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Oh, dear." "What?" "I fear that you have remarkably lovely eyes." She snorted. "How unchivalrous of you, sir. You're injured, so I can't smack you for that." He grinned, clearly unrepentant. Ramsay approached, clambered over the fence, and checked his partner's eyes. "This man is a shameless flirt," Marguerite informed the priest. Dreadful, I know. If he's bothering you, tell me, and I'll inform the nuns when we return to the temple." "Oh, God, not the nuns!" Sir Xavier put his good arm over his face. "I shall be as humble and silent as a novice. Anything but nuns." Wren and Shane joined them. Ramsay cocked an eye approvingly at them. "That was good work, you two." "And you said you couldn't use the imperative mode," said Xavier, slapping Shane on the back with his good hand. Shane didn't quite stagger, but it was clearly a near thing. "I can't," he said. "Not truly." "It knelt, didn't it?" "But it tried immediately to get back up again." Shane shook his head. "A few seconds, that's all." "Sometimes a few seconds is enough." Shane sighed. "My heart is not pure enough," he said simply. "The god was right not to choose me." Ramsay and the dreaming god's paladin exchanged a look. "Not pure enough? If Shane's not pure enough, how do the regular paladins even function?" Apparently Sir Xavier agreed with her, because she heard him mutter, "You're a damn sight more pure of heart than I am, youngster," not entirely under his breath. "All right," said Ramsay, shaking his head. "We've kept you long enough, friends. We'll see you back to the river, though." They collected the horses, although Wren looked at hers as if she would prefer fighting possessed livestock to mounting again. Marguerite glanced at the position of the sun, decided that they hadn't lost a significant amount of time, and tapped the reins across her mount's neck. "All right, let's get a move on before we trip over another part of the world that needs saving." 10. Foster took the horses and bid them a good journey, then rode away, whistling tunelessly between his teeth. Marguerite, Shane, and Wren waited by the dock for their ride upriver to finish loading supplies. Shane was still keyed up from the fight with the demon, but he suspected that the adrenaline would wear off soon. They had done well. Even the little voice nagging him that he should have been able to make the demon kneel longer couldn't quite drown that out. There was one less demon in the world, and that was an unalloyed good thing. "Yes, but it certainly doesn't make up for all the terrible—" "Shut up," Shane told it wearily. "I promise I won't develop any self-confidence while your back is turned." "A word in your ear before you go," said Ramsay. The priest and the paladin had accompanied them to the dock, leading their own horses. "Might not be useful, but then again it might." "I'd never turn down a good word," said Marguerite, pushing herself up onto a crate. Her legs dangled girlishly, but no one would ever mistake her for anything but a grown woman. Her shirt was modestly cut, but modest in her case still revealed a significant expanse of flesh. Shane averted his eyes. He had found a shrine in the town to the four-faced god and offered up prayers last night, but he had not been comfortable leaving his companions for long. Wren was more than capable of standing up to most threats, but if she had to face them alone, the guilt would have eaten him alive. "Vigil on my knees at the next available opportunity, whenever that may be." "I don't know where you're going other than upriver," said the priest, "and I don't want to know. I'm not asking, and I'd rather you didn't tell me. I smell secrecy on all three of you." Shane glanced back at Marguerite, who smiled guilelessly. "Secrecy? I don't know what you mean." "Of course you don't," said Ramsay. For some reason, her response disappointed Shane. It would have cost nothing to admit that they were traveling with a purpose in mind, but she was lying to a priest out of what? Out of reflex? What a terrible reflex to have. No. No, you are on a clandestine mission and she is in command, and she knows more of this than you do. You have no right to judge." "But if you happened to be going into the highlands to the north," said the priest, "which the dreaming god keep you will not, be warned." His eyes caught Shane's. "There are rumors of a demon out there with human accomplices. An old and subtle one." Shane's blood ran cold. Most demons were young and stupid, and did not know how the world worked. You could spot them easily. They moved wrong. They spoke in demonic tongues. They had a tendency to levitate. They did not understand hunger, so they ate dirt and stones. And they did not understand pain, so they broke their own limbs and barely noticed. But the ones that lived long enough to learn better, the smart ones, the old ones, those became much harder to spot. And if a human worked with one willingly, well, they could see a paladin coming from a mile off and sink into their human host, hiding behind human eyes. Those were the temple's worst nightmare. "What sort of rumors?" he asked, through dry lips. "The kind that get through when a demon's too smart to leave an obvious trail." Sir Xavier rubbed absently at his injured arm. "It's not doing anything obvious. No grisly murders, no unholy miracles. Lots of little cults pop up in the wilds whenever someone charismatic enough comes along and promises people a better life following orders. We don't assume all of them are demons." "But you think this might be?" asked Marguerite. "A view not shared by my superiors," Ramsay grimaced. "The temple says we don't have enough evidence to go herring off into the wilds looking. We're spread too thin already. Ever since whatever was keeping demons free of Anukat City stopped working, they've been coming through fast and furious, and we don't have your brethren to call on anymore. Sorry, you two. So it's all the Forge Gods people now, and most of their smiths aren't warriors." Shane bowed his head. It was an old, old pain, long scarred over. But like many old wounds, it still ached, even though he knew that Ramsay's comments weren't directed at him. In another life, where he had been worthy of the dreaming god, he would have been in Anukat City himself, binding demons before they could do harm. "Keep an eye out," said Ramsay. "It may be nothing. I hope to the god it's nothing. But if you find yourself out that way—" He trailed off. "And now we should take our leave," said Sir Xavier, "since I believe that they are about to begin loading your trunks, and my arm won't let me assist with that." He saluted Shane and Wren, then bowed over Marguerite's hand and kissed each knuckle with maximum dramatic effect. "Get on with you, you shameless reprobate," she laughed, swatting at him. "Ramsay, keep him out of trouble." "Set me an impossible job, why don't you?" muttered the priest. He signed a blessing in their direction, waved, and scurried off after his partner. And in that other life, I would be the one kissing her, and perhaps thinking no more of it than either of them did. The thought sank Shane's spirits even lower. He picked up Marguerite's trunk of perfume samples and followed the two women to the end of the dock, where the captain of their barge was waiting. She was an older woman with a mouthful of gold teeth and a grandson who looked capable of picking up the entire barge and carrying it to the court of smoke. "Well, don't stand there gawping," she said to the grandson in question. "Take the trunks and put them in the cabin afore I box their ears." "Yes, Gran," mumbled the bear-sized young man. He picked a trunk up under each arm and carried it off. When he came back for the others, Marguerite had already stepped aboard, and the adolescent Colossus stopped dead, staring at her chest. Shane swung his own trunk with rather more force than was required, and the youngster caught it with a surprised grunt, but didn't drop it. He tore his gaze away from Marguerite, turning dull red, and hastened to stow the remainder of the luggage. "You all right?" asked Wren, joining him at the railing. "Fine," said Shane through gritted teeth. "Why?" "You're growling." Vigil might not be enough. Perhaps he could find a hair shirt somewhere, or engage in some hearty self-flagellation. "Careful with that," his friend Istvan used to say. "Flagellate yourself too often, you'll go blind." "Wren?" "Is there a word for feeling guilty that you don't feel guilty enough?" "Sure," said Wren. "It's called pathology." Marguerite went down to her knees to enter the low cabin. "You're still growling," said Wren. "Do you have something in your throat?" "I'm fine." He cleared his throat and fixed his eyes on the surface of the river. "I don't suppose you packed a hair shirt?" "I don't think they wear those at court. At least, not unless fashions have really changed." She nudged him with her elbow. "Cheer up. We got the demon, and we didn't miss the boat." Shane summoned a smile for her benefit. Wren looked at it, shook her head sadly, and left him to his thoughts. Marguerite was in a sour mood, and was finding it hard to shake. Normally her disposition tended toward the sunny, if sardonic, but today she felt off kilter. The demon had been unsettling. She'd known they existed, of course, but there was something about actually seeing one, and realizing that no amount of cleverness and negotiation would get rid of the thing. Oof! At least there's a chance, however small, of buying off an assassin. She'd done so once, last year, although it had been a very near thing, and she'd had to threaten to throw herself and her coin purse off a bridge in the process. If I can't talk my way out of something, I'm in a world of hurt. It didn't help that it was a gray, gloomy day on the water, or that Shane, who was capable of one of the sexiest voices she'd ever heard, was now communicating almost entirely in grunts. "This is the last slow leg of the trip," she said, as the team of mules on the shore plodded along and the boat moved slowly upstream. Shane said. "The food will be better once we get there." "Then I thought perhaps we'd bronze one of the donkeys as a souvenir." She gave up. She slept that night in one of the two small cabins, Wren alongside her. Shane slept on the deck, outside the cabin door, as if amphibious assassins might really swarm the barge during the night. The irony wasn't lost on her, given that, for once, she wasn't worried about the sail coming after her. There was simply nowhere on the barge for them to hide. When she got up, Shane was already awake. He nodded to her as she emerged, and then left without a word. "Is something wrong? Is it my breath?" He returned a few minutes later, carrying a steaming mug of tea, which he handed to her as formally as a knight presenting his sword to a king. "Oh, thank you." He nodded and returned to the railing. "Well, at least he didn't grunt, and he's trying to be considerate, and at least he doesn't loom the way that Stephen always did." She had to give Shane credit. He was, for a large armored man, remarkably unobtrusive. Beartongue's influence, perhaps. Presumably, formal audiences were less awkward if all eyes weren't riveted on the big guy with the sword standing behind the bishop. Still, if I don't find a way to get him talking in actual words soon, I may push him into the water and tell Beartongue a catfish got him. She joined him at the railing. "So, what do you do for fun?" "Fun?" he said, his eyes darting toward her as if expecting a trap. "Fun. Pleasure. Not for work. Hobbies." "I know what the word means." Marguerite had her doubts about that, but waited. He was silent for so long that she thought maybe he simply wasn't going to answer. Then finally he cleared his throat and said, "I walk." Marguerite wasn't quite sure whether walking counted as a hobby, but was willing to chance it. "Walk where?" "Around the city, sometimes across the river." She nodded. "There's some pretty countryside over there." "Yes." And then, after an even longer moment, "I read." "That's good." "Dear sweet rat, I might actually be getting somewhere. I like dramatic poetry myself." He glanced at her again. "Have you read Ernesta's Idylls of Summer?" "I have, actually." She was a little surprised. Idylls of Summer had been quite popular the last few months, featuring lost loves, traumatic misunderstandings, and an inevitable deathbed redemption. "I thought it was well written, but soppy." Shane accepted this judgment somberly. She wondered too late if she'd mortally offended him. Is a man who chops up demons devouring literature where the improbably virtuous maiden dies of despair because she has been spurned by the boy she loved? "Did you enjoy it?" she asked. He grunted. "Oh, lovely. You finally got him talking, and you immediately insult his taste in reading material." She hurried to salvage matters. "I really liked the sequence where they explore the caverns, though. I could have read 100 pages of that alone." "Yes." Shane turned toward her, face suddenly animated. "The descriptions of the mushrooms, with the glowing insects living in the gills, and the echo creatures. Those were lovely." "Good heavens, he makes a fine-looking wall, but when he's interested in something, he's practically incandescent." She tried to remember anything else that she knew about recent novels. "Has Ernesta written anything else?" Shane shook his head. "Not under that name. The poet prefers to remain anonymous." Someone must know who it is. I wonder if I could poke around the publisher and find out." Indecision crossed his face. "I am torn between intrigue and a desire to respect their privacy," the Paladin admitted. "Ah," said Marguerite lightly, "a commendable virtue. Not one I possess, mind you, but I admire it in others." She winked and left him at the railing, feeling as if she had scored a minor victory. "That didn't go too badly. Now, is there something else we can do to keep him from brooding at the railing for the rest of the trip?" Inspiration struck a few hours later, as she heard Wren chatting with the barge owner in Harshek, a language she was only somewhat familiar with. Language. Yes. She rounded up the pair of paladins. "Do either of you speak Dalian?" "I do," said Wren in that language, "although my accent is the worst kind of country bumpkin." Marguerite laughed delightedly. "Where on earth did you learn to talk like that?" "Growing up, believe it or not, Dalian is what we speak where we live, although it's so far from what they speak in the cities that it's practically a different language. They're very clipped, and we drag our vowels out into next week." "But that's wonderful. We want people to think you're a minor rural noble, and you sound perfect." "My humiliation is the rat's gain," said Wren. "Bah, none of them will know the real you. You're playing a role, like an actress. Everyone will think you are harmless and dismiss you, and that means they won't guard their tongues around you." Marguerite glanced at Shane. "And you?" He frowned. "I speak little," he said haltingly. "Speech is taught in temple. I listen more than speak." Marguerite nodded and switched back to the common tongue of Arkenhold. "Most people at the Court of Smoke won't actually use it. The higher nobles have taken to it as an affectation lately, claiming it's a more civilized tongue. Might be useful on the job." "So what is this job actually going to entail?" said Wren. daring midnight raids, blackmail, torturing the secrets out of someone? We are paladins. We do not torture secrets out of people, said Shane sternly. Marguerite snorted. I think you have the wrong sort of idea about what I do. I'm not some kind of military infiltrator. I just talk to people and listen to what they say and pay attention to things. Very rarely am I, stealing the invasion plans off someone's desk in the middle of the night, say. But you have done that? Asked Shane, with the faintest lift of one pale eyebrow. She chuckled. Stolen something off a desk? Once or twice, I suppose. Never for an actual invasion, though. So you're just listening to people? Asked Wren. That's it? Sorry to disappoint. Oh, fine. Can we still blackmail people? Disapproval radiated off Shane so strongly that it was practically visible, like heat haze. Marguerite stifled sudden annoyance. You used to chop people to pieces for a living. What gives you the right to disapprove? If I have to blackmail someone, I certainly will, she said, hoping perversely that would annoy him. Judging by the lines around his eyes, she succeeded. The real problem is figuring out who. So we'll go to court and listen to a lot of people, and hopefully someone will casually drop who Magnus's patron is. And then, asked Wren, do we blackmail them? The disapproving silence from Shane's direction got even louder. Well, then it gets trickier. I'll talk to them and perhaps we'll get lucky, and they'll casually drop where Magnus is hiding over a cup of tea. Or perhaps they won't, and then yes, anything's on the table. But it all starts with just listening. Ugh, muttered Wren. I had no idea being a spy would be so boring. Marguerite laughed. Yes, and I have to pretend to be interested. That's the worst of it. But 90% of the job is just learning who to talk to, sifting through gossip, and putting it together in useful ways. For example, we once had a tailor who was bragging that he'd found an incredible new designer and that he was going to be the hottest thing next season. He wouldn't say a word about what the designs were like, just that they were amazing, and he was smart enough not to leave the designs where a cracksman could get to them. So I went in and talked to the people who lived along the same street as his warehouse, and they all wanted to complain about the traffic coming and going. Watching the street got me the name of the people shipping the materials to the warehouse, and some chatting with a driver at a bar told me that they were delivering lace. There are only so many sources of lace in large quantities, so I simply strolled into a clerk's office and asked what their current price was. The third one told me that a buyer had locked up their supply, and when I dropped the tailor's name, they confirmed it. That was enough for my employer. They cornered the market on lace in advance of the season, and when the designs hit big, they made a fortune. Shane's grunt was definitely disapproving. Marguerite rolled her eyes. Look, most of the time we're dealing with merchants, not the fate of the world. I prefer it that way. But people kill for it nonetheless, said Shane quietly. Yes, often. The amounts of money involved are extraordinary. For lace, Marguerite shrugged. Or salt, or food, or iron. Lace may seem frivolous to you, but to the people making or losing a fortune, it's deadly serious. Shane grunted again. After a moment he asked, Will there be others attempting to stop you? There will be agents of the Red Sail there, yes, said Marguerite. And I'll be listening to them, and they'll be listening to me. She felt her lips twist. If we're lucky, they'll drop something and we'll figure out what it means before they do. If not, well, we'll see. And there are likely to be other operatives around as well, pursuing their own lines of inquiry, and if they learn something interesting, they may be willing to share it. That's the difficulty of keeping an operation completely quiet. Someone might go to the sale rather than me because they don't know that I want the information. So one has to weigh how much that they want to make known." "Could the sale be dangerous?" rumbled Shane. "Yes, but that's why I have a bodyguard." She expected another grunt, but he nodded instead. After a moment he asked, "When you say anything is on the table, what do you mean?" "And here is where you crawl into your armored shell and disapprove at me for the rest of the day, my boy." She lifted one shoulder in a nonchalant shrug. "Betting, blackmail, breaking and entering, whatever it takes to acquire the information." She definitely startled him that time. "Probably the betting part, as if it's somehow less moral to sleep with another adult than to chop them to little bits." Marguerite was determined not to let any of that show on her face. She turned away from the railing. "It's probably worth practicing daily and as much as we can in the meantime. Now I'm going to go see what we've got in the way of lunch." 11. The trip upriver was uneventful. Shane was torn between the knowledge that it was much better to have a boring trip than an exciting one, and the fact that at least an attack by river pirates would have given him something to think about other than Marguerite, his own failings, and possible demonic cultists, in that order. Mind you, any river pirates on this river would have to get in line. Literally. All the barges going upriver used animals on the riverbank to haul, and that made passing each other an extremely delicate proposition. There were designated crossover spots every few miles, but Shane still wasn't sure how they did it without getting everything hopelessly tangled. At night, all the barges would tie up in a line along the bank, the animals would be unharnessed and rubbed down, and gossip and supplies would be swapped between the crews. Shane was pleased to see that their captain was as taciturn with other boat crews as she was with her passengers. Of course, Marguerite must have chosen this barge specifically for that fact. She knows what she's doing. Which had him thinking about Marguerite again. Betting, blackmail, or breaking and entering. The way her lips had formed the word betting was going to haunt his dreams. He tried very hard to focus on the other two. As a former Paladin and, somewhere under all that, a knight, he knew he should object to blackmail and burglary on a moral level. But he also knew that Beartongue had undoubtedly blackmailed many people in a good cause, so it wasn't as if he could claim innocence. And Beartongue had sent him on this mission and told him to use his best judgment. He blew out a long breath and stared over the river. The sun was hot, but the breeze off the river was cold, which meant that his lower half was chilly and his shoulders and the back of his neck were uncomfortably warm. The difference, of course, was that Beartongue had an entire temple of people to protect her if things backfired. And it's not as if she's doing the breaking and entering herself either. Marguerite had him and Wren. As soon as Marguerite had mentioned blackmail, his mind had filled with visions of dangerous men, willing to kill to protect their secrets. Noblemen who can afford guards, troops, even assassins. How many can I stop, particularly in a place that I do not know, surrounded by people I cannot trust? "You will fail," whispered the chorus in his mind. "You can do nothing else, and when you fail, it will all be down to Wren, and Wren has never learned to back down, and so your failure will likely doom you both." He turned to look back across the barge, shading his eyes from the sun. Wren was doing weapon drills, the light glinting off her axe blades. Axes that she could hardly carry with her in her guise as a noblewoman. Marguerite was sitting cross-legged by the low cabin, working on altering one of the dresses that the rat had sent with them for Wren. "I can't do much about the fashion," she'd said earlier, "but there's no reason you can't have a decent fit." Well, Shane thought dryly, that's covered dwelling on Marguerite and your own failure. Would you like to worry about the demonic cultists some now? That, at least, was unlikely to affect him directly, though he would definitely mention it to Beartongue when they returned. Perhaps she could send someone to investigate who had a chance of learning more. The Dreaming Gods people were not known for the subtlety of their approach. Someone probably rode in wearing a white cloak and shouted, "Hey, anyone seen any levitating cows around here?" No wonder they can't get good information. Granted, Shane's method would have been to walk in wearing a gray cloak and shout, "Excuse me, have you heard of any strange cults around here?" But at least he was aware of it. Marguerite leaned back and stretched, which did impressive things to her torso, then grimaced. "These beds aren't my favorite," she said. "At least it's our last night on the river." Shane considered this, and what he knew of Marguerite's fears. "Does it, bother you," he asked, "that we will be going to a place that you know holds those that hunt you?" She snorted. "I'm not exactly being hunted. I almost wish I was." His eyebrows went up at that, and Marguerite's lips twisted in a rueful smile. "If someone was actually hunting for me, I'd know exactly what to do. I could hire a dozen armed guards and sit in a fortified room and wait for them to come for me. But that's not what's happening. I'm an afterthought, a target of opportunity. Frankly, it's maddening." "Because you don't know who to trust?" "I get around that by not trusting anyone." She gave him a wicked grin when she said it, and Shane had no idea if she was joking or not. "No, being an afterthought means that if someone tries to kill me, I don't know if they're going to try again, or if it was just some operative passing through and going, 'Oh, I remember her. Someone deal with that,' as they head out of town. I am just important enough to send some hired thugs after, if they're standing around anyway, but not significant enough to warrant a skilled assassin, except that every now and again I run into a member of the Sale who is bloody-minded enough that they get annoyed when I don't agree to die quietly, and then I have to run for it, without knowing whether they'll pursue me or whether it's enough that I've left town." "Ah, so if you did hire armed guards and sit in a fortified room—" "They'd sit around and play cards until I ran out of money and nothing would happen. And then a week later I'd spend the night at a posting inn, and someone would come in for 5 minutes to change horses and spot me at the bar, and one of their grooms would come through the window that night and try to strangle me." Judging by her expression, this was not a purely hypothetical scenario. "Fortunately, in the court, I know the rules, and so do they. I don't know if the branch of the Sale who wants me dead will be attending, or if they'll consider it worthwhile to go after me, but I do have a pretty good idea how they'll go about it if they do, which is where you come in." "I live to serve." Shane put a fist over his heart and bowed his head. Marguerite snorted and went back to sewing. He watched her for a long moment, then turned back to gaze upriver. The mountains had grown steadily closer. Tomorrow, land, and after that, the court of smoke. And may the Dreaming God have mercy on us all. When Marguerite crawled out of the cabin the next morning, she was surprised to find that Shane was not waiting for her. She looked around, puzzled. The mist lay thickly on the water, but the light was starting to break through, and he should have had no difficulty seeing her. "And? What, just because he brings you tea a couple of times, you decided that was part of his duties?" She spotted him sitting near the railing a few feet away. He was kneeling with his hands clasped in his lap, gazing downward with an expression of intense concentration. "Is he praying?" She climbed to her feet. He looked up at her, nodded once, and said, "Please forgive me for not bringing you tea." "It's not your job," she said, mostly to kick her earlier thoughts in the teeth. Was that something in his hands? "What have you got there?" "I believe it is some kind of swallow," said Shane gravely. Marguerite was not expecting that answer. She peered down. Yes, indeed, the man had a small bird clinging to his fingers. It had a forked tail and looked at her with lacquer-bright eyes. "All right," said Marguerite. "I'll bite. Why are you holding a swallow?" "It flew right to me," said Shane. "I believe the mist confused it. It is not apparently injured." Marguerite couldn't help but laugh. With the bird clinging in his hand and the pale indirect light, he looked more like a marble sculpture than a man, an allegorical representation of strength, perhaps, or, given the bird, compassion. Although Marguerite had seen plenty of allegorical representations of the latter, most of them female, none of which left the viewer wanting to tear the statue's clothes off and see just how much passion there was in compassion. "Down, girl. You don't know anything about him. He could have a sweetheart back in Archon's glory for all you know." "How long have you been sitting there with the bird?" she asked. "Only a moment." He turned his hand, but the swallow showed no interest in moving. "That's avoiding a river devil," said the captain of the barge. Both Marguerite and Shane turned to look at her. The old woman stumped across the deck toward them, her hands shoved deeply into her pockets. "A river devil?" asked Shane. The captain nodded. "It's a river swallow," she said. "They go back and forth picking off insects, and the devils pick them off." She pulled one gnarled hand out of her pocket and pointed. "Watch." Marguerite peered into the mist. Another bird was flying along the water's surface, making long, repetitive arcs that made the fog tremble. She couldn't see anything that resembled a devil, though. She was just about to ask what she was looking for when the surface of the water broke and something large and flat leapt up after the bird. She had an impression of blunt wings, a pale underside, and an open, lipless mouth, before the devil struck the water again and vanished beneath the surface. The flying swallow was gone. The one on Shane's hand was perfectly still. "Did it?" Marguerite asked. "Oh, aye," the captain nodded to her. "They mostly eat little bitty fish, but they'll take a bird if they can." "Are they dangerous to people?" asked Shane. She could understand the question. The thing had been at least 5 feet across, maybe more. "Nah, they leave us alone. We leave them alone." She turned to go, then paused. "If you catch one in your net, you got to throw it back, though. It's bad luck otherwise. And if one dies in your net, you got to make an offering to the river gods." "Are they sacred to the gods, then?" The captain frowned at him. "No, but they belong to 'em, like a mule belongs to its owner. You kill somebody's mule, you got to make it right with them." Shane nodded, understanding of this fine theological difference, and the captain went back to her perch near the back. Marguerite felt a twitch of amusement. That was more words than she'd ever heard the woman speak willingly. Indeed, she hired this barge specifically because the captain spoke so little and was entirely resistant to gossip. "And I consider that a virtue in her and not in Shane. What a hypocrite I am. I should simply be glad that he will not gossip to anyone else about our mission." "You still seem to have a bird," she said. "So I have noticed." He gazed at the bird with an air of resignation. "I cannot begrudge it the sanctuary, but my hand is becoming cramped." "Can I get you anything? A perch, perhaps?" Shane considered this. "I would not object to tea," he said finally, "if I may impose on you." "Ah, yes, a truly monstrous imposition, tea. But I'll allow it." She went to the small galley in the back of the raft and returned a few moments later with 2 steaming cups. The fingers that touched hers felt like ice. Marguerite wondered if the bird was getting cold as well. Apparently the bird felt the same way, or perhaps when his hands shifted, it decided it was time to leave. It leapt up in a flutter of wings and was gone into the mist in a heartbeat. Marguerite let out a startled laugh. Shane gazed after it, then dropped his head. She would have sworn that he smiled. He signed a benediction in the air after the bird, then washed his hands in the river and finally took a sip of tea. "Thank you." "Glad to help." She cocked her head, studying him. "Are you a knight?" Shane stilled. "Why do you ask?" "Curiosity. You move like one." "How so?" "You kneel and get up again too easily." Shane frowned. "I don't follow." She smiled. "The only people who spend as much time on their knees as knights are whores and holy men. You're not the latter, though I admit I'm merely guessing with the other one." He blinked at her. The tips of his ears went suddenly, blazingly scarlet. Marguerite did not know whether to feel guilty or charmed. He cleared his throat. "Yes, technically. I was knighted as part of my training He might as well have held up a sign saying, "Please do not ask about the dreaming god." Marguerite had no intention of doing so. "It's not a bad thing," she said. "I was just curious. Should I be calling you Sir Shane?" He sighed deeply, and Marguerite wondered how she'd ever thought that he was expressionless. "It would be Sir Shane of Templemarch, and I'd really rather you didn't." "Then I won't. And now my finely honed conversational senses are telling me to change the subject." She scanned the water, but saw no sign of the river devil. "You know, I've gone up and down this stretch nearly a dozen times, and I've never seen a river devil before. I didn't know they were so large." "I had never even heard of them." He stretched his fingers, shaking out the stiffness. "It is unsettling to think that there are such large creatures passing beneath us." Marguerite chuckled. "We'll soon be at the Court of Smoke. Fewer rays, but a great deal more going on beneath the surface." Shane sighed. "I will look forward to being off the boat," he confessed. "But I am concerned about the rest." "You and me both," said Marguerite with a sigh. "You and me both." 12. Their final stop before the court was a small town at the river's edge. It was divided into 2 distinct districts, one full of expensive-looking inns and shops, set well back from the water, and one built on and around a network of docks. They disembarked and made their way to an inn on the edge of the wealthy district, where Marguerite bespoke a private dining room. Once inside, Shane was surprised and a trifle appalled when Marguerite began to strip. "Ah," he said. "Turn your back," said Marguerite, digging into one of her trunks. "We're only staying here long enough to turn Wren into a noble and me into a luxury merchant." She shared an exasperated glance with Wren. "He doesn't have to change, the lucky sod." Shane turned his back and gazed at the wall, trying to ignore the sounds of sliding fabric behind him. He told himself that they might be coming from Wren, and since picturing Wren naked would be tantamount to incest, he managed to hold off any inconveniently erotic images. "You can turn around," said Wren after a few minutes. "We're decent." Well, as decent as we're likely to get, Marguerite added. He turned around. Wren was wearing something green that was probably fashionable. It had ruffles anyway, and no one would wear ruffles if fashion wasn't involved somehow. Marguerite was dressed much as she always was, except that the fabric was of far higher quality, and the bodice was cut rather lower. A panel of lace across her cleavage was presumably supposed to provide modesty, but in Shane's opinion, it was not doing a very good job. Why did he not own a hair shirt? "Right," said Marguerite cheerfully. "And now a carriage, and into the lion's den." The carriage ride took nearly an hour, and by the end of it, Shane's teeth were beginning to ache from being rattled around in his skull. He rode with the bishop often enough, to and from court appearances, and he was rather surprised at the difference between cobblestone streets and the road. Marguerite laughed when he confessed this. "Possibly, but I'd bet money that the bishop's carriage has quite good springs compared to this rattletrap." Shane tried not to bridle at the implication. "I cannot imagine that the bishop would waste money on such a frivolous luxury." "Frivolous?" Marguerite's eyes had a wicked gleam. "She takes that carriage to court, does she not? To meet with the archon and visiting dignitaries? To make official appearances on behalf of the rat, that sort of thing?" Shane nodded. As the bishop's guard detail, he had been to more official appearances than he could count, and was always a trifle astonished that Bertung had no difficulty remembering the name and rank of every one she was introduced to. "Tell me, what makes a better impression, stumbling out with your hair mussed and your bones rattled and your stomach roiling, or sweeping in without a hair out of place, looking entirely in control of the situation?" "Huh." Shane had to stop and think about that one. Obviously, the bishop had to look, well, bishop-like, whatever that meant. Possibly an investment in that was not frivolous after all. "Her robes are very carefully tailored, too, even though they look like standard clerical wear for the rat. She's not actually as tall as she looks. It's all done with strong lines. Her vestments are about a half-inch narrower than the norm, all of which adds to the impression she's trying to convey, like the carriage." He wondered how on earth Marguerite had learned all that. Perhaps spies simply noticed these things, or she went through the bishop's laundry. "I admit that had not occurred to me." "Of course it didn't. You're a paladin." Marguerite patted his arm. "Physical privation is practically one of your hobbies." Wren laughed. "We're not that bad. I mean, it's not like we enjoy bad food and dumping ice-cold water over our heads at dawn. It just works out that way sometimes." "I enjoy hot baths," said Shane. "And, food?" Both women looked at him. Wren shook her head sorrowfully. "Poor bastard wouldn't know a spice if it drew steel on him," she murmured to Marguerite. "It's probably not his fault. Raised wrong, I expect." "I use pepper," muttered Shane. "Stung. And salt." He looked up into identical expressions of pity and decided to stare out the window instead. "Speaking of salt and jobs associated with it," said Marguerite, following his gaze, "I believe we're here." They disembarked from the carriage by the shores of a narrow lake. Mountains framed the water on three sides, casting extraordinary reflections that were only slightly marred by wind ruffling the water. Towering above them, battlements raking the sky, stood an immense fortress. It looked ancient and immovable, and as if it had been hewn from the living rock itself. It was also painted bright purple. "Goodness," said Wren, craning her neck. "That's certainly, vivid." Careful inspection revealed that the fortress was actually painted in shades of red and blue. One immense tower was ringed with alternating bands, but the colors were so intense that they seemed to vibrate against each other, turning into a violet blur. "They repaint it depending on who's hosting," said Marguerite. "Hosting?" "Footing the bill. This year I think it's Lord Guillemot, so those are his colors. This isn't bad. One year Lady Millhaven shared hosting with the Merchants' Guild of the Dowager City, and the place was done up in orange checkerboard on one half and green stripes on the other." Marguerite flagged down a man in livery standing nearby. "3 for the court." Coins exchanged hands, and he began carting away their trunks. Marguerite picked up a single bag and slung it over her shoulder. "Right." She dusted her hands. "We walk from here." There was a nicely paved footpath leading toward the fortress. Shane guessed that all the wagon traffic went elsewhere. This was borne out a moment later, when they passed a large dock jutting into a lake, which seemed to be for loading and unloading river traffic. A second dock extended out past it, with boats bobbing at anchor, but without the bustle of activity. "So who rules this place?" he asked. "Is it whoever is hosting?" Technically, we are on the land of the princes of Alta, and no, there is no reason you should have heard of them." Marguerite waved a hand generally cliffward, as she explained that generations of princes had ruled the fortress, which controlled the side of the lake that the river drained from, which was, by orders of magnitude, the easiest route into the highlands. Surrounded by high crags and questionable mountain passes, without a great deal of arable land to feed themselves, the princes instead levied taxes on goods passing through. In the distant past, various kingdoms had either objected to or envied these taxes, and attempted to take the fortress away, which meant that the Prince of Alta had to command a rather large standing army. Of course, taxes went even higher whenever there was an attack, and the princes made sure that everyone knew the reason why. Rulers who challenged the fortress rapidly found themselves facing both the sheer cliff, the army, and a great many merchants who were very displeased about suddenly being taxed in excess of 50% to use the river. Attacking Alta entered the vocabulary as slang for a self-defeating plan, and no one had attacked the fortress in over a century. "The last few princes didn't feel the need to keep up the full army," Marguerite said, "which left them with a fortress full of empty rooms. The grandfather of the current prince started inviting his friends over in the summer, and then a few more friends, and so forth. But it gets expensive to host that kind of party. Nobles cost almost as much as armies, so the next prince graciously allowed people to curry favor with him by footing the bill, and the Court of Smoke was born." "So we would be subject to the judgment of this prince in the event of an incident?" asked Shane. "Define incident." "Somebody takes an axe to the face," offered Wren. "The guards would frown on that, yes," said Marguerite. "Both the prince and the hosting lords prefer that things run as smoothly and as, incident-free as possible." She glanced from one paladin to the other. "There aren't going to be any lawyers or trials here. The nobility resolves things with sanctioned dueling. People like us are either thrown in a cell or evicted from the fortress." "So no axes?" "Not unless you can do it without being caught." The footpath turned, and the shadow of the mountain fell over them. The temperature instantly dropped. Shane tilted his head back to try to estimate the height of the violet fortress, and gave up somewhere at "really quite tall." "This is going to be a lot of stairs," muttered Wren. No, there's a lift. They don't make nobility climb like pilgrims." "Oh," said Wren glumly. "Joy." Shane winced internally. Wren was fearless about virtually everything, but she did not have a terribly good head for heights. It was probably too much to hope for that the lift was enclosed. He bumped her shoulder in wordless support. "I'll be fine," she muttered. "It's fine as long as I'm not actually looking down." Despite the brave words, she turned a bit green at the side of the lift, which was a fragile-looking confection of wicker. though large enough to hold 12 people. From the ropes and pulleys overhead, Shane guessed that it functioned the same way as any other lift. Somewhere inside, there was probably a donkey on a treadmill supplying the power. The attendant waved them inside and closed the little half-door, latching it. "Don't lean out of the windows," he recited in a bored monotone. "Don't try to climb anything. Don't light any fires, not to cook, not to warm up, not at all." "Do people actually try to cook in this thing?" asked Shane, aghast. "Sir," said the attendant, "I have seen people do things that you cannot possibly imagine." He grabbed a pull rope and tugged, and a moment later the lift swung aloft. "Oh, boy," said Wren, retreating to the side closest to the wall and closing her eyes. Shane took her hand. She gave him a wan smile, not opening her eyes. Marguerite stood at the window opposite, looking across the view with interest, but didn't say anything. The trip up only took about 5 minutes, but Shane suspected that for Wren it seemed like a lot longer. The ascent would run smoothly for a few moments. Then there would be a series of short, jerky motions. Then it would settle down again. At one point, a gust of wind set the basket swaying, and Wren turned fish-belly white. "It's fine," said Shane, using the Paladin's voice. "All will be well. We're nearly there, and we don't need to come back down again unless you decide to go horseback riding." "Not unless they bring the horse up to me." "I suspect that attendant has seen it happen before." Marguerite caught Shane's eye and glanced at Wren, lifting one eyebrow. He shook his head at her. Wren would be fine once she was back on solid ground, he knew, and having Marguerite appear to notice would only deepen her future embarrassment. At last the basket jerked to a halt. Another attendant opened the door and motioned them out. "We're here," Shane said, tugging on Wren's hand. "Right," she said, taking a deep breath. She stepped out of the lift, eyes straight ahead. Marguerite followed, with Shane bringing up the rear. They stepped through an archway into an unexpectedly broad courtyard, the fortress rising on all 4 sides around it. The courtyard was a hive of activity, porters moving trunks, and servants in a dozen different shades of livery, running on errands of their own. None of them seemed bothered by the fact that they were so far up, not even when the wind came whistling through the archway behind them, cutting through Shane's surcoat like a knife, and tugging Marguerite's cloak loose from her shoulders. "Ack!" Marguerite fumbled and nearly dropped her bag. Shane caught the cloak as it slid and tugged it back up her shoulders, refastening the pin. Marguerite looked up at him with a rueful smile. "I need an extra set of hands." "Don't we all?" he said automatically. But what he truly noticed was that when his fingertips accidentally brushed the side of her throat, she shivered. Just a little. Hardly noticeable, unless it was your job to watch someone for the smallest sign. If he had been the Paladin that he was supposed to be, he would have thought nothing of it. It's the cold, nothing more. But he was twice a failure, and so he smoothed the edge of the cloak down and let the back of his knuckles trace the barest line against her skin. Almost imperceptibly, he felt her shiver again. Marguerite's eyes met his with a faint, puzzled smile. Something dark and hot flared inside him. Something hungry. He wanted to stroke his finger along the line of her jaw and see if his touch truly had the power to make her tremble. "And who are you to even think such things? Are you that eager to add her name to your long list of failures?" He was not the Paladin that he was supposed to be, but neither was he completely lost. He stepped back, gave her a little bow, and turned away. Probably it was just the cold anyway. 13. Their rooms were very small. Shane did not know if that was a reflection of their group's lack of standing, or if the Court of Smoke only had so many rooms. The suite had a short entryway, barely large enough for the door to swing inward, with two narrow doorways on either side. The main door led onto a room with a large fireplace, a desk, and a dining table, which led to two further bedrooms, no larger than Shane's at the Temple of the Rat. The two doors in the entry hall opened onto what looked like closets. "Servant quarters," said Marguerite. "Do they dislike servants here?" asked Shane dryly. "Or just employ the double-jointed?" That was very close to a joke. She peered around him into the narrow space. "These are for a maid-of-all-work and a footman. They assume your valet or your lady's maid will stay in your room with you." Shane digested this. "I fear that I would make a poor lady's maid. I will stay in one of these." Marguerite's lips twitched. "They didn't teach you to style hair at the temple." He was fairly certain that this was also a joke, but he had an actual answer. "I can braid hair in several ways," he said. "It is useful for tucking under a helmet so that the enemy cannot grab your hair and use it as a handle." Her dark eyes searched his face, perhaps looking for falsehood. Shane wondered if she knew many people who lied about being able to braid hair. What a peculiar thing to lie about. But spies are complex people, and perhaps there is a reason. "You are a man of unexpected talents," she said finally. He bowed his head, accepting this praise. "And now," Marguerite said, once they had unpacked the trunks that had been brought up, "I am going to do something decadent. Wren, you're coming with me. Shane, you're not." "I am?" "I'm not?" "Yes." She draped a dressing gown over her arm. "We're going to take advantage of the single best feature of the Court of Smoke. Natural hot springs. Come on, Wren, let's go soak." "Oh, hell yes." "You're sure it's safe?" asked Shane. "The walk to and from the bath is the most dangerous part. That's why Wren's coming with me. And at least this way, if they kill me, I'll die a lot less sore." She grinned up at him. "There's a men's side. You don't have to suffer alone." Shane contemplated the value of mortification of the flesh, and then decided that hot water trumped spiritual development, and went to find a towel. Marguerite leaned back in the hot water and felt her muscles slowly unknot. The smell of mineral salts filled her nostrils, and her skin soaked it up with intense delight. Her mind, alas, was a little less willing to relax. "You're here. You're finally here, and the sale definitely has operatives here, and you don't know if they're from a branch that wants you dead. An assassin could come through that door at any second." "Stop that," she told herself firmly. "That's why I've got bodyguards." One of those bodyguards was currently sitting on the other side of the stone bench, up to her neck in water, with an expression of intense bliss. The baths had both an open general area and a series of enclosed bays for those who preferred privacy. Both women's clothes lay piled up on the floor just inside the door of the bay. For the first time since they'd met, Marguerite was sure that Wren did not have any weapons currently on her. Fairly sure. Her paranoia twinged again. "Stop. You've got a Paladin berserker with you. You are as safe as it is humanly possible to be." Still, after 2 years of evading the sale's clutches, it was difficult to set the anxiety aside completely. "Wren? If an assassin came through the door right now, what would you do?" Wren turned to study the door. It lasted for so long that Marguerite would normally have wondered if she'd forgotten the question. But finally, in an almost dreamy voice, the Paladin said, "If she had a blade, pick up that wooden bathing stool and catch the edge between the legs. A good twist and she'll likely either drop it or the blade will snap. If she holds on too long, assuming she's right-handed, her arm will twist too, and it's easier to snap the elbow backward at that angle. If she drops it, then go in fast with a blow to the throat to knock her down and hold her head under water." Marguerite felt a chill despite the heat of the water. "Aren't you glad you asked? Isn't this exactly what you wanted, anyway?" Wren coughed, and her eyes, which had been worryingly distant, focused again. "It, gets a little more complicated if she's left-handed or unarmed." "That's, comforting?" Marguerite blinked steam out of her eyes. "You keep saying she." Wren shrugged. "I assume an assassin wants to blend in as much as possible, so they'd send a woman to kill you in here, although it would be unwise. Blood would circulate through the whole pool before draining, and people tend to notice if the water turns red." It was remarkably easy to stop taking Wren seriously as a fighter, particularly with Shane standing around looking like a marble statue of a warrior. Marguerite realized that she'd been in danger of slipping into that mindset herself, and firmly squelched it. "You're terrifying," she said with deep admiration. "Aw, thank you," Wren stretched. "Do people bathe here often?" "Every day if you want. I try to make time for one. If you're not available for whatever reason, I can use the communal pools, though. They're not going to swoop in and stab me where someone's watching." She eyed Wren thoughtfully. "You, should probably avoid those, though." "I should." Wren covered her breasts self-consciously with her hands. "It's not how you look," said Marguerite. "Or rather it is, but not bad." She shook her head. "It's the scars." Wren looked down at herself, apparently surprised. "People are going to wonder about those," said Marguerite gently, pointing to a particularly wicked slash mark across the Paladin's left arm. "And nobody gets muscles like that from working on a tapestry." Wren snorted, stretching her arms out. Her forearms were almost twice as thick around as Marguerite's. "You're probably right. I can explain away some of the scars if I have to, but I don't want to stand out." Marguerite nodded. "Don't panic if someone notices. Just be aware." The Paladin sighed. "There's so much to keep track of," she muttered, sinking deeper into the water. "I don't know how you can keep it all straight." "Practice," said Marguerite. "I don't know how you can swing a sword for hours on end, so we're even." "It's rarely hours," said Wren. "More like a few seconds, repeated every few minutes or so, until either the other guys are dead or you are." "See, that does not sound fun to me." "I don't know if it's fun exactly," Wren considered this. "It's more that I'm good at it, and it needs to be done. I don't enjoy killing people, but I do enjoy doing something I'm good at. Does that make sense?" "Quite a lot, yes." Marguerite decided that she had wrung as much relaxation out of the hot water as she was going to. "All right, let's get back to our rooms before Shane frets himself to death, or we turn into prunes." Shane was not fretting. Not at all. Marguerite was with Wren, and Wren was extremely competent. There was no doubt in his mind that they would both return safely. None whatsoever. He had seen guards stationed at various points in the corridors, and surely they would leap in to help stop anyone seen attacking a pair of women. Not that Wren would need help, unless the guards are in the employ of this group that wishes Marguerite dead. But we have only been here a few hours, so surely that is unlikely. I have absolutely nothing to be worried about. He was so unworried that he spent only 20 minutes in the hot spring. After all, someone as relaxed as he was did not require a long soak to become even more relaxed. It would have been redundant. Rather than fret when he returned to the suite and found that the others had not yet returned, Shane unpacked all of his gear into the tiny sleeping closet. Then he reorganized it to be more efficient, which he would have done anyway, and was certainly not a sign of anxiety. He was just wondering if he should try to reorganize it again when the door opened, and he erupted out of the closet with his short sword in hand. "We can come back if you're busy," said Marguerite, gazing down 18 inches of steel. "Sorry," he let the point drop. "I was, "You were worrying," said Wren, pushing past him. She glowered at him. "Don't trust me to do my job?" "I have absolute faith in you. It's the rest of the world that I have concerns about." "Seems fair," said Marguerite. Her black hair clung to her face in damp ringlets. "I'm going to bed. There is a feather bed calling my name." She vanished through one of the bedroom doors. Shane sat down, avoiding Wren's eyes, but it was difficult to be the picture of relaxation while carrying a naked sword. "You were absolutely worrying." "I was just going to sharpen this." "Where's the whetstone?" Shane muttered something under his breath. Even he wasn't sure what, and went to fetch a whetstone. Wren flung herself into the chair opposite. "You like her." "I do not like her. I mean, I like her fine. I don't dislike her." "Yes, but you like her." Wren wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. "What are we, 12? Shane rubbed his face. "I am an adult. I do not like people. I am attracted to them." "Oh, so you are attracted to her." Wren leaned over the arm of the chair, eyes shining. "I knew it." Shane stared at the ceiling. "She is very attractive. There is nothing strange about that." "Aha." Wren leaned in closer. "So, are you going to tell her?" "No." He hadn't meant that to come out quite so vehemently. Wren sat back, grinning like a delighted shark. Shane cleared his throat and said more quietly, "It's not like that." Wren didn't say anything, but her eyebrows were eloquent. "It's not." "Mm-hmm." "I'm attracted to lots of people." "Sure you are." "I am." "Name one." He floundered for a moment. How about Acolyte Melissa?" "The temple healer's apprentice?" "Yes, she's very attractive." "Her husband certainly thought so," Wren said. "When he married her last year." Shane blinked. "And then they moved to Aquila-on-Marsh 6 months ago." Wren sat back. "I said that I was attracted to her, not that I was paying attention to her whereabouts," muttered Shane. "Anyway, it's different. Just because Marguerite is an extremely attractive woman—" "We've gone from very to extremely attractive," Wren murmured. Shane put his head in his hands. "Have you been taking lessons from Istvan?" Wren beamed. "Now that," she said, "is possibly the nicest thing you've ever said to me." She stood up and patted his shoulder. "I'm going to bed. You should too. Tomorrow is going to be quite a day." 14. "I feel ridiculous," muttered Wren, adjusting the bodice of her dress for the 5th time. "Everyone will know that I don't belong here." "You'll be fine," said Marguerite soothingly. She fixed Shane with a gimlet eye and jerked her head toward Wren's back. "You, look quite nice, Wren." "You are just the worst liar. Do you know that you can't fit an axe under these skirts? You'd think it would be easy, but no." Her skirts were a froth of petticoats. They had been the cutting edge of fashion 2 years ago. The Rat's suppliers had done their best, but high fashion was where they fell short. The result made Wren look like a disembodied torso levitating over a particularly ornate cake. As they entered the antechamber to the largest ballroom, Marguerite watched Wren steel herself. "You are perfect," said Marguerite softly. "You are supposed to be backward and provincial and on the hunt for amusement, and you are going to play that role magnificently." Wren flashed her a brief smile. "I'm not sure it's a role." "It is. Don't forget it." Shane bent his head and murmured in her ear. Wren laughed abruptly, straightened her shoulders, and lifted her chin. "All right, let's do this." The door opened. The majordomo announced the Lady of Sedgemoor. A few heads turned. Wren snapped her fan open and strode forward into battle. "What on earth did you say to her?" murmured Marguerite, as they waited their turn to be announced. "I reminded her that she could kill anyone in the room if need be." "That might do it." Marguerite watched Wren vanish into the crowd. The majordomo announced Marguerite simply as Marguerite Florian of Anuket City, merchant, and omitted Shane entirely. 3 more merchants were announced in rapid succession, which, as far as she was concerned, was just fine. She was here to see, not to be seen, at least not until necessary. She scanned the room, picking out people she knew, people she liked, people she loathed, and, much more rarely, people she feared. There weren't many of the latter. One dead-eyed courtier that she knew to stay well away from. "He's no part of this, thank God." One old woman with a shaky smile and an entourage of giddy young things. Marguerite knew for a fact that her web of blackmail extended into 3 nations. Only concerned about seeing her granddaughters married off, even if she has to start wars to do it. Another operative who she didn't fear, but who worked for a man that she did. "Though my best information is that he is in Charlock right now, and the red sail does not concern him, so likely not a player in this particular game." It was unlikely that any of them would pay much attention to her. Her cover as Marguerite, perfume merchant, was well established. Mostly, though, it was the usual swirl of people. Courtiers playing games of rank, merchants playing games of wealth, and scattered spies playing games of information. The 3 goals crossed and recrossed, sometimes parallel, sometimes at odds. But as long as our interests do not overlap, we shall leave each other well alone. Perhaps, strangely, she felt herself begin to relax. This room felt, not safe exactly, but familiar. She had told Shane the truth. She was walking into a den of tigers, but she knew all the tigers by name, and which ones she could step over, and which she should avoid. "Who are the men carrying arms?" asked Shane. "They do not appear to be guards or duelists." Marguerite followed his gaze. "Oh, those. They're chevaliers. Courtier knights." "Do they know how to use those swords?" asked Shane. "They're trained in dueling," said Marguerite. Shane gave a non-committal grunt. She could understand his skepticism, assuming that grunt had been skepticism. The chevaliers mostly did not look like warriors. They wore silk and velvet, and had elaborately plumed hats, and their peace-bonded swords were narrow and often encrusted with jewels. "Don't underestimate them," she warned. "Some of them make a habit of calling other men out for fun." "I try never to underestimate an opponent." "I'd prefer you didn't get in any duels." "I would also prefer that." His eyes moved across the room, lingering briefly on a knot of chevaliers. "Do you know anything of their fighting style?" "Not much," admitted Marguerite. She was an encyclopedia of information on a great many topics, but armed combat was not one of them. "The duels I've seen all looked very fast and showy." Yes, with those swords that would make sense." He moved his elbow, brushing it against the scabbard across his back, and the heavy sword there. Marguerite tried to picture a chevalier fighting a demon-possessed bull with a slender rapier, and failed. "Does that mean that you could beat one?" "Not necessarily." Shane's eyes continued to scan the crowd. "I am very strong, but my weapon is not made to parry quickly. But by the same token, they could not parry my blade without breaking theirs. It would likely come down to endurance and luck, and the terrain, of course." The way that Shane said, "I am very strong," struck her as amusing. It wasn't boastful. So far as she could tell, the man would rather fall on his sword than boast. It was simply an unremarkable fact. "Squirrels exist. It is raining today. I am very strong." She continued her survey of the room, pausing when she recognized a near friend. "Interesting." Shane cocked an eyebrow at her. "I know him." "Who?" "The handsome one charming the ladies over there. That's Davith. He is in something of the same line of work I am." "Is he a threat?" Shane's voice was pitched so low that she could feel the vibrations in his chest more clearly than his words. A shiver went down her spine, and she told herself firmly to stop that. "Possibly. He could also be very helpful, and he owes me a favor. I'm going to go find out. You are going to stay here." "Am I?" "Yes. You are going to lean against the wall like all the other chaperones and tame duelists are doing." "How am I supposed to protect you from the wall?" "If you see anyone stab me, kill them." "I fail to see how that will help you." "Oh, it wouldn't in the least. But knowing that you are watching means that nobody's likely to try. If someone's going to do me in, it's going to be in a quiet hallway, not the middle of a ballroom. Anyway, Davith would never stab anyone. It isn't his style." He grunted again. Marguerite filed this grunt under grudging acceptance and went to go see her old friend and enemy. Davith was that most fortunate of men, whose boyish good looks were aging gracefully. Marguerite had seen it happen the other way many times. A lad who was strikingly handsome at 20 would lose the glow of youth, acquire a few lines around their eyes and mouth, and suddenly look as if they'd spent their life in the worst sort of debauchery. Usually this happened just when their peers were reaching their prime too. The good ones bore this with resigned humor. The bad ones became vain and terrified, and lashed out at the world that suddenly no longer catered to their every whim. She'd known far too many of the latter, and was sneakingly glad that Davith was unlikely to go that way. The man was far too useful to lose to something so petty, and far too dangerous if he chose to lash out. He still looked younger than he was. Marguerite knew for a fact that Davith was in his early 30s, even though no one would guess he was over 25. But he had strong bones, and the faint grooves at the corners of his eyes were clearly laugh lines. There was no trace of silver in his hair, but that meant little enough. Marguerite knew at least 3 ways of covering gray hairs. She suspected that when Davith finally allowed it to show, it would involve an artistic touch of silver at the temples, just enough to set off the blackness of the rest and the elegant amber of his skin. "It will be nearly impossible to see gray in Shane's hair," she mused absently. "It's so pale already that a few white hairs will be invisible, although they'd probably show up in that awful red beard." There were 4 women gathered around her quarry. As she approached, she could hear Davith's laugh, light and spontaneous and amused, encouraging the listeners to join in on the joke. It took an incredible amount of work to perfect a spontaneous laugh like that. "I wonder which one of them he's trying to seduce." At a guess, it was the tall woman in pale green silk. She was standing a trifle farther back, and her face was turned slightly away, as if she didn't want to appear too eager. Marguerite assessed the woman's clothes. "Moderately wealthy, probably a widow. That's a respectable cut, but not too respectable. Very expensive shoes. Good choice." She strolled up to the gathering and nudged Davith in the ribs with her elbow. "Why, Davith, what a surprise! I didn't expect to see you here, darling." He turned, clearly surprised. If he was unhappy to see her, he covered it too quickly for Marguerite to spot. There was an excellent chance that he was working for the Red Sail, among others. But she suspected that he didn't know that his employers wanted her dead. Not that she wanted to be a target, but if he had known, that would have told her something. That was always the problem with other spies. Sometimes it was almost as frustrating when they didn't know enough as when they knew too much. "Marguerite," he bowed to her, "how lovely to see you again. It has been quite some time, has it not?" "Far too long," she said, playing along. It would be quite rude to interfere with his work by calling him a liar, but Marguerite was not above a little gentle malice. "I have missed you terribly, you naughty man." She turned to the other 4 women, who were watching her with interest. "Whatever tales you've heard of this man, they don't even begin to do justice to the truth." 3 looked fascinated. The widow in green narrowed her eyes slightly. "And if I was feeling particularly unkind, I'd go on, but I would like his help." She therefore did not take his arm or wink saucily at his audience, but only tapped her finger against her lip. "You know, Davith, I'm selling here again this year, and I might have a business opportunity available, if you were interested." "I don't know. Business requires so much effort that might be better spent on pleasure." He was looking at the woman in green when he said it, and she looked away quickly, then shot an edged look in Marguerite's direction. "Ah, well, if you change your mind, I'll be, circulating." She waved a hand in the air and patted his arm. "So good to see you again." It took about 10 minutes before he caught up to her at a punch bowl in the next room over. This didn't surprise her at all. Davith was perpetually broke, and the notion of profit that didn't come from warming someone's bed was bound to be a draw. "Marguerite," he said, and this time kissed her cheek. "Thank you for not showing me up too badly." She chuckled. "Charming that lovely widow, are you?" "Trying," said Davith. "Lady Sancha doesn't quite believe my claims of undying affection." "Very wise of her." "Probably, but she's also the jealous sort, so you might have done me a good turn by showing up like that." "Well, then that's 2 favors you owe me." "Ah!" His voice was still superficially light, but she saw the sudden watchfulness in his gaze, a coiling of intent. "Are you planning on calling that favor in, then?" "I might have need of some of your skills. One never knows." "Interesting," he smiled, although she doubted he meant it. "I don't suppose it's my skill in bed that you'd like to test out?" She gave him a wry look. "I can't say that's particularly interesting at the moment." "You wound me to the quick, my dear." "Yes, you look extremely wounded." He chuckled. "I'm glad you're here, Marguerite." "Oh?" "Yes. One gets so tired of not having someone else to really talk to when one is charming silly women out of their secrets." "And their money?" "The occasional expensive love gift. They go away well satisfied, and I go away with my pockets a little heavier." "As long as you go away," Marguerite hooked her arm through his to let him know she was joking. They meandered along the refreshment table. "It's not the love gifts I'm interested in, Davith." "Ah, playing the game, are we, my dear?" "As always. Am I correct in assuming that you're working for someone?" "You make it sound so commercial," he clucked his tongue. "I suppose it's possible that there's someone somewhere who might be interested in what I happen to turn up." He disentangled from her and picked a plate up from the table. "No different from you. In fact, I imagine we're on the same side." "Always a pleasure to be on the same side." She eyed him thoughtfully. "Time to roll the dice. Would you care to pool our resources?" Davith turned away, carefully selecting tidbits for the plate. "I suspect that something could be arranged," he said, neatly arranging strawberries alongside a candied snail. "My patron's love gifts are quite generous, after all." He handed her the plate. Marguerite took it, noting that it contained all her favorites. "Which is not surprising. Davith is very, very good at his job. He probably also knows your favorite flower and what herbs you brush your teeth with." "I don't suppose there's any salt to be had," she murmured, her fingers brushing his. Davith stilled. Only another spy would have caught the flicker of an eyelid, the infinitesimal catch of breath. Marguerite cursed internally. The mention of salt had startled him. He knew what it meant, but he hadn't expected her to be looking for it. The sail must have told him that he was the only operative sent for this one. Damn and blast. Now I've put his back up, and he has to decide if I'm an enemy or a loyalty test. He laughed. To any onlooker, they would look like two old friends sharing a joke. Only Marguerite could see that his eyes were deadly serious. "On second thought, my dear, I fear that some widows are far more jealous than others. It would be my balls in a vice should they catch me with someone else." Marguerite laughed as well. "I have no desire to see you run afoul of such a widow. Nor I you, for I cannot imagine they would like being jilted." "Perish the thought." She took a bite of canapé. "Ah, well, a woman can dream." "Indeed, I'm glad we understand each other, my dear." He gave her a small salute with one finger. "And now I must go and smooth over Lady Sancha's ruffled feathers. Do you mind being an inconvenient lover from my past who simply cannot let go?" This time Marguerite's laugh was genuine. "Not at all. Was I very tiresome?" "Dreadfully tiresome. You wanted us to dress in matching outfits. I think... Puce." "You wound me. Scarlet, if you please." "Scarlet it is." He winked at her and strolled away. Marguerite watched him go and sighed. He cut a very handsome figure, and she quite liked him. It was a damn shame that he was working for the enemy. 15. Being a bodyguard at the Court of Smoke, Shane realized, involved a lot of leaning against the wall. Marguerite had explained it all on the long journey to the court, of course. If everyone kept their personal guard with them, the rooms would be far too crowded for anyone to walk. Nobles would try to show their importance by commanding larger and larger armed retinues, and it would have all become quite unwieldy. Every merchant with a formal invitation to the court was therefore allowed one attendant, and every noble was allowed two. As a result, there were fewer bodyguards than he expected. Shane picked out a half-dozen, all with their weapons peace-bonded, all of whom looked as if the peace bond would trouble them for less than 4 seconds, if push came to shove. Some of them probably doubled as duelists, if their employers were prone to picking fights, or to having fights picked for them. Formal dueling was allowed at the court. Brawling was most certainly not. They varied wildly in age, appearance, and attire, but they all wore the same look. Shane expected that he wore it himself. While there weren't many bodyguards, there were certainly a great many chaperones. His post on the wall was flanked by chairs full of old women, all of whom were watching their charges with much the same expression as the bodyguards. You watched your charge as she moved through the crowd until she stopped. Every few seconds your eyes flicked away, and you did a sweep of the area, looking for threats. Then you found your charge again, determined that she was still alive and not on the move, assessed her expression for distress, then did another sweep. It was the same job that he had done for Bishop Beartongue, and it was usually exceptionally tedious. Shane generally amused himself by watching the small dramas playing out all around him. But in a room this large, he was afraid to take his eyes off Marguerite for too long. Fortunately, watching Marguerite was anything but tedious. Unfortunately, watching Marguerite made him feel things that he had no right to feel. When she laughed with the too handsome man that she had pointed out earlier, he felt a stab of something. Not jealousy, certainly. I have no right to be jealous. I am her bodyguard, nothing more. Call it envy, then, that Davith could make her laugh and he could not. An envy that only deepened when she slid her arm through his, and they moved together like old friends or old lovers. Shane entertained a brief fantasy of wandering over and looming over Davith. He wasn't any taller than the other man, but he was definitely a good deal broader. Plus, he had a very large sword on his back, which tended to make looming more effective. Davith was wearing velvet and hose, not armor. You could cut through that with a butter knife. Well, the hose anyway. Loose cloth was excellent at tangling up a blade, although there wasn't anything loose about the man's attire. His clothes looked as if he were sewn into them. Women, and no small number of men, threw appreciative looks after him as he passed. It had to be said that Shane did not lack for appreciative looks of his own. At least 4 chaperones introduced themselves, and he had to run through the rituals of polite conversation while keeping at least one eye on Marguerite. To their credit, the chaperones were all doing much the same thing with their own charges, so no one went away offended. At least 2 young wallflowers noticed him, turned scarlet, and fled to more distant seats. He felt a bit guilty about that, but trying to put them at ease would only make it worse. After an hour or so, 2 elderly chaperones began gossiping within earshot. Shane listened in, for lack of anything better to do. "Now that's a handsome fellow. Somebody's man-at-arms, do you think?" "Doubt he's a wallflower," they cackled. Shane kept his gaze fixed on Marguerite, who was deep in conversation with a group of women wearing the layered brocade of merchants from Bayeux. "Is that Whaley's youngest over there?" "It never was. She was short and had spots, the poor thing." "No, Harriet, I tell you, it is. She's grown at least 6 inches. Look at her." "Shows you can never tell how the child will grow up. I saw Lady Octavia at her naming, and that child had ears like jug handles, and now she's a court beauty. They say the Crown Prince of Charlock offered for her." "Offered for her, aye, but she didn't take him. I hear she's head over heels in love with Doverfirth." "Doverfirth? He's 60 if he's a day, and she can't be more than 20. "That's what they say. Perhaps she's merely putting on a good front, though, and hoping he'll die right after the wedding. Worse fates than being a widow with a great deal of money." Shane glanced at the pair out of the corner of his eye. The one named Harriet was fanning herself delicately with a fan of painted vellum. The other one, as yet unnamed, leaned forward. "Who's that talking to your girl?" "What? Oh, with the oiled hair? Lord Bardolph. Not that he's a lord of anything as far as I know. A court position, that's all. Master of the prince's robes, I think." "Yes, but which prince?" "Does it really matter?" The 2 of them cackled together. "My brother-in-law probably called in a favor to have him speak to the girl for a few minutes and make her appear interesting." Harriet tapped her fan. "I fear it will take more than Bardolph. She's a sweet child, but she hasn't the conversation of a footstool." "Did any of us at that age?" "True enough. At least yours is sweet. My little Minerva is damp." "Damp?" "Cries over poems and sunsets. Not even particularly good sunsets." "Lady of Grass preserve us. What are you going to do?" "What can I do? Her mother's ordered me to keep her indoors and away from poets. I told her that there's only so much that I can do with a girl so set on tragedy, particularly when sunsets happen every single day." She sounded deeply aggrieved by this, as if the sun had singled her out personally. "Oof! You don't know the half of it. I thought one of her distant cousins might be coming up to scratch, and then he made the mistake of complaining about the rain. She turned on the lad and told him that the rain was the tears of angels shed for the sins of mankind, and the poor bastard said that if that was the case, then the angels had left a foot of mud in the west field and he'd lost a boot in it." Shane winced. He was not an expert on fanciful young women, but he didn't see that ending well. "How did that go over?" "How do you think it went over? He was gone as soon as the rain stopped, and she spent a fortnight drifting from room to room and declaring that love was dead. Lady of Grass. Well, it could be worse. Did I tell you about Mordena's sheep? Sheep? Sheep. About 40 of them, on the ramparts, no less. What happened was— Shane felt a pang when Marguerite signaled that she was moving to the next room. Still, duty called. He pushed away from the wall and followed, leaving the saga of the sheep on the ramparts behind. "Well," said Wren, sprawling across a chair in the main room, "that was certainly a day that I spent. Somehow." Shane inclined his head in agreement. He, too, had spent a day. That was about the best that could be said for it. He felt exhausted from sheer inactivity. Marguerite was the only one of the trio who didn't look worse for wear. She held up a hand and went to the suite's door. "Hello, is anybody—" "Ah, there you are." A page came to the doorway, dressed in dove gray. Marguerite fished a coin out of her purse and handed it to him. "Please take an order down to the kitchen for a light meal for 3. The page nodded and raced away. "Our maid-of-all-work will be here tomorrow," Marguerite said, closing the door. "She won't stay here overnight, but check before you reveal anything sensitive." "Do we have anything sensitive to reveal yet?" asked Shane. Wren shrugged. "How would I know, really? Nothing stands out." "I'd hardly expect it this early," Marguerite said. "In fact, if information fell into my lap tomorrow, I'd be suspicious of how easy it was." "Oh, good," Wren sighed. "Because I've talked to a few people who didn't immediately run away, but I haven't found any way to ask gracefully about patronage." She cocked her eyebrow at Shane. "What about you?" Shane ticked off gossip overheard from chaperones. "A court beauty named Lady Octavia is rumored to be madly in love with an older man named Lord Doverfirth. The Dowager's Master of Horse is not attending this year, due to gout, and his wife is reputed to be conducting an affair with both a minstrel and the 8th noble personage. It is believed that the Shadowed Duke poisoned his previous 2 wives and is now looking for a 3rd. It is unwise for any woman to be alone with Baron Malverstone. Everyone knows that Lady Chadris is being blackmailed, but no one knows about what, though speculation is rife." He paused, seeing that both Marguerite and Wren were staring at him. What?" "People told you that?" asked Wren. "No, I just stood there and listened." Shane considered adding the unfortunate Minerva's tendency to cry at sunsets, but couldn't imagine that it was relevant to their efforts. Chaperones gossip. "Well," said Marguerite. She shook herself and began to laugh. "Good heavens, that's rather more than I expected. And you remembered it all." "The bishop has often asked me what I have happened to overhear at gatherings," said Shane. Part of him still insisted that eavesdropping was not particularly paladinly behavior, but he tamped it down. "This is my assignment." "What's an 8th noble personage?" asked Wren. "I don't know that ranking." "A diplomat from the Benevolence," said Marguerite. "North and rather far west from here, on the other side of the continent. There's a few mountain ranges in the way, and the ocean route is almost unnavigable, so we don't have any significant trade with them, and the diplomats rarely ever go home again. If anyone ever finds an easier way to trade with them, both sides will make a few dozen fortunes, but as it is—" she shrugged. "Is any of that useful?" asked Shane. "Or mere gossip?" "That sort of information is always useful," said Marguerite. "Not necessarily relevant to our task at hand, but the sort of thing that may connect to something else down the line." She tapped her finger against her lower lip. "Keep gathering it anyway. You never know what will turn up." An hour before sunrise, something did indeed turn up, although in this case it was the maid-of-all-work. She was a middle-aged woman named Amy, with an expression that indicated she had been born unimpressed and had not seen fit to revise that opinion. When Shane heard the door open and erupted from his room, clad only in linen brays and the short sword. She looked him up and down, glanced at the blade, and said only, I've seen bigger." "My profound apologies, madam," said Shane, lowering the sword and feeling rather foolish. "Son, you're not even the 10th strangest thing I've seen since I started serving at the court." She pushed past him and set to work laying the fire in the hearth. Shane pulled on a little more clothing and went to warn Wren that there was a stranger in the common room. The lump of blankets containing his sister in arms muttered something about not stabbing anyone just yet, then rolled over and began to snore. Ami finished the fire, tidied the room, then stomped into Wren's room to repeat the process. Shane wondered if he should warn Marguerite, dithered briefly, then decided that he probably should. He tapped on the door, heard nothing, then slipped inside. "Lady Marguerite?" Her head emerged from the blankets, hair tousled by sleep. "Hmm? Oh, it's you." She smiled sleepily and stretched her arms above her head. Her arms were bare. So were her shoulders. She sat up, pulling the blanket with her, but not before he had a glimpse of her ribs and the side of her breast. On someone like Marguerite, even the side was a great deal of flesh. Shane blinked several times, then fixed his eyes firmly on the ceiling. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "Do you need something?" An extremely base and vulgar part of Shane's soul definitely needed something, and furthermore had suggestions on what that might be and how Marguerite might best provide it. He stomped that part down as furiously as if it had been a demon and continued studying the ceiling. Carved wooden beams, my goodness, how ornate. And are those ceramic tiles? How interesting. I seem to recall the writer Chandler spending quite a lot of time describing ceramic tiles in one of his works. 1,000 shades of sunset wrapped in fired clay, this chamber to adorn. "Shane, are you all right?" "The maid is here," he blurted. "Now, she is cleaning the rooms." "That's what she does, yes?" He could hear the smile in Marguerite's voice. "Yes, I thought you should be warned, in case you needed to, He glanced helplessly around the room, avoiding the bed at all costs. His eye fell on the small desk, which had letters stacked neatly on it, and he seized the inspiration. "Paperwork, you know." "Ah, not to worry." She drew her knees up, and even though everything was decently covered, he was suddenly rather desperately aware that her blanket was simply draped across her and could fall down at the slightest movement. Not that he wanted that, of course. Certainly not. That would be deeply unchivalrous. Marguerite tapped her temple, apparently oblivious to his internal struggle. "Please, gods and saints, let her be oblivious." "All the important things I keep up here. My notes are mostly perfume orders. Have no fears on that account." "Good. Excellent. Right then." Shane groped behind him for the doorknob and fled with almost indecent haste. "Paladins? Really?" Marguerite rolled her eyes. The man had taken one look at her and turned scarlet. "You'd think the sight of my bare shoulders had led men straight to hell." She grinned at herself. "Well, maybe a couple of men, but they mostly deserved it, and they definitely enjoyed it. Maybe I should just haul off and seduce the man. He is very pretty, after all, and even if he wasn't, that voice." She was a bit hot under the collar just thinking about it. Were paladins allowed to talk dirty in the voice? No, damn it. You're his commander, more or less, and he still doesn't know if he trusts you. Hard as Shane was to read, she had no illusions on that score. He'd undoubtedly think she had ulterior motives. Besides, he's apparently genuinely pure of heart. His idea of talking dirty might be, "I respect you enormously as a person. Let us pray." She bit back a laugh at that, shoved the covers back, and went to dress for another day of talking in circles. 16. Shane waited to be certain that Wren was awake and on guard, then took himself, his sword, and his impure thoughts off to the training rooms. He had scouted them out on the first day, but had not been able to put in an hour of sword work yet. He had to go down several flights into the underbelly of the fortress. The palace's past as a fortress was on full display down here. There were no windows, no ornamental tiles, only narrow slots carved through the rock to provide ventilation. The rooms were oddly shaped, with bites taken out wherever the space was needed for other purposes. Warm, wet air and the smell of soap reached his nostrils as he passed the laundry. He suspected that room never closed. The training rooms were long and narrow, with high ceilings. The armory had been repurposed to hold padded staves and wooden training weapons, but that appeared to have been the only change since the old days. Shane took a suitably heavy stave and went to an unused set of pels. After a few minutes, a pair of fighters sauntered in his direction. One was a tall woman with a hard, raptorial face, and the other was a grizzled man, a head shorter than his companion. "You're not a duelist," said the man, nodding to Shane's sword, which leaned against the wall nearby. "No," said Shane, a bit puzzled. He extended a hand. Both of them shook it in turn. "Ossian." "Scylla." "Shane. Are you two duelists?" "For our sins," said Ossian. "For the 100 houses." Shane had a vague memory of the 100 houses, a series of tightly interlocked communities to the northwest of Arkenhold. "Is there much call for duelists there?" "Sometimes," said Scylla. She rested one hand on her sword, which had a long, narrow blade. "Mostly old men deciding that their honor can only be satisfied with blood, so they hire us to spill it." Ossian grinned. "It's how I can tell you're not a duelist," he said, jerking his chin at Shane's demon-killing sword. "Try to fight to first blood with that thing, and you're liable to take their head off. Then everyone gets grumpy." He had a pair of short, wide blades on his hips, more like long knives than swords. Shane had seen fighters use blades like that, and suspected that Ossian was a good deal more nimble than he let on. "No," Shane admitted. "I'm here as a guard. If I have to draw my sword, things have already gone badly." "Heh," Ossian nodded to him. "I hear that." He stretched. "Care for an opponent? I warn you, I'm old and slow, so I'm probably not much of a challenge, but I always like to spar with someone new. I already know what mistakes to make against Scylla." His companion rolled her eyes at this, but didn't argue. "Certainly," said Shane. He wondered briefly if this was some kind of trap, but it seemed unlikely. If someone was trying to kill him, the training room would be a terrible place for it. There were at least a dozen other people here watching. I suppose that if they've been hired to take out Marguerite's bodyguard, Ossian could bash me over the head and claim it was an accident. Of course, he'd have to hit me first. Ossian dropped off his weapons next to Shane's and returned with a pair of wooden blades with blunt edges. "Fair warning, they're weighted," he said, taking up a sideways stance facing Shane. "Can leave a bruise if I get a good hit in." Shane nodded. "Mine as well, I expect." He saluted with the tip. Within a few moves, he began to relax. Ossian was good, there was no question, and for all his claims of being old and slow, he moved fast, though he was slightly unbalanced on his left foot. Shane had strength and reach, though, and while he had to be quick and clever to keep Ossian at bay, it felt like a workout, not like a battle. The black tide muttered a little inside his head, but never tried to rise. "Enough," said Ossian finally, falling back. "Much more, and my back will remind me that I'm not 25 anymore." He grinned. "Thank you for the bout, son, even if you were just toying with me." "Never," said Shane. "You got a few good hits in. If you had a blade, I'd be down a kidney." "And I'd be down both arms and my head," said Ossian. He returned the weapons to the racks and sat down to change his boots. She noticed that one of his feet was made of wood, articulated with a metal swivel at the ankle. Ah, that explains the balance. Impressive piece of equipment. He doesn't even have a limp. Ossian followed his gaze and slapped his knee. "Got this in the Blue Marshes," he said cheerfully. "Miserable place for a campaign. If there was a patch of solid ground big enough to get one foot on, the enemy was standing there and shooting at us." "You took an arrow?" "Oh, I took 3, but none of those signified. No, I lost my boot in the mud, banged up my foot, and the damn thing took an infection and had to come off." He pulled his boot on over the prosthesis. "Got off lightly, frankly, but that was the end of my mercenary days." "Mud is the worst," said Shane, with feeling. He still had grim memories of one battle where the Saint of Steel's chosen had been called to clear bandits out of a village that was too deep in mud for horses to get through. They'd done it, but no one's thigh muscles had worked right for a week afterward. "One nice thing about being a duelist, not a lot of mud to deal with now." Ossian cocked his head at Shane. "Now you're a knight, aren't you?" Shane raised his eyebrows. "Can everybody tell? Do I have a sign on my back?" "Trained as one, although I don't use the title. How did you know?" Ossian shrugged. "Lot of little things. Your salute at the beginning was a little too crisp to be enlisted, unless I'd pissed you off somehow. And your accent's from over by the Dowager's city, but you don't fight like our infantry. They drill tight together, always keep their elbows in close, and they don't make the big sweeps like you did." He held up a hand. "It ain't none of my business. You don't have to tell me. I run my mouth sometimes, and I know it." "It's fine," said Shane, bemused. Scylla pursed her lips thoughtfully. "If you ever feel like drinking in company sometime," she said, "and you don't mind Ossian running his mouth, the place on the other side of the old barracks is cheap and doesn't water the ale too badly." She nodded to him and went back to practice. Ossian lingered a moment longer. "Most of us tame duelists drink there," he added. "The chevaliers don't bother us there." Shane paused in the middle of drying his hair. "Do they bother you elsewhere?" The man hitched one shoulder up in a shrug. "They've got a lot of honor," he said dryly, "and they always seem to think someone's stepping on it." He tapped a finger against his forehead in a small salute. "I'd watch where you step. You're big enough to attract attention." "Thank you," said Shane. "I appreciate the warning." He watched Ossian stroll away and thought, "Great, just what I needed, another complication." "Oof," said Wren, shifting from foot to foot. "These shoes were not made for these floors. If we'd had time to wait on a cobbler, we could have gotten quart shoes made for you," said Marguerite sympathetically. "Double-thick soles." "Oh, it's fine," the Paladin put her foot down. "I don't mean to complain. I've done forced marches before. It's not like wandering around for a few hours is anything much." "It is when you're not wearing the right footwear." She looked over her shoulder at Shane. "Of course, tall, strong, and handsome there gets to wear his usual boots." "Next time we do this, let's put him in the dress and I'll be the bodyguard." Marguerite grinned. "You know he'd look just devastating in it, though. That's the annoying thing." Wren paused, tapping her fan against her lower lip. "That is quite an image." "Isn't it, though?" Marguerite stepped back and made a slight bow, a merchant to her patron. Pitching her voice up, she said, "Always a pleasure, my lady." "Miss Florian?" Wren sailed off, fan aloft. "I must speak to her about not holding it like a weapon, though for all I know it could be. I wonder how many people she could kill with a fan." It was easy to see, if you were trained to read people, that Wren was not nearly so confident as she looked. That was a good thing, really. No one would ever think that she was a spy. The best lies are mostly true. "What an odious little mushroom," murmured Davith in her ear. Marguerite had a strong desire to come to Wren's defense, or failing that, to kick Davith in the shins. She squelched it. "Useful enough, though. One of my top suppliers comes from her town, and I was able to convince her to take me along. She was enchanted by the idea of having an entourage." His lip curled slightly. "Poor you." "She's not so bad, the poor dear. Just young and completely lacking in airs and graces." Marguerite gave a slight shrug. She did not feel guilty for playing her part well, but she hated the necessity. "Also, well, you know how it is. Anything that saves me money. I have to attend court to sell perfume, but all my cash is tied up in stock." Davith grunted. "I hear that," he muttered. "I begin to wish I hadn't set my sights on Lady Sancha. Wealthy and widowed, but she's making me work to get into her good graces. Much longer, and I'll be reduced to card sharping." Poor Davith. How undignified. "I don't give a damn about my dignity. I just don't want to get caught. You go to a table where the play is deep, and at least one of the players is fleecing the others. If I want to play it safe, I'm playing for chicken steaks." Marguerite raised an eyebrow. "And your, other widow isn't providing sufficient love gifts?" He went quiet for an instant too long. Marguerite could practically hear the wheels turning. Davith was clever and very good at getting into people's good graces, but he did not have her experience in the game. "My other widow would like results before they send more gifts," he admitted. "Of course you're familiar with how that works." "Very familiar." Her current hope was to convince Davith that she was still working for the Red Sail, and that their employer had seen fit to pit them against each other. "Sadly, not as unrealistic as it could be. There are always spy masters who think it's cute to make their people fight." "I would offer to help, but I would not want your widow to think that you were taking gifts from someone else." She gave him a level look under her lashes. "You know how highly some prize loyalty?" He grimaced. "I do, yes. I suppose I shall simply muddle through." Just how desperate was he? Marguerite studied the lines of his face, the circles under his eyes expertly concealed with paint. His clothes were quite fine, but if you knew where to look, you could make out signs of expert mending. His own work, if memory serves. How much is he cutting his coat to fit his cloth, though? She examined her nails with studied casualness. "Of course, some would say that what one's paramours don't know won't hurt them. If I were to come across a bauble that might interest your other widow, perhaps I might be convinced to part with it. And what would be in it for you? I have little to offer except my gratitude." His smile was equally studied, although there was a gleam of the old wickedness in his eyes. "Mind you, I have been complimented on the size of my gratitude before." She snorted at him. "I don't require that sort of gratitude, thank you." She thought that she waited a sufficient amount of time afterward before glancing in Shane's direction, but Davith always did have a sense for those things. "Ah," he murmured. "So that's the way of things, is it?" Marguerite didn't bother to deny it. Denial would only have looked suspicious, even if it was regrettably true. "My bodyguard," she said. "Pretty, isn't he?" "Very. I'd try to bet him myself if I hadn't sworn off men." "You swore off men?" "Years ago. We're far too much trouble. I don't know why you put up with us. Someone has to reach the high shelves." He laughed softly. "There's that. I wouldn't suggest you bed that one, though, my dear. He'll disappoint you." Irritation sparked, and she had to work to keep her tone light. "And you wouldn't?" "My dear Marguerite, it is my job to know what a woman wants." He stroked a fingertip down her bare arm, and she repressed the shiver, turning to glare at him. "You want, for once, not to be performing. You want to be in charge, not pretending that some slobbering minor politician is doing you a favor by bedding you." The problem with other spies was that they were just as capable of seeing you as you were of seeing them. Marguerite shook her head, annoyed with both of them. "And you'd be happy to let me be in charge, I suppose?" Davith chuckled. "Oh, a few times at least, until the novelty wears off. But that fellow? No. The moody types come in like a storm. Look at his eyes. He is waiting to see who he needs to kill. He's a professional killer. What do you expect? An assassin? A knight." Davith's laugh was startled and unfeigned. "Good God! A knight for a bodyguard? You?" "He can't be bought, and he's good at what he does." "Stone the crows, of course. I don't know why I never thought of it." "Because you lack imagination, my dear Davith." She stretched up and planted a kiss in the air a few inches from his cheek. "And now, as delightful as this conversation has been, I shall take my leave. Good luck with your widow." "I am certain that the lady shall yield to my charms eventually," he said, with a mournful glance at his feet. "I only hope that it is before my socks have too many more holes in them." Marguerite shook her head and went to find other people to mingle with. 17. For the first time in 3 days, Shane was not shadowing Marguerite. She had gone to a meeting, and bodyguards were, apparently, not allowed. "It's not that it's dangerous," she said. "It's that there's no room. The largest meeting room they can give us only fits 100 or so, and we'll be packed in like pickled herring in a jar. There's no room to attack anyone." "Poison could be administered, or a very narrow dagger." Marguerite just looked at him. "I'd notice, and since I couldn't get out of the room before I dropped dead, it would make quite a scene." "But the danger is there. It is my duty—" "It is your duty to follow my orders." This was true so far as it went, and it probably wasn't dangerous enough to try to veto it. But Shane made one last stab. "I could pretend to be your apprentice." She put her hands on her hips and gazed up at him. "Because you look so much like a perfumer's apprentice." "What do those look like?" Her mouth suddenly curved in one of those irrepressible grins. Shane had a sudden urge to run his thumb across her lower lip. He froze that thought and set it aside to dispose of later. "They wear less armor," she said, patting his arm. He could feel the touch through his surcoat, chain, and a layer of padding. "And they don't walk like they're trying to figure out how to murder everyone in the room." "Not everyone." "I'll see you in 3 hours. Wait for me at the door of the meeting room. Go take a walk or a nap or something." Shane bowed his head in acknowledgment. There was, after all, a second mission that he had been ordered to accomplish, and now was as good a time as any. He only hoped that he did not bring another layer of complication down on all their heads. "Pardon my interruption," said Shane, approaching 2 ladies hovering over a punch bowl. The taller of the 2 eyed him appreciatively from behind her fan. "You can interrupt me any time." Shane coughed. "I am looking for Lady Silver." "Oh, her," said the other one, waving her fan dismissively. "I might have known." "Do you know where I might find her?" "She was in the lion room, last I saw," said the taller one, "wearing a green gown." "You can't miss her," said the short one. "She's a real bitch." "Martha," gasped her companion, with a shocked giggle. "Am I wrong?" Shane had spent much of his adult life in soldiers' camps, and while the language hardly shocked him, the apparent cruelty did. But he could hardly say something without making himself conspicuous, so he bowed his head and murmured something non-committal, then turned on his heel, seeking the lion-room. "Is Lady Silver unpopular here, then?" Beartongue said to seek her out, and I assumed that she was another operative like Marguerite, and thus would go out of her way to ingratiate herself with the court. But there are many things about spycraft that I do not understand. He reached the lion-room. It had a large central fireplace built into a pillar, and the snarling heads of lions emerged from above the mantels. Unlike the ballrooms, the floor here was covered in thick rugs, and even though the fireplaces held only coals, the room was pleasantly warm. A knot of women were conversing off to one side of the pillar. The tallest of the group had her back to him, and was wearing a green gown over a silvery undertunic and what appeared to be a silver wimple with some kind of headpiece. Lady Silver? Shane made his way toward the group. "Pardon me," he began, and the woman turned. Shane's tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he forgot what he was going to say. It wasn't a wimple, nor was it an undertunic. Lady Silver's arms and neck were covered in short, dense fur that ran down her arms to the backs of her hands, leaving her fingers bare. What he had taken for a headpiece was a pair of stiff, upstanding ears. And her face? The dog-headed woman smiled at him. The corners of her mouth drew up in a grin, with just a hint of teeth. "You are pardoned," she said. The R's came out high and sharp and explosive, almost a yip. Shane realized that he was gawking and immediately bowed, half expecting a nun of the dreaming god to appear out of nowhere and slap him on the back of the head for his rudeness. "Forgive me, madam," he said. "I was given your name only, and—" He realized that he had no idea how to end that sentence without sounding unforgivably boorish, and stared at the rugs. Lady Silver laughed. "And you were not warned that I was of the people, yes?" She extended a hand to him, and he bowed over it, then straightened. "You may look at me," she told him. "The people do not take offense to humans looking. It is like our sniffing. You look and be done, and I will sniff and be done, and then you need not stare from corners, and I need not sniff the ground where you have walked. Yes?" "Certainly," said Shane, not quite sure what was going on, but hoping that he was not committing some kind of interspecies incident. He had heard stories of cynocephalic people before, but had always thought that they were found primarily in the margins of illuminated manuscripts. Lady Silver leaned in, rather closer than Shane was expecting, her nostrils flaring. Her nose was deep gray, a shade darker than her fur. She had large copper eyes, and her muzzle was short for a dog, with black lips and flat silver cheeks. She took several deep breaths, then stepped back. Her forehead had deep vertical wrinkles that gave her a pensive air, but her voice was light and amused. "Metal and incense and many deaths. You are a warrior, are you not?" "Sometimes," he said. He glanced around at the other women. They were all human, and they were all watching with varying degrees of fascination and humor. One matron was clearly smothering giggles. Perhaps they were used to the impact that Lady Silver had on the unsuspecting. "I am Shane, bodyguard to the merchant Marguerite." "And I am Lady Silver, chosen representative of the people to the courts of humans." She grinned at him again. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Likewise, He suddenly remembered that he had a message and fumbled for it, attempting to regain his composure. "I was tasked with giving you this letter, lady." Her coppery gaze flicked to him. Then she plucked the letter from his fingers. Shane fell into his formal rest position, hands behind his back, waiting. The other women drifted away, murmuring to each other, occasionally glancing over and chuckling. Shane wondered if he was doing something amusing. She held the envelope up closely in front of her eyes, clearly nearsighted, then sniffed the paper. "Ah, a message. Very well." The R was less yip than growl this time, not hostile but less interested. "I will send a page later if you require a response." She turned away in clear dismissal. Shane wondered if he had offended, or if Beartongue's name on a letter was unwelcome. He bowed anyway and moved away, wondering what he had set in motion, if anything at all. 18. Wren dragged herself into the room they all shared and collapsed into a chair with a grunt. "I hate this," she said to no one in particular. Marguerite made a sympathetic noise from behind the desk, where she was writing out invitations to a perfume testing. "Long day, I take it." "I stand and talk and stand and talk and say absolutely nothing," said Wren. She sighed heavily. "I knew it was tiring, from when I was young, but somehow I thought I was misremembering. But I think it's actually worse." "Any luck?" asked Shane, who was sharpening his sword. He was always sharpening his sword, as far as Marguerite could tell. It was a wonder he didn't go blind. Wren waved her hand. "Nothing useful. Most of the women here won't talk to me because I'm so terribly unfashionable. But a couple of the wallflowers will, mostly because I talked to them first. And I forget her name. Sounded like corrugated." "Corrugator," said Marguerite, signing another invitation. "Middle-aged, has outlived 2 husbands, likes fast men and faster horses." "She seemed nice," said Wren meekly. "She's lovely, actually. She doesn't care what anyone thinks of her, and she prides herself on being so unfashionable that she's come out the other side. And if she likes you, that goes a long way." Marguerite made a note to add Lady Corrugator to the perfume testing. "She talked to me for nearly an hour," said Wren, "and she was very kind, I think." "You'd know if she wasn't." Wren sighed again. "Would I? At least 3 people have come over and been fake polite to me so that they could deliver what they thought was a really cutting insult, then scurry away and giggle." Shane's hands stilled on the sharpening stone. "Tell me their names," he growled. Wren rolled her eyes and shared a look of mutual exasperation with Marguerite. "That won't work, brother. You can't go rattling your sword at giggling heiresses. For one thing, it'd blow your cover as Marguerite's bodyguard. You're supposed to hold me in thinly veiled contempt." The Paladin bowed his head, as if accused of a severe dereliction of duty. "You are correct," he said. "Forgive me. I am not skilled at subterfuge." "And for the other thing, I am perfectly capable of rattling a sword at them myself," said Wren. "At least if I had a sword. But I amuse myself thinking of ways to kill them with the silverware." "You are a bloodthirsty lot," said Marguerite, amused. "Anyway," said Wren, dragging the conversation back. She began ticking things off on her fingers. "Lady Corrugator says that the current fashion for patronage is for painters. Playwrights are completely unfashionable. Sculptors are okay if you can find one. Poets are always acceptable, but I get the impression that when you are a patron to a poet, it's assumed that they are providing, extremely private readings." "It was ever thus," said Marguerite, sighing, "though it's gotten better since the poet god's songbird broke her patron's arm for making that assumption." "I wish I could break someone's arm," said Wren wistfully. Marguerite snorted. "No word on artificers, then? Not that I want you to ask directly, of course." "I asked about practical things. Lady Corrugator is a patron of a horse trainer and has a friend who patronizes a botanist. I said that sounded more interesting than poets." "Good," said Marguerite, setting down the pen. Very good. Lady Corrugator will have it in the back of her mind to find someone for you now. She is a great organizer of things. If you can slip it into the conversation somehow, next time the discussion turns that way, ask if artificers have patrons. Make up a story about one inventing a new mill wheel or something like that. Then we can put her contacts to work. Wren's smile was genuine this time, and less tired. Marguerite gentled her voice. "You've got the miserable role on this one," she said, "but you've made a good start at it. Certainly you've gotten farther than I have." She frowned down at her invitations. "If this damned perfume demonstration doesn't generate some leads, I may be forced to start breaking into people's rooms and rifling through their accounting." "Can you do that?" asked Wren. Marguerite grimaced. "Yes, but not as well as I'd like. I once knew a master in Anuket City who could forge bookkeeping entries in a dark room while the clerk snored in the next. But talents like that are few and far between. So we start with perfume." She went back to work on the invitations, keeping half an eye on Wren as she worked. The woman's role was clearly wearing on her, and praise could only go so far. "I cannot regret making use of what tools I must, but I could wish that she suffered less for it." It was all well and good to know that the best performances were rooted in real emotion, and that Wren's pride and vulnerability made her exquisitely convincing, but that did nothing to lessen the hurt. Her first thought was to ask Wren if she was comfortable continuing, but Bertong's warning sounded in her head. "Wren will never tell you if she is injured or overmatched." A direct approach was probably not the best idea, which was a shame. Marguerite quite liked the direct approach. So few people ever saw it coming. Accordingly, she waited for the chance to speak to Shane alone. He finished sharpening his sword and went off to his tiny servant's room. Wren took a little longer, staring into the fire, before she too got to her feet and went to bed. Marguerite finished addressing invitations and closed the desk. She went to the narrow door and tapped it. "Shane?" The door jerked open instantly. Marguerite blinked in surprise. Then she looked up at Shane and briefly lost the power of speech. The Paladin was naked to the waist, carrying that short sword again. "Are we under attack?" "Ah," Marguerite had to swallow several times. No. Nobody's under attack." "Damn it, this is not the first bare chest you've seen," she told her libido, annoyed. "It just happens to be a particularly fine one. Get yourself together." "Whoa, damn," her libido replied, not listening. It was a particularly fine chest. Shane was so self-effacing and so inclined to fade into the background that you forgot how large a man he really was. His shoulders were easily twice as wide as Marguerite's. Her gaze traveled downward, admiring the sleek indentations of muscle under the skin. A line of dark blonde hair vanished under his waistband. It might as well have been a signpost reading, "This way to the good bits." Said Shane. She realized that she had been staring shamelessly and coughed. "Deflect," she told herself. "Deflect, otherwise this will be rather awkward. Pure of heart, doesn't trust you, and unlike Davith, not really the type to enjoy casual ogling." "You have a lot of scars," she said. He grimaced. Well, now it's awkward in a different way. Well done. Fine, smooth-tongued operative you are." It was true, though. White lines scored his skin like a playing board, some following the line of his ribs, one slash down across the left side of his chest, from the collarbone almost to the nipple. Her hands itched to touch his skin and feel the texture there, wondering how it would change across the scar, like the nap of velvet rubbed a different direction. "My shield was low," Shane said, tapping the slash mark with his free hand. "The other fellow's sword went right over the top. I'm lucky it didn't sever the muscle." "It looks that way." She focused, with difficulty, on his face. "I wanted to ask you about Wren." "Wren?" He frowned, glancing in the direction of the main room. "Is she well?" "That's what I came to ask you about. I was... He put the sword down, and bending brought new muscles into prominent relief. "God damn it! Do you think you could put on a shirt? Otherwise I'm going to stand here ogling your chest and losing my train of thought." Something flared in his eyes. For a moment they were no longer the color of ice, but the blue of a very hot flame. Marguerite felt her pulse jump. Then he took a half-step back, and the moment passed. She wasn't sure if she was glad of that or not. Shane reached for his shirt and pulled it over his head. Marguerite gazed at the wall, attempting to think virtuous thoughts, and mostly failing. "How may I be of service?" he said, once he'd gotten his arms through the proper holes. "Wren's miserable," said Marguerite bluntly. "It's barely been a week, and we're looking at potentially months of doing this. Am I going to break her just for the chance she hears some relevant gossip?" Surprise flickered across his face. He opened his mouth as if to argue, then paused. "I don't know," he said after a moment. "Wren is excellent on a battlefield. She has quite fine control over the battle tide. That's what we call the, berserker state. I would not have put her up against a demon otherwise." Marguerite raised her eyebrows. "Are there some paladins that you would suggest not fight demons?" He nodded. "I would not allow Stephen or Galen to do so. Marcus I would watch closely. Wren or Istvan I would have no fear. Judith—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "Now that's interesting. Possibly not of much use at the moment, but Marguerite could easily see it being so in the future. Is it all a matter of control, then? Willpower?" "Not willpower. There is no lack of will in any of them." He rubbed the back of his neck. "The god's hand lay more lightly on Wren and Istvan, that is all. Or perhaps they're simply better adjusted than the rest of us. Unless their emotions are very deeply involved, the tide is not such a danger to them as some others. Regardless, if you are concerned about Wren going on a rampage through the court, do not be." "Well, I wasn't," said Marguerite dryly. Shane actually smiled a little at that. "Somewhere in there is a rudimentary sense of humor, and I will drag it kicking and screaming into the light." "Honestly, it's not a rampage I'm worried about," she continued. "I'm more concerned that she'll wind up curled in a ball sobbing at night because a pack of spoiled beauties are being cruel to her. Some things cut deep." His smile was replaced with grimly set lips. "That may happen," he admitted. "I don't want that to happen." "Nor do I. Nevertheless, our orders are clear. She will not thank you for removing her from the assignment." He folded his arms. "The cure may be worse than the disease in this case. She would never admit that someone else's words had so much power over her." "The whole world is made of words," said Marguerite irritably. "Treaties and contracts and secrets and laws are nothing but words, but everything runs on them. Of course they've got power." He inclined his head politely. "As you say." "Right," she sighed gustily. "Well, you know her better than I do. Just keep an eye on things, and if you think she's starting to crack, tell me immediately. Hell, tell me if you think she just needs a break for a day or two. Beartongue told me that Wren will never admit when she's overmatched, but that you can tell." "The bishop places too much trust in me." "I doubt that." Marguerite reached for the door handle. The bishop doesn't strike me as a trusting soul." "She trusted you on this mission." "Yes, but only because you're here to watch me." She grinned and closed the door on Shane's sudden, startled expression. 19. Shane lay in bed with his arms behind his head and contemplated the sins of the flesh. He had not wanted a woman's body so badly in years. After the saint's death, lust had faded to another merely physical need. A generous servant of the rat had met those needs, and he liked to think that she had not gone away unsatisfied from the bargain. But it had meant little more than eating or drinking. He knew that she had taken other lovers, and he had been neither surprised nor jealous. And then Marguerite had come along, and suddenly those hungers roared back to life as if they had never left at all. He had done well. He had almost convinced himself that it had simply been too long, and that his response when he touched her after her fall was nothing but the aftermath of adrenaline. "You made too much of it. You always do. You drag guilt into every interaction." Even the moments since were only the appetites of a man working closely with an attractive woman. Then Marguerite had looked at him with clear admiration, and grinned like a cat presented with a bowl of cream, and he had been a heartbeat from doing something rash, something that he would definitely have to feel guilty about. It wasn't even that she was beautiful. She was, of course, with those curves and breasts and thighs, but she would likely have been beautiful no matter what her body looked like. Marguerite carried herself as if she were beautiful, and the rest of the world simply fell in line behind her. It was that confidence that drew Shane the most. Having so little of his own, hers blazed like a torch before him. She reminded him of Bishop Beartongue in that regard. Both women had an assurance that owed nothing to arrogance, but to an absolute knowledge of their own abilities and a rock-solid belief that they would never let themselves down. For Shane, with the constant whisper of failure and ruin in his ears, the pull was undeniable. "Tell me what you want of me," he wanted to say. "Tell me what you believe I can do. Tell me how not to fail you, and I will serve." You could not say such things to another person. She isn't like Beartongue, though. She's a spy. She tells rich merchants how to corner the market on lace. Just because this time she wants to do something that Beartongue believes is a good idea doesn't mean that she's usually on the side of angels. She'd also saved all their lives once. Shane felt like an ingrate for suspecting the worst of her, then immediately felt naive for assuming that she hadn't done it for reasons of her own. Suppose your wildest fantasies came true, and she was willing to take you into her service and into her bed. How long before you were complicit in acts that only served to grind the poor underfoot and make rich men richer, over something as ridiculous as lace? If you were an unstoppable killing machine, it was very helpful to have a god providing your moral direction. In the absence of the saint, the paladins had a bishop. But in the absence of the bishop, the gods help us all. Shane thought briefly of Judith, wherever she had gone, and prayed that she did not find herself alone in some ethical quagmire, though she'd likely handle it better than I would. And at least she wouldn't tie herself in knots being attracted to someone. He finally accepted that he was not going to sleep any time soon, got to his feet, dressed quietly, and went to go find the drink that Ossian had suggested. The bar was exactly as advertised, a small, unpretentious place with a number of tables and a long counter on one side. Ossian was sitting at it, and hailed Shane with a wave when he came in. "Hey, Knight, what are you drinking?" "My sins," muttered Shane, mostly to himself. "They got beer and whiskey. Either of those answer?" "Beer." "Sorry there's no better," said the bartender, sliding a mug across the bar to him. "It's the strike, you know." Shane didn't actually know. Ossian explained. "The boatmen on the lake are on strike. Say they're done working all hours moving goods for the privilege of being treated like dirt by the court. So they're demanding better. No goods coming here from the Highlands, none going back across until they get it." He tilted his mug. "The best drink comes out of the Highlands, though, so we're left with this in the meantime." "Lowland swill," muttered the bartender, by way of agreement. Shane raised an eyebrow. "Won't such a strike hurt those on the far side more? It seems like it would be much easier to move goods to the court by the river than overland into the Highlands." "Oh, aye," said the bartender. "Any other season they'd be laughed out of the place. But court's on right now, and either the boatmen get what they want, or the fancy lords start to notice that they're running short of beer and meat and dainties, among other things. And they'll stay short for at least a month, too. Can't just magic up a full quart's worth of meat overnight." Ossian nodded acknowledgment and lifted his mug in the general direction of the lake and, presumably, the boatman. "Best time to strike. The big man in charge this year won't want to be known as the one who made his guests eat salt fish instead of, I don't know, pickled partridge, whatever these people eat. So they do it now, and they've got him. He'll yowl and threaten, but he's stuck, and they know it." Shane knew very little about trade routes or pickled partridge, but lifted his mug as well. "Always strike where the enemy's weakest," he said. "Hear, hear." Ossian tapped his mug against Shane's. "The hard part is figuring out where that is." "That's not always the hard part. Not for us, anyway." But explaining a berserker fit and the way that one saw the enemy through the black tide's haze would have required far more than a single beer. Shane wondered absently what the equivalent of a berserker fit would be for a trade negotiation. Perhaps somewhere there's a god that oversees merchants and tradesmen, whose chosen champion goes into a fugue state, and when they come to, they've written a binding legal document about how many barrels of beer can be delivered in a fortnight. Actually, that sounds like something a champion of the rat might do. Shane's old friend Istvan had joked occasionally about lawyer berserkers. Bertung had said, "Don't tempt me." Still, if you were sussing out the weakness of an enemy economically, rather than simply stabbing them, and you didn't have access to divine intervention, you'd need, well, someone like Marguerite, when you got down to it. She told you how she worked out the details on that one job, and all you could think was that it was silly to go to that much effort over lace. But is lace any sillier than dainties for a lord's table? And here we are drinking to the men refusing to move those. "You all right?" asked Ossian. It's just that you've been sitting there with your beer in the air for the last minute." "Oh." Shane hurriedly took a gulp and set it down. It was nothing to write home about, but swill had probably been an unkind description. "Sorry. Had a thought." "That happens, yeah. Not to me that often, thankfully." Shane snorted. "I suspect that you're not being entirely truthful there." "What, me? Nah. Empty-headed as they come." Ossian cocked his head. "Is it a woman, then?" Shane nearly choked on his beer. "Or a man? I'm not judging." Shane sighed. "Have you ever wanted something badly, even though you know it would be an absolutely terrible idea?" "Oh, gods, yes." Ossian took a long draw on his beer. "My first wife." "How many have you had?" "Only the one so far, but I hold out hope." He gazed over the rim at nothing in particular. "Gave me the best years of my life, then the worst decade of it." "I see." It was Ossian's turn to snort. "They say the gods never give us more than we can handle, but let's just say that the gods had an overinflated sense of my abilities." "Ah, well, she's gone now. I'm sorry for your loss." "My loss is someone else's gain, in this case a tailor who worked down the road." He paused. Not saying that your situation would work out that way, you understand." Shane had to laugh. "Thanks, I think." Ossian set his mug down, then winced and rubbed his shoulder. "Bah, I should get a real job instead of working as a tame duelist at my age. Maybe something predicting weather, since half my joints do that anyway." Shane let himself be drawn into a rambling conversation about joints, injuries that ached when it was going to rain, and how those injuries had been acquired. When both he and Ossian called it a night, he was feeling, if not better, at least a little more resigned to his own confusion. Probably the ale helped. The keep was quiet at this hour, or as quiet as it ever got. The Court of Smoke was perhaps best viewed as a small vertical city, with main corridors that encircled each level and dozens of branching hallways off each one. Shane had no doubt that, somewhere below his feet, an army of servants was awake, tending to the laundry or the baking or any of the other 100 tasks that kept the court functioning. He passed one girl with her arms full of scrolls, and another lugging a small keg. But for the most part, the corridors were empty. Shane turned onto one of the outer walks, where windows had been cut high in the wall to provide a brisk cross breeze. The cool air chased some of the mental fog away, not that he was particularly tipsy to begin with. Narrow rectangles of moonlight marked the walls, providing plenty of illumination, even though the lamps had been extinguished for the evening. He had perhaps half a second of warning before someone tried to club him over the head. If he had been something other than a paladin of the Saint of Steel, it definitely might have worked. If he had actually been drunk, it still might have worked. But half a second was a small eternity, so far as the battle tide went, and the tide rose up and grabbed him and flung him sideways before his conscious mind had even registered the stealthy sound of footsteps. It wasn't quite enough to avoid the blow completely. Instead of landing square, the club clipped the left side of his head, scraping along his scalp and smacking hard into his left ear. Stars exploded in his vision, and he staggered, but didn't go down. Hitting the enemy on the head is usually a good idea. Even if you don't knock them out, frequently they're stunned and groggy. But it was very unwise to try this on a berserker, unless you were very, very certain that you could put them down with one blow. The black tide poured through Shane. "Spin around, but not toward the blow. They expect you to turn toward the blow, so go the other way. So if they've got a knife in their offhand, you're not throwing yourself onto it." His vision was still full of pinprick flashes, but that was fine. He could hear that there were at least 2 of them. No point in drawing his sword. The ceilings here were much too low to use it. The tide told him that his assailant was here, and he reached out and grabbed someone's upper arm in his left hand, and that was perfect. "Finish the turn. You've got their arm now. Right hand slides downward, closes over the wrist. They try to wrench away. Good, good, let them. That means your left hand is down by the elbow, and all you have to do is push up with one hand and down with the other." The crack of bone echoed through the corridor, followed by a hoarse yell of pain. Someone else yelled, "Shit!" The owner of the arm sagged, and Shane didn't feel the need to hold them upright. He heard scrabbling at his feet, then, "Come on, come on!" and running footsteps. The tide hissed that he could catch them, break some necks as well as arms, but Shane forced it down. He still couldn't see well. He shook his head, trying to clear his vision, but a wave of darkness obscured it. Had he been hurt worse than he thought? No, his left eye was burning as if there was something in it. He wiped it clear. His fingers came away black in the moonlight. Blood. Ah, yes. Scalp wounds, he thought, annoyed. Always so dramatic. All the epics about people being stabbed in the heart and the blood gushing forth as a river in full flood should have been about being hit in the head, although it's probably not as epic a tale of heroism if the noble knight makes a heroic last stand and the enemy just dings him behind the ear. He sighed heavily, found a handkerchief, held it to his head, and went to go wake Wren and Marguerite. "Sweet blithering gods," Marguerite said, when she entered the common room. "What the hell happened?" "Someone hit me over the head," said Shane. He sounded almost tranquil about it. Seeing the blood-stained towels strewn about the table, Marguerite was not nearly so calm. It looked as if someone had butchered a hog in the middle of the room. "What?" "The head," he repeated patiently. "Someone hit me on it. I'm fine," he added. Marguerite clutched her own head. "Who? Where? Why?" "I don't know. The outer corridor 2 floors down, and I don't know." Wren, who had dipped a cloth in water and was dabbing the wound, said, "It's not that bad. Scraped you all along the side, which is why it's such a spectacular bleeder, but nothing that actually needs stitching up." Marguerite dropped into her own chair, appalled. "Start at the beginning," she said. "Tell me the whole story." Unfortunately, the whole story didn't shed much light on the matter. Marguerite massaged her temples. "It's not impossible that they were trying to mug you," she said. "That sort of thing does happen occasionally, which is why there are court guards. But if they were trying to lift someone's purse, why go after someone your size?" Shane shrugged. "Some people think that big men must be slow." "Well, I think it's safe to say that you disabused them of that notion." "Just bad luck?" asked Wren. "Or someone trying to take out your bodyguard?" Marguerite shook her head slowly. "I don't know. It could be either." She mistrusted coincidence, but she also knew that her own fears were more likely to have her jumping at shadows and seeing conspiracies under every bush. They didn't succeed, that's the important thing. Shane is fine. "Shall we report this to the guard, then?" asked Shane. Wren had managed to get the bleeding stopped and was wrapping a bandage around his skull. "I suppose we'd better. Not that I expect them to be much help, but if something else happens, I don't want to be left trying to explain why we didn't report it." She snatched up a cloak to cover the dressing gown that she had thrown on when she heard the commotion in the outer room. "Can you walk?" Wren snorted. Shane looked vaguely offended. "I could jog the whole way in full plate if you like." Marguerite rolled her eyes. "We're not all paladins. Most of us would want to go to bed with brandy and sympathy after something like this." "Do we have any brandy?" Wren wondered. "I'll send a page for some." "And the sympathy?" Shane asked. "I'll send a page for that, too." "I do not know how useful that was," said Shane, as they left the offices of the guard commander an hour later. "I do," said Marguerite, "and the answer is, not very." The guard commander had taken their report and made sympathetic noises, but that was as far as it went. His job was to break up drunken brawls and prevent outright murder, so he had promised to increase the patrols in that corridor. But unless they struck again, he clearly wasn't hopeful about catching Shane's assailants. "I was really hoping he'd say something like, 'This is the third time this week,'" Marguerite said glumly. "Then I'd know that it wasn't targeted at you, and me specifically." "Do you think that the sale is behind it?" "If it was targeted, then probably," Marguerite scowled. "An attack like that means that they've got enough manpower to risk losing 3 men if they got caught. Only nobles can make that work, particularly if they're bringing along a load of younger relations. No, if another merchant was out to get me, they'd be trying to tamper with my samples, or sabotaging my attempts to sell. No one but the big trade delegations can field enough staff to bring actual thugs." "Why would nobles be involved?" "Normally they wouldn't be, but the red sale could easily buy or blackmail someone to have jumped you. Their pockets are deep enough, and plenty of nobles are light in the purse and the morals. But I'd honestly expect them to use their own people and not make such a sloppy job of it." "If I were not what I am," said Shane, reaching up to touch the side of his head, "it might not have been a sloppy job at all." "Ah," Marguerite considered this most of the way back to their rooms. "That doesn't fill me with confidence." "No," Shane straightened. "Still, I will be more careful about what corridors I use in the future. And if this was something other than a random crime, it cost them a great deal more than it cost us." "There's that," said Marguerite. She bid the Paladin good night and went to her bed. He was right. They had come off lightly, and there was no permanent harm done. But the question that ran in circles around her head as she stared at the ceiling was, so how many men will they send next time? 20. Wren looked around the great arched room and sighed straight from her toes. Another day of attempting to ingratiate herself with people who looked at her like something they'd scraped off their shoe. Joy. "I am a grown woman," she told herself. "I am not 16 and on the marriage mart to father's neighbors. I am an adult. I am on an assignment. I am playing a role." Her eyes traveled across a coterie of younger women, all clad in elegant figure-hugging gowns, with their hair styled into elaborate ringlets. 2 of them were whispering to each other behind their fans, and although Wren knew that it was highly unlikely that they were talking about her, she still felt her stomach sink. "I am a grown woman. I do not care what these people think of me." It didn't help. "I could kill anyone in this room without breaking a sweat." That helped a little. She glanced around to make sure that Shane was not actually in the room. With the battle tide rendering all else equal, Shane's superior strength would probably carry the day if the 2 of them fought. He was in one of the other rooms, though, keeping a watchful eye over Marguerite, so the statement stood. "Yes, I could kill anyone in this room, unless one is secretly an assassin, and none of them know it. I just have no idea how to do my hair." Wren wandered to a window and looked out. These ballrooms were halfway up the great fortress, so the view was an astonishing sweep of countryside, even if she couldn't see the waterfall from here. With the glass pane between her and the open air, she did not feel the usual twinge that affected her in the presence of heights. It reminded her of being young and fearless, standing on the castle battlements, able to see halfway to forever. If she stood on her toes, she could just make out the rooftops of the pottery works below, but for the most part, it was all fields and hedgerows, with long strips of woodland between them, stretching across gently rolling hillsides until they reached the mountains on the far side of the valley. Wren thought that it was amazing that the windows weren't packed with people gaping at the view. Still, they've probably seen it 100 times. Probably admiring views is unfashionable." Wren turned away from the window and ran her eye over the crowd, looking for anyone that she was even remotely acquainted with. No one. Bah. Well, what about secret assassins? Surely there must be a couple in the Court of Smoke. I saw one fellow yesterday who was dressed as one of those chevaliers. But if he didn't know his way around a garrote, I'll eat my fan. She tapped the fan in question on her wrist. It was made of vellum held between two carved wood sticks, meant to be folded and unfolded with an elegant flick of the wrist. Wren didn't know if her flick qualified as elegant, but she could deploy the fan with enough precision to kill flies, which she was secretly rather pleased with. There was supposedly a whole language to fan signals, and where you carried it, and how you fluttered it, and where your gaze went while so fluttering. Wren had no idea how you learned that language. Her fan had bluntly pointed wooden handles, and she was fairly certain that if she held it right, she could jam the closed fan into someone's eye socket with enough force to break through to the brain. She looked around for potential targets, but if there were any assassins in the room, they were hiding it well. Everyone here moved like fashionable women in uncomfortable shoes. Small steps, constrained by the hems of the gowns. A sway in the walk carefully calculated to be attractive, but not pronounced enough to be scandalous. Wren was doing her best to imitate that walk, and was pretty confident that she had the shoe part down, although the sway was probably a lost cause. She ambled to the refreshment table. The bowl of wine had fruit floating in it to sweeten the taste, and had been watered down heavily enough that alcohol was a distant memory. Wren would have had to drink her own body weight in the insipid stuff to become inebriated. Lady Corrugator carried a flask with her, and liberally topped up her drinks. Lady Corrugator was extremely intelligent. Wren hoped that she would finish her morning ride soon and come up to the court. Then she could talk to someone, or at least stand on the outskirts of the conversation, listening and smiling pleasantly, without anyone looking at her and wondering what she was doing there. She had just filled a cup with watered wine, when something struck her shoulder from behind. Wren spun, started to drop into a crouch. When you were short, coming up from underneath was usually your best bet. Saw a sea-green gown, and the tall, giggling woman inside it, and had to devote most of her concentration to not slamming her elbow into the woman's solar plexus and following up with a fist to the jaw. Unfortunately, this left limited energy for holding things, like her fan and her wine cup. The cup fell, splashing across Wren's bodice, and the fan hit the floor. "Oh, I do beg your pardon," said the woman in the sea-green gown, while her two companions murmured behind their hands. "I don't know how I didn't see you down there." "Like hell you didn't." Wren produced a grunt worthy of Shane. "No, damn it, say something else. Courtly manners. You have them, remember?" "Please don't trouble yourself," she said, trying not to grit her teeth. "Accidents do happen in such close quarters." "And I'm certain no one will even notice the stain," the woman said brightly. Given that it had been red wine, however watered, and that Wren was wearing a blue dress, this was absolutely a lie. Wren simply met her eyes steadily. The woman smiled and flicked her fan, and her two companions tugged her away. Giggles erupted as soon as they were out of immediate earshot. "I hate this," Wren muttered to no one in particular. "Understandably so," said a man's voice beside her, though not so close as to be alarming. Wren turned, resigned to the fact that her gown probably looked as if someone had put a knife in her ribs, and met the stranger's eyes. He was taller than she was, although that didn't count for much, since almost everyone was. Not nearly as broad as Shane, and he looked unarmed. He had dark hair and amber skin, and his eyes were nearly black, She took a step back as he bent down, and for a confusing moment she thought that he was kneeling at her feet, which made no sense at all. Then he picked up her fan and offered it back to her. "Ah, yes. Thank you. It's nothing." He picked up the cup as well, which had broken into several pieces. Wren tried not to feel guilty. The tableware in these rooms was all unglazed bisque from the pottery at the base of the mountain, handsome enough, but made to be used only once. "May I?" he asked, taking a handkerchief from his surcoat. "May you—" "Your dress," he said gently. He had a pleasant tenor voice. Wren watched him dip the corner of the handkerchief in one of the carafes of water on the table. He turned toward her, making a dabbing motion, and she finally realized what he was doing. "Oh, yes, thank you." Had she still been that young girl in her father's house, she absolutely should not have let a strange man wipe a cloth over her bodice. But she was a grown woman, damn it, and there was nothing remotely erotic about scrubbing out a stain, even if it meant that he was bent over her and that she could feel his breath across the tops of her breasts, or that he had his other hand on her waist, as if they were dancing, to hold the fabric in position. "It's fortunate that this wine is so weak," he said, darting a quick smile up at her. "If they were serving the good stuff, it would be another matter." "If they were serving the good stuff, I would be much less put out by the stain," she said. "At least I could drown my sorrows that way." He laughed. "Fortunately, my lady, we've caught it before it set." He stepped back, dropping his hands, and Wren felt a pang of disappointment. "Thank you so much," she said. "I have other gowns, of course, but I suspect that the laundresses in this place are overwhelmed." Was he handsome? She had never been a good judge of such things. Being surrounded by a great many large, muscular men who treated you as a younger sister meant that you developed a somewhat skewed view of masculine beauty. She thought he might be, though. Certainly he was attractive, which was something altogether different. "Dreadfully so," he agreed. "What is he agreeing to?" "Oh, right, laundry. Something like that." His dark eyes held hers, and there was a slight smile on his lips. She could feel herself flushing. "I am a grown woman, damn it." "Forgive me, I've forgotten my manners. I'm Wren, of Sedgemoor." She thrust out a hand, realized it was the one holding the fan, and switched them awkwardly. He took her hand in his. His fingers were warm and ungloved. She could feel calluses at the fingertips, but not at the base where a sword's would be. A musician, perhaps? She wasn't sure. She had expected him to bow over her hand, as men were supposed to do, but instead he brought it to his lips. The actual kiss was so fleeting that she barely felt it, but he rubbed his thumb across her palm in an unexpected caress before he released it. "Lady Wren," he said, "it's been a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I very much hope that I will see you again, soon." "Yes," said Wren faintly. I'd like that." He bowed to her then, and smiled as if she was the only woman in the entire room, before he turned to go. Wren watched him leave, then turned herself. The nearby trio of girls, led by the one in sea green, were throwing hard-eyed looks in her direction. None of them were giggling now. "I think," said Wren, almost to herself, "that I will go and change my gown." And she went out the door, feeling a great deal lighter than she had in days. 21. Marguerite was supposed to be doing paperwork, but she had encountered a definite source of distraction. Namely, her bodyguard. She hadn't minded when Shane was sharpening weaponry, or examining his armor, or whatever he had been doing by the fire for the last few days. Honestly, she found the small, lethal noises of the whetstone rather soothing after the initial startlement, and there was a certain pleasure in doing your work while someone nearby was doing theirs. The silence had been almost companionable, and when she broke it, frequently, to mutter to herself about names and invitations, and who was allied with who, he didn't keep interrupting her to ask what she was saying. No, the problem was that apparently Shane had finished doing all those small, lethal things for the time being, and was reading a book, which, again, would not have been a problem, except that he had taken out a small pair of spectacles and balanced them on the end of his nose. It was adorable. He turned a page, the firelight highlighting the curve of his neck and shoulder, and winking off the small lenses as he turned his head. Worse, she was pretty sure that she knew the book he was reading, and it had been good. She'd enjoyed it. She had to stifle the urge to ask if he'd gotten to the one bit yet. Really, there ought to be laws against this sort of thing. She could have handled him being pretty. Marguerite had met a great many pretty men, and most of them weren't worth the trouble. And she could have handled him being brave and trustworthy and responsible, because there were plenty of people like that in the world too, and you just learned to grit your teeth and deal with it. She could even, probably, have handled companionable silence. She'd come close with Grace, although she rather suspected that she'd driven the other woman up the wall with all her muttering and, well, all right, Grace was her dearest friend in all the world, but that was fine. There was no reason Marguerite couldn't also have a companionable silence with a man. She was allowed to be friends with men, even pretty men, even pretty, brave, trustworthy, responsible men with good taste in books. Adorable was a step too far, though. She could not be expected to work under such conditions. A lifetime or so ago, Grace had asked her if she was attracted to a paladin named Stephen. Marguerite remembered replying, enumerating his virtues and laughing. What would I do with a man like that? The answer, as far as Shane was concerned, was apparently very, very bad things. Ironically, it was Stephen who had convinced her that paladins were worth bothering with. Merchant operatives rarely crossed paths with holy warriors. She had spent most of her life believing that the brightest thing about most paladins was the polish on their armor. Then she and Grace had been thrown together with one, investigating a poisoning that turned out to be someone else's political maneuvering. And she'd realized, to her mild chagrin, that Stephen was not stupid, except perhaps when it came to talking to women. He was straightforward and trustworthy and uncomplicated, which people often mistook for simplicity, but he still understood how people worked. Her bodyguards were cut from the same cloth, she suspected. Perhaps all the Saint of Steel's people were. Wren was young and naive, and wore her heart on her sleeve, but having a whole legion of lethal older brothers would probably do that to you, even if you had been married before. Shane. Well, the bishop had certainly been right. He was a much keener observer than she would ever have guessed. In another life, he might have made a fine spy. Except that, like many trustworthy people, he was too trusting, and honor had never been something Marguerite worried about much. He licked his thumb and turned a page. Marguerite followed the flick of his tongue, then stared determinedly down at her paperwork. The names swam before her. Did she even know any of these people? Did she care? It's not like I'd be despoiling the innocent. He was one of the Dreaming Gods people. They get around plenty. Bet I could show him a few things they never taught him in the temple, though. Hell, he could even keep the glasses on. She stood up. For a moment their eyes met across the room. "Something wrong?" Shane asked. "Wrong," Marguerite repeated. She looked down at her papers. "Was something wrong? You're frustrated and haven't bedded anyone for pleasure in the better part of a year. That's what's wrong." "No, not really. Just going through the replies to my invitations." Shane waited politely. Marguerite abandoned her fantasies, probably for the best, and waved a piece of paper at him. "A few people sent their regrets who I'd wished would attend, so now I'm going to have to track them down another way." "Ah." "I swear that half the people from Charlock are coming, which doesn't surprise me. Most of them are probably genuinely interested in the perfume. But of course the two that I really wanted to have an in with aren't, and apparently Davith's not coming." She went to the table to pour herself a cup of watered wine. "Your, former colleague. Is that a problem?" There was some not very well-hidden disapproval there. Marguerite shook her head. "Not a problem, exactly. But since I know who he's working for, I could watch him and see who he paid attention to, or didn't, which could lead us in the right direction. Or even just to see if there's anyone he's taking his cues from." She still didn't know if there was a senior sale operative here in court at all. She scowled at nothing in particular. "But of course he knows that. So possibly he's more suspicious of me than I thought." Shane nodded gravely at this, closing his book. "Or possibly he really did have a prior engagement that evening. For all I know, the widow he's seducing is demanding he escort her somewhere. That's the problem with intrigue. Everything looks significant, and almost nothing actually is." "I don't know how you make sense of it all," Shane said. "I don't either," she admitted. "I just soak up as much as I can and listen to people telling me their life story, and sooner or later something clicks into place. All this work is just waiting for the click." Shane raised his eyebrows. "Are you ever wrong?" "God, yes. Anyone who says their intuition is always right is lying. Frankly, that's why I prefer dealing with merchants and trade deals. People may go broke if I'm wrong, but they're less likely to get killed." She thought of Samuel and winced internally. "Of course, there are always exceptions." "Which is why we need to find this artificer before anyone else does." Marguerite nodded. An actual click came from the door, and they both turned toward it. A few seconds later, Wren came down the short hallway, whistling a merry tune. "And how are we all doing this evening?" Wren asked. "You're in a good mood," said Marguerite, amused. Wren dropped into a chair. "It was a good day, I think." "Oh?" "Lady Corrugator invited me to visit her chambers tomorrow afternoon to discuss patronage. She has lists of patrons and artisans they support." "Oh, very good," Marguerite nodded to her. "See if you can get a look at that list. If there's artificers on it, we may get a lead." She tapped her finger against her lip. "If you can't, I suppose I can always break in and steal it." "That sounds extremely dangerous," said Shane disapprovingly. "Yes, well, needs must." "I'll try to get a look," said Wren. She leaned back and then added with studied casualness, "Ran into a rather nice man today, too." Shane's head snapped up so fast that Marguerite was surprised he didn't give himself whiplash. "And I hope that Wren is a better liar when it comes to screening patrons than she is when acting casual." Aloud, she said only, "Stand down, Shane. Wren is allowed to meet nice men." Shane growled something that sounded like, "No, she isn't." "Oh, for pity's sake," said Wren, rolling her eyes. "I'd spilled wine, and he helped me clean up. He didn't ravish me there on the table." Shane's second growl contained no coherent words, but appeared to indicate that cleaning up spills was a slippery slope to ravishment. "So, what was his name?" asked Marguerite, not bothering to contain her amusement. "I didn't catch it." "Well, maybe I know him. What did he look like?" Wren bit her lip. "He had dark hair and, Marguerite cocked her head. "I'm going to need a little more than that to go on. What did his face look like?" "Oh, face." Wren's eyes skittered back and forth. "He definitely had one of those?" "That's a relief. Eyes, nose, the whole works," she nodded firmly. "In all the usual places, too." Shane put his head in his hands. "Look, I'm not good with faces," Wren said defensively. "Would you recognize him if you saw him again?" asked Marguerite, trying not to laugh. "Oh, yes, definitely. Probably, I think." She gnawed on her lower lip again. "I hope?" "Right," said Marguerite. "I'll keep an eye out for men with dark hair who have faces." "I think he was tall," added Wren. "You think everyone is tall," muttered Shane into his hands. "Was that a short joke? Because if that was a short joke, I will bite your kneecaps bloody." "You are short." "I am 5'4", which is exactly average for a woman from my country." "Your country is short." "Children," said Marguerite. Wren made a face. "You sound just like the bishop when you say that." "My respect for the bishop grows by leaps and bounds," she laughed ruefully. "Anyway, if you run into your mystery man again, let me know." "I don't think he meant anything bad," said Wren hesitantly. Marguerite smiled. "Almost certainly not," she said. "There are some good men out there still, even in this fallen world." Shane's grunt was practically volcanic, but he didn't argue. Someone knocked on the door. Shane picked up his sword and went to answer it. Marguerite put down her pen, assuming that it was most likely a page with a message for her. An invitation, most likely, or a proposition. She'd already received several of each, and had accepted 2 of the invitations, and put off the propositions, while leaving the door open to the future. It was a surprise, therefore, when Shane returned, followed by a nervous-looking young page. "I have a meeting," he said. "Wren, you're—" Marguerite cleared her throat and flicked her eyes to the page. "Absolutely right," Shane said hurriedly. "Right. Yes. Absolutely." Marguerite stifled a sigh. Bare Tongue had warned her that Shane was a terrible liar, and she hadn't been wrong. "I assume that was going to be, 'Wren, you're in charge. Make sure no one stabs Marguerite before I get back,' which is not the sort of thing you say to a lady about a member of her entourage." "Of course I'm right," said Wren, slightly quicker on the uptake. "Always. Enjoy your meeting," she waved. Shane belted his sword around his hips and went into his room briefly, then emerged. "Lead the way," he told the page. The door shut behind them. "Huh," said Marguerite, putting her chin in her hand. "Now that's interesting. Is our broody friend getting laid, do you think?" "Shane? No, Huh." Wren wrinkled her nose. I suppose it's possible." "He's a very handsome man," said Marguerite, amused by the dismay in Wren's voice. "Some women might notice." "I guess." Wren sounded very much like a little sister forced to contemplate her brother's love life. "Huh. I almost wish he was. He hasn't really been interested in anyone since—" Marguerite lifted her eyebrows. "Since?" There was an odd feeling in her gut. She examined it dispassionately and realized that it felt almost like jealousy. Now you're just being ridiculous." "When the saint died," Wren spread her hands, "women were always interested in him before. I'm not surprised. Yeah, they probably still would have been afterward, but it's like he stopped caring very much. And then he grew that beard." "Oh, God, the beard." "No, women probably hadn't been lining up to fight their way through that." Wren shook her head. "Anyway," she said after a moment, "it took a couple of us that way. Stephen, well, you know Stephen." Marguerite nodded, thinking of Grace's somber Paladin. "I imagine it was very hard." Wren shrugged one shoulder, clearly unwilling to get into details. "Yeah, but it's been, what, almost 6 years now? We move on or we don't." "Yes, of course." Marguerite bade Wren a pleasant night and retired to her bed. "Well, that's interesting. And none of my business. Shane is probably still in mourning for his god. I don't have the time, the energy, or the patience to compete with a ghost. And while my ego is extremely well developed, I also don't know if I can compete with a god." She thought about this for a few moments, then snorted into the darkness. "If he keeps being adorable and companionable, though, I might be tempted to give it a try." 22. Lady Silver's quarters were on another floor of the palace, and Shane was perilously close to lost by the time he got there. The page took him up 2 flights, then down another one, apparently to save time, but then they plunged into a labyrinth of corridors, some of them clearly older, the walls covered in threadbare tapestries, when they were covered at all. A sign of disfavor? Shane wondered. Is Lady Silver disliked? Or does it have something to do with her people? Perhaps they are at loggerheads with high-ranked members of the court? The bishop would probably know, but it was the bishop's job to know. Shane just stood around and listened and looked menacing. Still, he made a mental note to ask her when they finally returned to Arkenhold. It finally occurred to him, as they turned down yet another corridor, just who Lady Silver reminded him of. Judith. Strange, enigmatic Judith, oddest of the 7 surviving paladins, yet no less loved for all that. Something about the way that both of them moved, just a hair's breadth too considered, as if, though fluent, human body language was not their native tongue, which, for Lady Silver, it wasn't. For Judith, the explanation was doubtless deeper, but Judith never ever talked about her past, and no one was cruel enough or fool enough to dig for it. It didn't matter. She'd saved his life any number of times, and he'd saved hers, often enough that neither of them bothered keeping score. When she'd left after Piper's revelation of the saint's death, Shane hadn't been surprised, or even particularly worried. It was like her to simply go, with neither explanations nor farewells. Whatever she was looking for, he hoped that she found it. If she did, she'd probably turn up again at the temple as if no time had passed, and look vaguely surprised that anyone had missed her. He was startled out of his wool-gathering when the page stopped at a door, rapped sharply 3 times, then opened it without waiting. Shane went in. This suite of rooms was substantially larger than the one that Marguerite had secured, though the ceilings were lower. Bookshelves lined the walls of the main room, while a small brazier provided heat and a strong pungent scent that reminded Shane vaguely of creosote. A large oak desk dominated the room, covered in papers, but a long side table held a forest of glassware that Shane recognized, surprised, as distillation equipment. "Ah, Lord Shane," said Lady Silver, straightening from where she bent over the equipment. She nodded to the page, who retreated from the room. "A pleasure to see you again." "And you, madam," said Shane, bowing slightly, "though I fear that I am not actually a lord, merely a knight." "Sir Shane, then," she smiled, canines just visible, and came toward him. "I must beg your pardon," she said. "I was rude earlier when you delivered your message. It was interesting, you see, and I have learned not to appear too interested in things in this place." She lifted a blunt-clawed hand and gestured toward the walls and ceiling, as if encompassing the entire court of smoke. "I can well believe it," said Shane. "I took no offense." "Good, good." Another toothy smile. "I am a diplomatic guest here, and thus am allowed a certain leeway. But I do not fool myself that I am immune to all that goes on around me." Her ears, Shane noted, were eased slightly back as she spoke. "That seems wise," he offered. "I know that I'm missing most of the undercurrents here, and I don't have diplomatic relations riding on what I do." "Exactly," Silver nodded to him, her ears coming forward again. It occurred to Shane, somewhat belatedly, that relations between the White Rat and the city of Moorstone might actually be affected by what he did here. "But that is Marguerite and Beartongue's concern, not mine." "One moment," Lady Silver said, turning off the heat under a flask. "Let me just finish up here." Shane glanced at the distillation equipment again with interest. It looked very much like the sort found in his friend Grace's workshop. "Forgive my curiosity, but is this for perfume making?" Lady Silver's eyebrow patches shot up. "It is indeed." "My current employer is selling perfumes. If you are interested in them, I am sure I could arrange an introduction." Lady Silver laughed softly. "I appreciate the spirit of the offer, but alas, most human scents do not appeal to me, and I fear the reverse is also true." She took a slip of paper from a drawer and dipped the very edge in the contents of the flask. "For example." Shane took the proffered sample and took a sniff that nearly staggered him. His eyes started to water. The cynocephalic laughed again. "You see, I have learned to tolerate the scents that humans wear, of necessity, but I do not see these improving my status at court." "No," said Shane weakly. The smell had been an unholy mating of fermented manure and burnt hair, with a pungent and startling overtone of pumpkin. He wondered what Grace would think of it. Probably wonder how she was doing it. I suspect they'd have a lot to talk about. "I make them for my own amusement," his hostess said. "Some I ship back home. There are ingredients found here that do not exist in my homeland." She made a sweeping gesture. "At any rate, you did not come to discuss smells, I think." Lady Silver waved him to a chair and sat down at the oak desk, tapping a note on the table before her. Shane guessed that it was the one from Beartongue, although he could not read the words at this distance without his glasses. "The good bishop asks about the death of gods. A most fascinating topic." Shane inclined his head, wondering if he was about to be plunged into the depths of applied theology. "You don't have to understand it. You just have to remember it so that you can repeat it to Beartongue and Piper." "My people's gods die regularly. It surprised me to learn that yours do not." Shane's eyebrows shot up. "They do? How? Of what?" Lady Silver laughed. "Of old age, I suppose you would say. The years are our gods. Each one is born on the spring equinox and stands between us and the calamities of the seasons. Each one lives long enough to see their successor born, and then passes away." It took him a moment to get his head around this. "The year? As a god? You mean your god was born a few months ago, and you pray to them?" Lady Silver nodded. "My people mark the calendar differently than yours. We dwell now in the house of 6th rising, and next will be 7th rising, then 8th waiting, and so forth, on until 12th sleeping, after which a new cycle will begin with 1st waking. 12 year gods to a cycle, 12 cycles to a great year, and so on." She flicked her ears. 6th rising is not quite old enough to say what kind of god he will be yet." Shane rubbed the bridge of his nose. The notion of worshipping something only a few months old seemed bizarre, but it would be rude to say so, and unwise to insult a god in any event. "Huh," he said. "I've never heard of anything like that." "And your people's method of keeping gods about, on and on, seems equally peculiar to me," said Silver. "Though we have our ancestors, and the great beasts who live on and on, we invoke them sometimes as well, in need. But for the little things, the day-to-day things, we call upon the year gods." She laughed again. "I would be embarrassed to constantly plague my ancestors with requests, calling upon them when I misplace my keys or crack a claw, and to call upon a great beast for such a thing would be most unwise." Shane's brain was a whirl of gods and beasts. He shook his head to clear it. "Do you have paladins of your gods? Or priests?" "Priests, yes," Silver said, "and warriors dedicated to the year god, which I think are the closest we come to your paladins. Some simply dedicate themselves to the next god, year after year, but there are many who find that they are called at the beginning of a year to serve that god only, and not their successor. But this is all neither here nor there." She leaned forward, tapping her claws on the desk again, her eyes bright and interested. "And I notice that she is no longer growling her words, and her speech is flowing much more eloquently. Is the growling part of her act to seem more dog-like, and thus more harmless in this palace full of knives?" "Our gods die in their appointed times, not like you, my paladin friend, and your saint of steel." Shane knew he didn't quite conceal his surprise. "Did the note tell you?" he asked. "No," she flattened her ears apologetically. "I guessed. You bear a sword and a note asking for information about gods dying. You ask specifically about paladins, and I have read of a human god dying an untimely death, and what became of his champions." "Yes, of course," Shane said. One hand rose involuntarily to his sternum, rubbing absently at the spot that had once held a god's fire. "I suppose it was obvious." "Not so obvious," Lady Silver assured him. "Not unless one had reason to suspect." She made a wavering gesture with one hand that he could not quite interpret. "Still, I would be wary of talking about paladins if you wish to keep it secret." "It's not exactly a secret," he said. "So much as just easier." After the saint had died, the place just under Shane's heart had felt as if it were full of broken glass, slicing him whenever he breathed. Time did not heal all wounds, no matter what the proverb said. But it had scarred over at last. Now it was simply a numb place in his chest that ached occasionally, and a memory of glory, until the black tide rose and swept him away. The black tide was the reason that the surviving paladins were treated like barely tame animals, as if they might turn and bite at any moment. In Shane's case, that was unlikely, but still it was easier if people did not know. "It grows wearisome," he said half to himself, "to always be treated like a wild animal." Lady Silver laughed. It took him a moment to recognize it as laughter and not as a sneezing fit, but something about the position of her ears gave it away. "Oh, yes," she said, "it grows wearisome indeed." The tips of his own ears grew hot with embarrassment. "Forgive me," he said. "That was very rude of me. I did not mean to imply—" "Bah!" she cut him off with a waved hand. "You had the right of it, and it is not so hard these days. I am like a tame bear to many of your people, a beast that walks upright and dances and does clever tricks. No one fears the dancing bear. In the early days, when I was not such a fixture here, there was much fear, as if I might suddenly drop to all fours and devour the servants without sauce." Shane nodded. "The paladins, my brothers and sisters who survived the saint's death. So many people watched us, as if we might run mad and kill everything that moved." Honesty compelled him to add, "Though they had reason, unlike with you. Many of us did when the saint died." Shane himself, with his brother Stephen, had attacked the paladins of the dreaming god that they had been escorting, and only the fact that they had been half-blind with pain and confusion had allowed the others to survive. And if Istvan had not simply passed out, I suspect that tale would have a very different ending. "That was a hard year," said Lady Silver gently. "Perhaps the god of that year was cruel." He was half joking, but she took him seriously. "No, no. The year god did not do that, friend Shane. The world did it, and Second Waking put herself between us and the world." She studied him intently, her great golden eyes unblinking as a cat's. "There were many hard things that year, and she turned aside as many as she could and blunted the rest. Our gods are a little like you paladins, I think, the ones who fight for us." Shane bowed his head, feeling oddly humbled. Lady Silver took up a pen and began to write. Shane waited, listening to the scratch of pen on parchment. "I do not know how your god was killed," she said, when she had finished and sat waiting for the ink to dry. "Or what did so, or why." "Killed?" Shane asked, startled. "What do you mean, killed?" Lady Silver's nostrils flared. "But of course, killed. Your god did not simply die, Paladin, or none of you would be as you are. I have been the servant of a year, and when she died, she slipped out of my soul as kindly as she had come. She did not tear a bloody wound as your god did to you." "Perhaps your god was less cruel," said Shane, and stopped, shocked by the bitterness in his voice. "There are many gods that seem cruel to us, who cannot know what they know, and no doubt a few who truly are. But I cannot believe that a god who loved his followers, as your saint must have loved you, would have chosen to leave you as he did. No, this was as shocking to him as it was to you, I expect. And since gods do not fall down the stairs or choke on fish bones," she spread her hands. Shane hardly knew what to say in response. Could this be true? In the first days, I know we lashed out because we thought that our God was taken from us. But that was just the pain, wasn't it? And I know that Temple did their best, but they couldn't turn up anything. We were so busy surviving afterwards that we didn't think about it until Piper laid hands on the altar and felt something. You seem surprised, said Lady Silver gently. I think we'd somehow all agreed that we'd probably never know what happened, Shane admitted. It was too big, and it didn't seem to involve mortals at all. If another god had killed the saint, we couldn't do anything about it. But Lady Silver was already shaking her head. For a god to kill another god is a natural death of sorts, at least if one is a god. There are many legends of such things. This was something else. There are stories of heroes with weapons that could slay a god, but that sends a shockwave around the earth, and this did not. The shockwave it sent through us was quite enough, I suppose. And what would I do if I found out that it was another god? Take up one of these god-slaying weapons in revenge? He was very afraid that the answer was yes. Not for the Saint of Steel, precisely, but for his chosen, who had suffered and died alongside their god. How could a mortal kill a god without a god-slaying weapon? He asked. Lady Silver's eyebrows, where the patches of fur that served as eyebrows, went up. You think like a warrior, she said. Think like a courtier instead. How would you kill someone if you had no blade, if you were weak and they were strong? Shane frowned. Poison, he said finally. Accident. You say the gods don't fall down the stairs, but can you push a god off a cliff? Lady Silver flicked her ears, amused. I don't believe that's ever been tried. She looked down at the letter before her, then folded it and handed it to him. For your bishop, I do not know exactly how it was done, but someone or something killed your saint. My own meager archives, she waved her hand at the shelves of books, contain nothing but hints. You will require a more specialized library for that. She nodded to the letter. I have listed those that I believe might contain more. Shane tucked the letter away, and Lady Silver rose to escort him out. It is an interesting puzzle, she said, and he guessed by the growling trill that she had remembered to reassume her accent. No one fears the dancing bear. He wondered if she realized that he'd noticed. Probably. I do not think Lady Silver misses many things. I wonder how old she is. He had no way of knowing. She might have been half his age, or a dozen years his senior, even assuming that her race lived the same span as a human would. One thing, Shane paused, one hand on the door. The weapons that could kill a god. Has anyone ever slain a year god that way? A shiver ran through Lady Silver's great ears. Once, long ago, the year outside a year. What happened? For 7 months, there was no one to stand between us and the world. Floods came, and famine. Many, many died. It broke the great cycle, and the next god was declared first enduring, and began a new one. Oh, I'm sorry I asked. The cynosephalic's eyes were brooding. That is why it is important to learn these things. If someone can go about killing gods, what hope is there for mortals? She shut the door before Shane could think of an answer for that, assuming one existed at all. Wren was still awake when he returned. Part of him noticed this in a detached fashion. Of course she stayed awake. Someone should be on guard when one of us is out. But the rest of his brain was a whirl of dead gods, dead priests, and dead years. He dropped into his chair and stared blindly at the ceiling. "You look like you just took a board to the back of the head." "That's about how I feel." Wren considered this, then said cautiously, "Romantic evening go badly." It was such a completely wrong guess that it startled a crack of laughter out of him. "Oh, gods and saints! I only wish—" Haltingly, he spelled out the details about Lady Silver, Bear Tongue's message, and what the scholar had said. Wren's eyes got rounder and rounder as he talked, until she looked like a small, muscular owl. He finally ran out of words. A minute later, Wren said in a small voice, "Whoa." Shane wanted to laugh again, or weep, or both. He put his face in his hands. "What do we do if it's true?" Fabric rustled, and he felt Wren put an arm around his shoulders in a tight hug. "Do we need to do anything? Isn't this all, I don't know, God stuff?" His laugh wasn't entirely humorless. "God stuff. I don't know. Maybe. Wouldn't we want revenge?" Wren was silent for so long that he wasn't sure that she was going to answer at all. "I don't know," she said finally. "Are humans supposed to avenge gods? That seems like something a priest would know better than I would." "All our priests are dead," said Shane wearily, dropping his hands. "Maybe they're the ones we need to avenge." Since she was sitting on the arm of the chair, he couldn't see her face, but he felt Wren go very still. He recognized the flavor of that stillness all too well. The black tide inside him tried to rise in response, and he pushed it back. "Wren." "I'd avenge you," said Wren, her voice too cold and calm. "All of you who had your god torn away." He wanted to point out that she'd lost the god as well, but he understood too clearly what she meant. It was not in either of their natures to avenge a slight against themselves, only against others. Besides, at the moment, that was not what was important. "Wren," he said again, and put some steel into it. "Wren, step back from it." She inhaled slowly, let it out again. The air around her was as charged and prickly as a thunderstorm. "Wren." "Right," she said. He felt the tension ease, and then she drew away. "It's okay. I'm okay. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Well, sorry. It's all right." Wren rubbed her fingertips together, looking vaguely embarrassed. "I guess maybe we should ask a priest. Maybe Bear Tongue." Shane snorted. "Bear Tongue's probably got 3 contingency plans in place already." "Probably. We just swing the swords." She stared into the fire. "Thanks." "Of course." Orange firelight licked the side of her face when she smiled ruefully. "I'm glad you're here," she admitted. "You specifically, I mean. Not just one of us." "I keep thinking someone else would do it better. Istvan, maybe." Wren rolled her eyes. "Oh, sure. But what if they'd sent Galen along? Can you imagine? He'd make the wrong joke to the wrong person, and then pull it all down around their ears." Shane chuckled. "It'd be spectacular, though." "Oh, yes. We'd all stand on the sidelines and applaud the style with which the battlements came crashing down." Wren shook her head. "Right. I'm going to bed. Some things are above my pay grade." Shane banked the fire and sought his own bed. His head still felt uncomfortably full, but Wren was right. Some things were simply too large for a single paladin to deal with. "I'll put it to the priests," he told himself, "and whatever they tell us to do, we'll do. It's just easier that way for everybody." 23. The ballroom was full of people, which meant that Wren felt more isolated than ever. The paladin grimaced. Poets always thought they were so clever, talking about how people could be so terribly lonely in groups, as if it was some special insight, when it was obvious to any fool that other people just made it worse. If you were starving, being surrounded by food you couldn't eat didn't help. It just reminded you how hungry you were. This was about as much philosophy as Wren could handle on an empty stomach, so she staged a raid on the refreshments. Previous reconnaissance had indicated that anything on a cracker would turn into a shower of crumbs the moment you bit into it. Other people seemed able to eat them without looking as if they had full frontal dandruff, but Wren had no idea how they were managing that. Same problem with the little fruit tarts. The crust would disintegrate at the slightest provocation. They were simply too dry and powdery. Wren had originally thought that maybe it was a failure of that particular batch of crust, but they were all like that, which made her think that the baker just wasn't very good. This can't be intentional, unless you're supposed to put the whole thing in your mouth at once. You'd practically have to unhinge your jaw like a snake. Surely that wasn't considered proper courtly manners. To be honest, none of the prepared foods were very good. The snails were overcooked, the egg butter was oversalted, and the cook put anise in things that did not in any way require anise. Wren liked anise as much as the next person, but there were limits. A little fennel would work much better here, without turning everything into a weird licorice-flavored endurance test. Oh, well. Much as Wren might like to break into the fortress kitchens and demand to know what personal trauma the cook was excising through spices, their mission would probably suffer. She moved on to safer choices. The little rolls of meat were fairly inoffensive, along with slivers of cheese. It wasn't exactly a meal, but if you grazed throughout the day, it kept your stomach from growling too loudly. She took her food over to the window. The view was spectacular, but more importantly, the sill was nearly a foot deep, which meant that she couldn't see down, merely out. Distant hills didn't bother her. It was the distant ground that got her into trouble. This view might have been worth a little queasiness even so. She could see the long curve of the river and the fields that spread across the hills. It looked green and prosperous and well-maintained. The prince of whoever the hell the prince was, the one who owned the fortress, Wren had already forgotten his name, clearly cared for his tiny kingdom. She approved of that. She nibbled at a bit of cheese. The cheese, at least, was excellent. Wren approved of good cheese. She could have done great things with this cheese, given an adequate kitchen. Not that she often had one of those. The Saints Chosen spent a lot more time around battlefields than bread ovens. Wren had given up on cooking for years. Even now, when she could sometimes convince the temple staff to let her use a corner of the kitchen, she always felt bad about disrupting the cook's carefully orchestrated chaos. "What are you looking at?" asked a familiar voice, breaking into her thoughts. Wren turned, feeling a helpless smile spread across her face. "It's you," she said, and then cursed herself immediately for her lack of courtly manners. Her savior from the punch bowl didn't seem to mind. "It is indeed," he said, with a little half-bow. "And Lady Wren." "Forgive me," she said. "I'm afraid you didn't tell me your name before when you came to my rescue." He smiled, his eyes crinkling up at the corners. "Ian." "Lord Ian?" He shook his head. "Merely Ian. I fear that there are several cousins and at least one brother in the way before I become so much as a minor noble, and since I quite like my cousins, I'm in no rush to ascend." He leaned against the window-sill beside her, smile still playing around his lips. "But you haven't answered my question." "I haven't?" Ian gestured to the window. "What are you looking at, with such an intent expression on your face?" Wren swallowed. He'd been paying attention to her expression. She hoped that she hadn't been scowling or chewing on her lower lip, a habit which her mother had always chided her about, saying it made her look like a sheep chewing its cud. "The landscape," she admitted. "It's such an extraordinary view, I could look at it for hours. And a good thing, too, since nobody wants to talk to me." He studied her face, oddly intent. "Is that so?" Belatedly, Wren remembered that anyone familiar with the Court of Smoke had probably seen the view so many times that it no longer registered. She smiled sheepishly. I know, it is terribly unfashionable to admit to being impressed with the view. Probably anyone who is anyone has seen much better. But I still like it anyway." Ian shook his head. No, he said. "Never admit that you have been caught being unfashionable, and never apologize for enjoying something." He leaned his elbows against the broad window-sill and gazed out at it himself. "It is beautiful. My home, I fear, is rather flat." "Mine's all hills," said Wren, turning to look out the window again and wondering when she could steal another glance at his face without being too obvious. "Now? No, too soon. Wait until he says something else." He did not say anything else, not for several minutes. When Wren finally gave up and glanced toward him, his eyes caught hers and held them. "Is there a husband waiting for you, back in those hills?" he asked softly. Wren's pulse, which stayed steady even when she was trying to put an axe in someone's brain, jumped. No, she stammered. Did he mean that like it sounded? Really, though, is there any other way he could have meant that? She couldn't think of one, so she swallowed around a dry throat and asked, "Is there a wife waiting for you, back in your land?" Ian shook his head, his smile turning wry. "Astonishingly, there is not much market for penniless younger sons without even a courtesy title." He turned back to the window. "But enough of such self-pity. Tell me about your hill country. Is it steeper than this?" "No," Wren said. "It's more rolling. The mountains are a long way away." To her mild astonishment, she found herself telling him all about Sedgemoor, about the cold, dry winters, and the hot green color of the hills in spring, and the capricious rivers that were so violently contested by the people who depended on them. And he listened. That was the wonder of it. He listened and nodded and asked intelligent questions, and she didn't feel as if she was boring him to tears. "My, friend is holding a gathering to sample perfumes in 2 nights, she said finally. Was she supposed to call Marguerite her friend? She couldn't remember. "You should come. I'm sure I can arrange an invitation." Ian put a hand over his heart in apparent anguish. 2 nights hence? Alas, I am slated to dance attendance on my aging mother that evening. He gave her a hangdog look. Believe me, I would far rather be sampling perfumes in pleasant company. Wren swallowed. I almost believe him. But maybe that was just a polite excuse. She dropped her eyes. Have I been nattering on to him, but he's too polite to leave? When may I see you again? Ian asked. If not over perfumes. Her heart leapt. She knew that the accepted thing for a lady to do would be to say something flirtatious but non-committal. She racked her brain for something flirtatious, but all she could think of was Istvan, who would probably have said, Here's my room number. I'll be there all night. Istvan did not do non-committal. Instead she said, "When would you like to?" and felt her heart leap again when he smiled. 24. It had taken Marguerite an entire week to set up the perfume sampling, and now that it had arrived, it was going better than it should have. People streamed in, chattering. They chattered to each other, they sniffed samples from tiny, cut glass bottles. They chattered about the samples. They drank wine and chattered about the wine. They sniffed more, they chattered more. The room filled up with sweet scents and gossip, and Marguerite circulated through it, smiling warmly, listening hard, and watching people watch other people. She had, in truth, been braced for something to go wrong. Something always did. Someone would mortally offend someone else. A duel would break out. One of the bottles of wine would have gone to vinegar. A minor noble would have an allergic reaction to one of the perfumes and need to be rushed to the healer. But so far, nothing had gone wrong. It was almost uncanny. Marguerite didn't trust it. Sure, her feet ached from the shoes, which added 3 inches to her height and took 3 years off the lifespan of her ankles. Sure, her hair had been scraped and teased into a confection with multiple combs that made her scalp feel as if it was caught in a vice. Sure, she had smelled Grace's perfume selections so many times that she could no longer detect any of them, and her commentary was based on having memorized the color of the paper strips. But she had expected all that. It was the lack of the unexpected that was throwing her. One of the people who had refused the invitation had shown up anyway. She suspected that his previous engagement had proved dull. Unfortunately, he proved even duller. After admiring his latest medal and listening to an interminable tale of how he'd acquired it, she crossed him off her mental list. There were operatives who worked by being stultifyingly boring, but his was clearly an impressive natural talent. She eventually excused herself to speak to one of the cloth merchants from Bayeux, not without a certain relief. "Lovely," said Fenella, as Marguerite approached. Her shawl was embroidered in 100 colors, like a peacock's tail, and she was making distinct inroads on the wine. "Simply a lovely selection, Mistress Florian. We'll certainly want to place orders." "You are too kind," said Marguerite warmly. "Lovely gathering, too," Fenella said. "Such handsome men at court, and you've invited so many of them." She winked at Marguerite, who laughed. "I fear that reflects more to the court's credit than mine, madame." "Bollock," she coughed. "I mean balderdash. Look at that fellow over there. Do you think he's available?" Marguerite followed Fenella's gaze and coughed. "I fear that is my bodyguard, madam." "Oh-ho!" Fenella nudged her in the ribs. "Wouldn't mind him guarding my body. I don't suppose he's available to—" "Sadly, it's only the perfumes." "Ah, well," Fenella lifted her wine glass in salute. "I'd probably break him anyway." "I don't doubt it in the slightest." Fenella was clearly slightly tipsy. Too clearly. Marguerite had no reason to suspect her, except that she suspected everyone. "Oh, my," the other woman said suddenly. "Now where's he going?" Marguerite turned and saw Shane stalking across the room with the heavy tread of a man bent on mayhem. "Oh, hell, I knew everything was going too well." She followed his gaze and found that Baron Maltrevor had cornered Wren and was breathing heavily in her direction. People got out of the way of a man in armor. They did not get out of the way of Marguerite, but she was a great deal closer. She slid between the Baron and his victim and said with feigned delight, "Why, Baron Maltrevor, you come to my party and don't even greet your host?" Maltrevor turned, startled. His eyes focused on her, dropped immediately to her cleavage, and stuck there. "Marguerite, my dear, how long has it been?" "Far too long," said Marguerite warmly. 3 years at least. I'm so pleased that you could make time for my little event." I wouldn't miss it for the world." Wren mouthed "thank you" over Maltravor's shoulder and slipped away. Marguerite hooked her arm through the Baron's and positioned herself between him and Shane. Shane stopped. Marguerite shot him a quelling look, then turned her attention back to Maltravor. "Now you must tell me exactly what you think of these new scents. I know that a man of your sophistication will know which is most suitable for a lady." "Oh, certainly, and perhaps some day soon you could give me your opinion on the most marvelous little clockwork baubles I've been collecting." The Baron closed his hand over hers, still talking, and rubbed it in what he probably thought was an erotic fashion. Maltravor was lecherous to the core, and while Marguerite knew several extremely charming lechers, he was not among them. Unfortunately, he was also wealthy and well-connected, and she was at pains to cultivate his goodwill. "At least this is a problem that I know how to handle." She steered the man toward the closest perfumes, scattering light flirtations like caltrops around him. When she was finally able to disentangle herself, her arm was damp where he'd been clasping it. She kept an eye on the Baron for the rest of the evening. She only had to intervene once, and then, to her eternal gratitude, Fenella wandered into his orbit and distracted him with a discussion of the trade routes that passed through the Maltravor lands. Marguerite made a mental note to give her a very, very good deal on the perfume order. Finally, mercifully, it was over. She thanked the few stragglers as they left. Maltravor breathed heavily in her ear, and she manufactured a giggle. And then there was no one left but the servants that she hired to serve wine and clean up. Marguerite made her way swiftly between them, pressing coins into hands and gratitude into words, and finally reached the doorway where Shane waited. "Are you as tired as I am?" she asked, as he fell into step beside her. "Likely not. I only stood there. I was not required to talk." "There's that." She rolled her shoulders. "It went well, anyway." His expression soured. "You should have let me throw Maltravor out on his ear." "That would have caused an incident. We are trying to avoid incidents." "He deserved it." "I'm sure he did. But we're here for a very specific reason, and that reason does not involve policing the behavior of lecherous nobles." "I am willing to expand the scope of our mission," he said, absolutely deadpan. Marguerite narrowed her eyes. "I still can't always tell when he's joking. Damn it." "We'll come back next year and make a point of it," she promised. He inclined his head. They reached their rooms, and Marguerite was very glad when the door closed behind them. She let her shoulders sag and yanked off her shoes. "Oof." "Tell me about it," said Wren, who was lounging barefoot in front of the fire. "I haven't had blisters like this since my first forced march." "Are you all right?" Marguerite asked, collapsing into a chair. "Apart from the blisters, I mean." "I'm fine," Wren said. "The perfume gave me something to talk about, even if I was mostly just gushing that my vassal was a genius." "Good. I was a little worried when Maltravor cornered you." "Oh, he tried to grab my ass," said Wren cheerfully. Shane, who had been sitting, stood up again. Marguerite groaned and put her hand over her eyes. "Sit down, brother. I said tried. He got a very nice handful of tablecloth for his pains. Then he just panted on me for a while." Wren rolled her eyes. "I don't know why. There were plenty of other women there." "Wrong place at the wrong time," said Marguerite. "It was nothing you did." Shane was still looking murderous. She and Wren shared a look. "Did you learn stuff?" asked Wren, clearly trying to change the subject. "I mean, useful stuff?" "I did not magically learn the location of our artificer, but I did rule out a few people as being involved with the sale," Marguerite grimaced. "Which is extremely useful, in that it lets us concentrate our efforts, but is not as satisfying as providing an actual target. Still, it helps to narrow things down." Wren sighed. I wish Ian had been able to come. Ian? The man I met. It would be nice if you could meet him too. I don't know anyone here named Ian. And then, when Wren looked suddenly worried, No, that's good. That means I don't know anything bad about him. Shane muttered something that neither of them could make out. Marguerite thought that was probably for the best. Right, said Wren, getting up. I just waited up until you got in to make sure that I didn't need to search the halls for your bodies. Night all. Marguerite leaned back in the chair with a sigh. Now that her feet hurt less, her scalp was beginning to complain. She cursed the fashion that had turned against hats in the last few years. She'd liked hats. They covered a multitude of sins in the hair department. She began pulling out combs. Shane watched in silence, then finally said, No click, then? No click. She sighed heavily and yanked a comb out with a bit more force than necessary. It came out, trailing several dark strands. Perhaps it's still too early, he offered. Probably. I was hoping, though. More than I'm willing to admit, actually. In her heart of hearts, she'd been hoping to swoop in, have the critical information fall into her lap, and go out after the artificer while the sale was still trying to figure out if she was the person from the wanted posters. The longer it took, the more danger that the operatives at court would actually communicate with one of the branches of the sale that wanted her dead. Not to mention the chance that they'll locate the artificer and have them quietly shoved off a cliff, which would be extremely detrimental to both their health and my plans. One of the combs didn't want to come out. She pulled harder on it, annoyed. Here, let me, said Shane behind her. She hadn't heard him move. It's caught up on a hairpin. Gods above and below, he was using the voice. Marguerite let her hands drop as the words poured over her, soothing as warm honey. If I could bottle that, I would make so much money. Just a bit of a tangle, he murmured, coaxing the pin loose. I don't want to take half your hair out with it. That's fine, said Marguerite, with only a vague idea what she was agreeing to. His fingers were very deft, and she felt a shiver going through her as he worked. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff right there. If I was a cat, I'd be purring. He removed the offending comb, and then carefully began to pluck out the remaining ones. Her hair fell down across her neck, and she shivered again. When the last one was out, Shane rested his hands on the back of her chair. She tilted her head back slightly, looking up at him, wondering if he was going to do anything, or she was. If he'd kissed her then, she would have dragged him into the bedroom, never mind how tired she was, or what Wren might think of the noises. But he did not, and the moment stretched long enough for Marguerite to remember that he did not approve of her, and also for her feet to remember that they ached. She sighed and patted one of his hands as if she were an old lady. And at the moment I feel like one. Tomorrow, she said wearily. She got to her feet, wincing. And maybe we'll be lucky, and out of the blue, there'll be a click. May the gods will it so, said Shane politely. Marguerite felt his eyes following her as she went to the bedroom, but he didn't say anything more, and neither did she. 25. 3 days later, Marguerite's feet hurt, and her back hurt, and she was tired. Again. Story of my life, really, although usually my feet aren't in quite this bad a shape. She had spent most of the evening at a ball thrown in honor of somebody powerful by somebody even more powerful. She had notes somewhere, but had filed the people involved as not currently my problem. Normally, mere merchants wouldn't dance at such an event, but unfortunately the honoree actually was a merchant, so the entire event had been arranged to allow nobles and bourgeoisie to intermingle. Marguerite had only danced when asked by someone that she either wanted to cultivate or didn't want to offend. But unfortunately, that was a rather large number of people, and 2 of them had stepped on her feet. She envied Shane. He was on an upper balcony, alongside the wallflowers and pet duelists. Nobody stepped on his feet. "That's got to be enough dancing," she thought, as she let an eager young puppy escort her from the floor. No one had spilled any immediately relevant information, although she'd picked up on the latest scandal from one dance partner, and was fairly certain, by the way that one of the others had been staring at another woman over her shoulder, that he was trying to make someone jealous, which was worth filing away for later use. He'd been one of the ones who stepped on her foot. Several of her toes felt as if they were permanently flattened. She limped up the steps to the balcony, looking for Shane. He was never hard to find, but this time it was particularly easy, because everyone around him had drawn back, and a chevalier was gesticulating furiously at him. "Oh, gods of my mothers, what now?" She recognized the chevalier immediately as Sir Lawrence of Elkid, too hot-headed for his own good, and far too old for that to be cute any longer. Aching feet forgotten, she rushed forward to save her Paladin. She arrived within earshot just in time to hear Sir Lawrence say loudly, "I demand that you give me satisfaction, sir." Light sparkled on the rows of earrings in both ears as he turned slightly, making sure that the crowd heard him. His rapier handle was encrusted with tiny gems, and the scabbard was inlaid with a dozen brilliant colors. Shane said, in halting Dalian, "Your pardon, sir. I do not understand what you ask." "You have offended my lady's honor," Sir Lawrence informed him. "I demand satisfaction." The third person in this little drama stood off to one side, wringing her hands. She could not have been more than 18, and looked as if she wanted to sink into the floor, die, and then have her body shipped somewhere very far away. Shane's eyes lit up with relief when he saw Marguerite. Possibly the first time he's ever been genuinely glad to see me. "Thank the saint," he said. "This man keeps asking me for something, but I don't know the word." "Satisfaction," she translated. His eyebrows lifted. "I don't know how to satisfy men. It's never come up." Marguerite coughed to cover up the giggle that threatened to escape. "Vocabulary issue," she said, while the chevalier scowled at them both. "He's asking you for a duel." "Oh." "Your pardon, sir," Shane inclined his head to the chevalier. "This is not my language." This explanation did not seem to mollify the man at all. "Understand this, then. I am calling you out." Marguerite was not an expert in fighting men, but could not see this ending well for the chevalier. The man was at least 20 years older than Shane, and 2/3 his weight, if that. He was very tall and could look down on the Paladin, which possibly had led him to overestimate his chances, but Marguerite was guessing that Sir Lawrence had found courage in the bottom of a bottle. "What seems to be the problem?" Marguerite asked. "This man is in my employ, and if he has offended, I wish to know how." Sir Lawrence drew himself up to his full height. "He cruelly rejected my lady's offer to dance, and then had the nerve to slander her character." I didn't offer," mumbled the horribly embarrassed woman somewhere behind Marguerite. "I just said it might be nice to dance, and then you said you would find me a partner, and then you grabbed that man, and I don't even want to dance now." Marguerite's heart bled for the poor girl, who had clearly been caught up in some misguided and possibly drunken chivalry on the part of Sir Lawrence. "What man would speak of a lady so?" thundered the Chevalier, drowning out the girl's explanations. "He grabbed you, I take it?" Marguerite murmured to Shane. "Yes, I shook him off. He shouted something in Dalian and kept pointing to the girl, and he was talking so fast that I couldn't understand a word. It sounded like he was accusing me of something, so I kept shaking my head and saying no, I had never touched her." Marguerite sighed. She could see how it had all fallen into chaos. "He was telling you to dance with the girl over there." "That is not what it sounded like." "Enough talk. I will not allow this insult against my lady to stand." Sir Lawrence drew himself up to his full height, one bony hand settling over his sword hilt. "I challenge you to a duel." "No," said Shane. There was a long pause. The Chevalier was obviously thrown off stride. "What do you mean, no?" "I will not fight you." "But you will." "No." Shane gazed over the man's shoulder, his face impassive. "Do you refuse to meet me, then?" The Chevalier's lip curled. "Are you a coward?" Marguerite had to translate that last word. Shane's expression did not change to any significant degree. "Sure," he said. "What kind of man are you?" blustered Lawrence. "One who does not fight duels." "That is no kind of man." "All right." Shane seemed unconcerned by this. "Have you no care for your reputation?" "Not muchly? No." He murmured a quick question to Marguerite, who supplied the word. "Not particularly." The Chevalier was clearly taken aback by this. "You will fight me, sir." "Will I?" Shane finally looked back to the Chevalier. "Do you fight to first blood here?" "For a matter of courtesy, most certainly." The man swept his arm toward the girl, who was trying to slink away. "Duels to the death are reserved for a matter of honor." Shane listened to Marguerite translate the details on that, then nodded. "First blood, then?" "So I have said." Shane moved so quickly that Marguerite saw only a blur. The Chevalier yelped and slapped his hand to the side of his head. Shane turned and carefully set a small object down on one of the little drinks tables scattered along the wall. It was an earring. It was still snapped closed. Marguerite winced. "You barbarian!" hissed the Chevalier. Blood was leaking between his fingers, staining the fabric of his cuffs. The gathered crowd gasped excitedly. "You will want to get that fixed." "Fixed?" "Fixed, yes," said Shane. "Ears always bleed muchly." And then he went back to staring over the man's shoulder. You... The man grabbed for his sword, which was piece-bonded into the scabbard. "You dare!" Was that not what was meant? Marguerite decided it was time to intervene, before Shane ripped another earring off of the man's head. "Sir Lawrence, I will thank you to stop badgering my bodyguard. This is clearly a misunderstanding." "A lady's reputation is at stake," the Chevalier snarled, although this was deprived of some of its impact by the fall of lace across his face as he clutched his ear. "The lady has left," said Marguerite. She stepped forward. Shane made a small disapproving noise and started to move after her, but she waved him back, annoyed. "Sir Lawrence," she said in an undertone, "no one can doubt that your heart was in the right place, but my bodyguard is more muscle than sense. He only barely speaks your language, and had no idea what you were asking. He meant no insult to the lady." "Nevertheless—" "It would be beneath you to meet such a man on the field of honor," she said. "You spoke correctly when you said that he was a barbarian. He's from the Northwest. Far Northwest." She leaned in. "I found him wrestling ice bears in the pit for spare change. He's got certain talents, but no comprehension of civilized honor whatsoever." Sir Lawrence's gaze flicked from Shane back to Marguerite. Between the earring and the hypothetical ice bears, he seemed to deflate slightly. "I have no concern for my honor," he said coldly, "but the lady's." "I promise that I shall seek her out immediately and make amends for any insult that was given. He did not understand that you were only seeking a dance partner for her." Sir Lawrence, clearly aware of the watching crowd, took the out that Marguerite offered. "I question your judgment bringing such a creature here, madam." "It seemed like a good idea at the time," said Marguerite with a sigh. "Thank you for your mercy, Sir Lawrence." She curtsied deeply to him, rather more deeply than was required for his relatively low rank. "I am grateful for your forbearance, as he will be, once I explain it to him." Sir Lawrence sniffed haughtily and let his hand drop from the sword hilt. "Very well. See that it does not happen again." He turned and stalked away, like a disgruntled wading bird. The crowd began to disperse, clearly disappointed in the lack of further bloodshed. "I caught something about bears," said Shane. "Do I want to know?" "Probably not." Marguerite shook her head and rolled her eyes. "Come on, let's get you out of here before you cause another diplomatic incident." They made their way toward the ballroom doors, pausing just long enough for Marguerite to get the name of the young lady who had been so dreadfully embarrassed. Unfortunately, word of the incident had clearly spread at lightning speed. Quizzing glasses were in favor this year, and so many people were peering through them that Marguerite felt as if she was moving through a sea of grotesquely magnified eyeballs. "Damn it, I don't dare run away from this. I've got to nip this in the bud or my name will be all over the keep by midnight." Hating the necessity, she slowed her steps, stopping to chat with acquaintances, and doing her best to present the image of a woman who was not in full retreat. It was Davith who came to their rescue. He intercepted her on the way out, full of apparent good cheer, and insisted that he bring her a cup of wine. Even though her feet were in agony, she accepted, while Shane tried to make himself look smaller, with no great success. "So, Lawrence tried to pick a fight with your boy there?" murmured Davith in an undertone, passing her the wine. "Yes, indeed," she said quietly. "I'm hoping the fortress guard doesn't come down on us for unlicensed brawling." Davith was too aware of the eyes on them to wince visibly, but she heard the indrawn breath. "Well, I suppose we should fix that." "I'd like nothing better." "Simplicity itself." He glanced at Shane and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for what I'm about to say." Shane shrugged philosophically. "Lawrence was how drunk?" Davith roared at top volume, and burst out laughing. "You're not serious." "Drunk as a lord," Marguerite confirmed, not quite as loud, but still in a carrying voice. She could practically hear ears pricking up all around them. She giggled into her wine. "And dragging the most unfortunate girl about, and then—" She waved a hand at Shane, who stared straight ahead, looking stolid and unimpressed. "God's teeth, he thought she wanted to dance with your bodyguard? This oaf?" "I know." "I mean," he slapped Shane on the back, "you're not bad-looking, my good man, but can you even dance?" "I can do the winter dance," said Shane, more slowly than usual. "If I have a goat." "Oh, Lady of Grass." She had no idea what he was going to say next. Davith, however, had an unholy light in his eyes. "A live goat or a dead goat?" "Either works." Davith's laugh this time was genuine, although Marguerite suspected that she was the only one who could tell the difference. "My God, Marguerite, where did you find this specimen?" "What, and have everyone wanting one?" she scoffed. Anyway, Davith, do be a dear and make certain Sir Lawrence is feeling better, will you? As much wine as he must have had. Well, just tell him that no one holds anything against him, will you?" Of course. He waved her off, and called the next words deliberately across the space between them. "At least I'll make sure he gets to his room and his valet can get his boots off." She blew him a kiss and herded Shane from the ballroom, feeling somewhat like she was the one guarding him, and down the hall. It was not until they were most of the way back to their section of the palace that she finally relaxed. "Oof, what a mess." "I apologize," said Shane immediately. "I should not have—" No, she shook her head. "You did very well. He was trying to get you to agree to a duel." "I suspect I would have won." "Maybe," she pressed her lips together. "Or maybe someone saw a way to get rid of my bodyguard. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if he was paid to try to goad you into something." Shane stopped dead in the middle of the hall. "I will find him and ask." "I'm pretty sure paladins aren't allowed to ask like that." He started walking again, but reluctantly. "What happens now?" "Now, we hope that Davith has suitably muddied the waters, that the fortress guard writes it off as a minor drunken mishap, which may be all it was." She gnawed on her lower lip. Sir Lawrence had always been a bit of an ass. But would he normally pick a fight with a bodyguard? She would have sworn that it was beneath his dignity. Then again, if the young lady had been looking at Shane, and who could blame her? The problem with being both paranoid and having someone out to get you is that you start jumping at all the shadows, not just the real ones. They reached the suite and stepped inside. Marguerite was relieved to feel the door click shut behind them. Wren was sitting in the chair in front of the fire. When they walked in, she sat up sharply. "There you are." "Is something wrong?" Shane asked. No. She was vibrating with barely suppressed excitement. "I think I've got something." 26. "It might be nothing," Wren said. "Really nothing. But I thought, well, it seems like something." "Tell us," said Marguerite, sitting down and pulling off her shoes, "and then we'll be able to tell you." "Right." Wren cleared her throat. "Lady Corrugator is very keen on connecting artists to patrons, and she invited me to meet with her again, because she said that she'd found some artificers for me to sponsor. A couple of them were hopeless, but there's one woman who's working on a new form of tide mill. It's actually pretty interesting, and if I had any money—" She trailed off with an embarrassed cough. "I wish I wasn't lying." "If you give me her name, I think we can probably arrange something," said Marguerite. "Assuming we survive the next few weeks, of course." Right. Anyway, when Lady Corrugator had me look over her list of artificers, I saw Magnus's name." "Did you now?" Marguerite leaned forward. Shane, who had been divesting himself of armor, stopped in mid-unbuckling. Wren nodded eagerly. "I did, and there was a name written next to it." She paused, and some of her enthusiasm faded. You're not going to like it, though." "Try me." The Paladin darted a glance at her brother-in-arms. "It was Baron Maltravore." Marguerite let out a whoop, jumped up, grabbed Wren by the forearms, and hauled her to her feet, then swung her into an impromptu dance. Shane stepped back to let them go by. "I guess that's good," said Wren. "Wren, you beautiful, marvelous, observant Paladin, you! It's wonderful." Marguerite hugged her fiercely. "That's all I needed. That's more than I needed." "Click?" asked Shane. "That wasn't a click. That was practically a smack." Marguerite grinned up at him. "Maltravore is a dreadful human being, but he likes to be seen throwing money around. He's not the sort who would hire artists, though, unless they were attractive young women, and that's a different transaction. He's exactly the sort who would be an artificer's patron. I doubt he knows the first thing about what she's actually been working on, but that's not important." "Would he agree to help her, though?" asked Shane. "When she had to go into hiding?" Marguerite's feet were expressing strong disapproval of having started dancing again, even barefoot. She limped to the table and splashed wine into a cup while she considered Shane's question. "Maybe. If Magnus has been sensible enough to keep him in clockwork baubles, probably. But even if he didn't arrange it, if he's sending her regular payments, he's got to be sending them somewhere. Even if someone else is picking those up, we just have to find that person and track them back to Magnus." "You mean we might be close?" asked Wren. "We're about 1,000 times closer than we were yesterday." Shane frowned. "How do you mean to extract this information from the Baron?" "He's already invited me to come see his collection of— Yes, actually, it was clockwork baubles, now that I think of it. Although those are very common as novelties for the wealthy, so I can't blame myself for not jumping to assume that Magnus was responsible. I could hardly ask for a better opening. He'll name a time, I'll go to his quarters, and try to steer the conversation in that direction." "It's too dangerous," said Shane immediately. "What?" Shane took a deep breath. "Maltravore is not a good man. He might attempt to take liberties." Over the Paladin's shoulder, Marguerite saw Wren cover her eyes and turn away. "Liberties?" said Marguerite, not quite certain she'd heard correctly. "Yes." "Sexual liberties, you mean?" Shane, to give him what credit she could muster, met her eyes squarely. "Yes, I'm sorry to say it seems likely." "Good heavens," said Marguerite. "I was just going to suck his cock, then drug his wine, but if you think he might take liberties—" The Paladin's face became so expressionless that for a moment Marguerite was afraid he might keel over in a dead faint. Wren sat down and put her face in her hands, shoulders shaking. "Ah," said Shane, "I see. I am a fool. I apologize, Mistress Marguerite, for having misunderstood the situation." He bowed his head, but not before Marguerite saw a flush spread across his cheeks. "Out of curiosity," Wren piped up, "wouldn't it be easier to drug his wine first, and skip the rest altogether?" "You'd think that, wouldn't you? But it's only a little poppy milk and valerian. Much stronger than that, and they figure out they've been drugged. You have to use a light touch or they get suspicious. Plus, it makes some men unable to, perform, and the dangerous ones are likely to get violent if that happens." Shane made a wordless sound of protest. She took pity on him. "The job is the job, Shane. We need that information. And you've a job of your own, since you'll be accompanying me as far as the door." The blush fled and was replaced with stark white. He stared at her, the ice blue of his eyes almost swallowed up by black. And then he straightened and put his shoulders back. "Yes, of course. If there is a chance that you will be in danger, I must be nearby." "Within shouting distance, anyway." She rose to her feet. "But you'll have another job. While I'm keeping him busy, you're going to be investigating his papers, so I know what and what not to bother with." "Of course. Anything you require. Just tell me what you need me to do." Seducing Maltravore was so easy that you could hardly call it seduction. He not only did all the work, he made it seem like his idea. Marguerite found the Baron at one of the endless gatherings, arranged to bump into him, and he brought up his clockwork collection without so much as a leading question. "All the most marvelous things," he said. "A golden grasshopper that hops about, and a beetle that flies on its own. Even a dog that rolls over when you snap your fingers." He squeezed her hand tightly. "I do like things that roll over when I snap my fingers," murmured Marguerite. "Naughty girl," he waved a finger at her. But truly this is something extraordinary. Clockwork animals are nothing new, of course, though I fancy these are particularly fine. But the ones that respond to sound, that is quite out of the ordinary way." "It really is." That wasn't even a lie. Having grown up in a Newgate city, Marguerite was familiar with many clockwork creations, not to mention all the ways that they could go horribly wrong. 99 times out of 100, it was an explosion. The 100th time, it ran amok and stabbed innocent bystanders, and the artificer would be left standing there saying, "But I had to put blades on it, or how would it rake the leaves?" while the gutters filled up with blood. Little clockwork creatures were one of the more commercially viable things to come out of the artificer's district. Marguerite had brokered more than one shipping deal involving them, and sabotaged more than one as well. But she never heard of any that responded to sound. Clearly there had been significant advances since she'd fled the city. If Magnus is responsible for that, there may be another opportunity there as well. I wonder what price they would fetch, and if Magnus has a dedicated agent yet. "I would love to see this clockwork," she told Maltrevor, with perfect honesty. Baron Maltrevor licked his lips, and didn't even bother to hide the look he tipped down her cleavage. Marguerite resigned herself to an evening of being pawed and pretending to enjoy it. All in a good cause. "Well, my dear," he said, patting her hand again, "I'm sure that can be arranged." Wren was in an excellent mood that evening, which was good, because Shane looked as if he had swallowed a live porcupine, and the spines were starting to work their way outward. At least someone's happy. Marguerite herself looked forward to the evening in much the same way that one might look forward to digging a new pit for the outhouse. Hard work, not exactly fun, possibly with some mildly disgusting bits. But, much like digging the pit, worthwhile in the end. Wren twisted in the chair, put her feet up, and gazed into the middle distance with a vague, silly smile on her face. "Seen your young man again?" asked Marguerite, amused. Wren flushed. "He's not my young man," she said. "He's not... we haven't..." A growl from the corner seemed to indicate that Shane's porcupine was not agreeing with him. "But he has sought you out, repeatedly?" Marguerite asked. Wren nodded, the smile still on her lips. "He always finds me." "Well, I can't speak to his background, but in the court that's certainly considered meaningful. Among a group like the 100 Houses, that would be tantamount to a proposal." But without knowing where this Ian was from, Marguerite couldn't be sure. "He might just be friendly," Wren said, apparently determined to bring herself back down to earth. It's hard to make friends here, and I'm not very threatening. He could just want to talk." "Uh-huh," said Marguerite. There were certainly young men in the world who simply wanted a friendly chat with a young woman. She had met at least 5 of them. The other 300 or 400, on the other hand. "Does he kiss your hand? Lingering looks? You glance over at him and he's looking straight at you?" "No," said Wren, turning scarlet. The porcupine was definitely proving indigestible. Marguerite ignored the grumbling from the corner. "Does he ask you about you or talk about himself?" Wren dug her shoulder blades deeper into the chair. "He wanted to know all about my life back home, and he asked me to go down to the lake with him, where all the shorebirds are nesting." Is looking at shorebirds a euphemism now? Did I just miss it? "And did you see them?" "The shorebirds?" "Yes. There's a spot where they all nest. So if you walk down the path, suddenly there's a dozen adult birds trying to convince you that they have a broken wing and running in all directions. It was completely ridiculous." Regardless of Ian's intentions, Marguerite was pretty sure that Wren was infatuated with the man, if she was willing to risk the elevator just to look at strange birds. "You'll have to bring him by sometime," she said. "I see the merchants more than the nobility." "Except for Maltravor," said Shane darkly. "Yes, well, he isn't terribly welcome among the nobility with marriageable daughters, so he slums it with the merchants. Speaking of which," she glanced at the water clock, "probably time to get moving." She went into her bedroom, slipped into something that, while not terribly comfortable, was certainly minimal, then pulled a cloak on over it. Wren took one look at her and started laughing. "Oh, my God!" "Subtle, isn't it?" Marguerite struck a pose. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Shane turn the color of an overexcited tomato. "Those shoes," said Wren, sitting up. "Dreadful, aren't they?" She bent down and rubbed her heel. "Fortunately, there are no steep staircases between here and there, or I'd probably break an ankle." Shane finally regained the power of speech and said, "You cannot. You can't possibly. You don't mean to... To? She pivoted to face him. "Go out dressed like that." He tried to demonstrate what he meant with his hands, ended up tracing an exaggerated hourglass figure, and turned, if possible, even redder. Marguerite's eyes narrowed. "Are you getting moralistic on me, Paladin?" "I'm afraid you'll start a riot." She started laughing. She couldn't help it. "Thank you for the compliment. Don't worry, the cloak hides a multitude of sins." She adjusted it, pulling it closed at the front and pinning it in place. "There, I am as modest as a nun." "Nuns don't wear shoes like that," said Wren. "Lucky nuns." She leaned down to adjust the strap on one of the shoes. Shane threw his forearm across his eyes, as if afraid that he would be struck blind. Marguerite snorted. Being judged by a knight ought to have been funny. "I'd think it was funny if Stephen was doing it, I bet." Somehow, when it was Shane, it was irritating. "You know what I do for a living. You knew what you signed up for. You don't get to judge me for it." "Time to go," she said, settling the cloak back to respectability again. Shane fell into step behind her. "Probably safer back there. Less chance of being blinded by cleavage." "Break a leg," called Wren. Or, whatever you say in these circumstances." Marguerite could think of at least a dozen options, most of them filthy. Sadly, Shane did not seem like the right audience. "If I turned and said, 'sprain a pelvis,' I'm afraid he might faint." "Oh well, at least I keep myself entertained. Hopefully I can keep the Baron entertained long enough to knock him out, too." She pulled her cloak more tightly around herself and, Paladin in tow, went to do her job. 27. Shane stared around the Baron's outer chambers. It was not a place he'd expected to be. It was not a place he particularly wanted to be. The room was not large. Even a baron did not rate much space within the fortress. Maltravor merited several chairs and a small desk scattered with papers. There was an even smaller desk, almost a lectern, wedged in the corner, presumably for a personal secretary to take notes. The secretary did not rate one of the chairs, which were arranged around the desk for the Baron and any guests he might entertain. Assuming, of course, that he was not entertaining them in the bedroom itself. Shane closed his eyes. It had taken a lifetime of discipline not to intervene when Marguerite had greeted the Baron, her voice low and throaty, with feigned desire. Maltravor had pulled her hard against him, making her gasp, and Shane had taken an involuntary step forward. "Don't mind him," she said, shooting Shane a sharp look. "All muscle, no sense. He'll be staying out here." The Baron narrowed his eyes. He was not a complete fool, and doubtless he recognized that Shane could have chopped him in half without even breathing hard. "Why is he tagging along after you anyway?" She stroked her fingers down the side of Maltrevor's jaw. "When you see what I'm wearing under this cloak, you won't wonder. The halls are safe, but not that safe." The Baron's nostrils flared. The door slammed behind them, and Shane was left alone in the tiny antechamber. Marguerite's orders filled his head. He welcomed them, because otherwise he would have to listen to the noises from the next room, and he could not think of anything he wanted less. "Pick up each letter, read it, then place it back exactly where you found it. Test each drawer quietly. If it does not open, do not rattle it, and certainly do not force it. I will look everything over myself, but it will go much more quickly if you can tell me what is and is not a waste of time." Rifling through a stranger's mail did not come naturally to him, but he steeled himself to the task. Marguerite was sacrificing a great deal for the mission, and he was not going to let that sacrifice go to waste. The door to the main chamber creaked. Shane had not yet touched the papers, and was damned glad of it when a manservant poked his head around the corner. "The master'll be a bit," the man said in an undertone. "We've a game going, if you want to join us." Shane shook his head. "Not good at cards," he said gruffly. "No?" One of the side effects of being handsome was that people assumed you couldn't be very bright. Shane leaned into it. "Can't keep the numbers straight. Always lose." "You sure? We'll spot you 10 points." And then proceed to fleece the ignorant swordsman for all he's worth. Shane shook his head again. "Milady said to stay here, in case she calls for me." The manservant's eyes flickered to the door. "Have a care you don't interrupt the master, then, even if she screams." Shane's gut turned over, but he only grunted. Grunts were useful that way. The servant closed the door, and Shane heard muffled voices from the next room, and then another muffled voice from the room behind him. It sounded like the Baron. The papers. The only things that mattered right now were the papers on Maltrevor's desk. He scanned the first one, moved it aside, and scanned the one beneath it, then replaced the first one exactly where he'd found it. Invitations to dine with other nobles. Probably not important, but how would he know for certain? He scanned the next one and the next, gleaning nothing more useful than the Baron's schedule for the next few days. There were no convenient letters stating, "Ashes Magnus has arrived at this address and requests that you forward their mail." Laughter on the other side of the door. Shane tested the drawers, holding his breath. Only one opened, and it contained nothing more exciting than writing equipment, quill and penknife, inkstone and blotter. He lifted the blotter, but did not find any letters tucked behind it. He checked the lectern. It held a stack of papers, which was briefly exciting until he realized that they all said the exact same thing. "His Lordship Baron Maltrevor is pleased to accept your invitation." The secretary had clearly saved time by writing them up in advance, so that Maltrevor could grab one, sign it, and pass it to a page. Shane tucked one of the acceptances into his surcoat, on the off chance that it might come in handy. "Perhaps I will learn to think like a spy yet." Then there was nothing to do but wait. And wait. And wait. And not listen. There was a lot that he wasn't listening to. Shane knelt in the middle of the floor and closed his eyes. Prayer. Prayer was what he had left, not to the Saint of Steel, who he knew no longer heard, nor to the dreaming god, of whom Shane had not been worthy. He prayed instead to the White Rat, that practical god who solved problems, and whose people tried so hard to make the world a better place. "White Rat, I owe your people a debt I can never repay. I have no right to ask you for more, but please, let Marguerite be safe and well, and let us all get through this." Whatever this was, it seemed like an enormous amount of trouble over mere salt. Still, both Marguerite and the bishop thought that it was important, and he had faith that they understood the matter better than he did. Shane wondered if the white rat could hear thoughts tangential to prayers. Well, if he could, he had probably heard much worse. He tried to refocus. Let the outcome, whatever it is, be the one that helps the most. And if nothing else, let us not make things worse. The door creaked very softly. Shane's eyes snapped open, but he knew the soft footsteps that came toward him. "What do you have for me?" Marguerite whispered. "Anything useful?" Her hair had slipped mostly loose from her braid, forming a disheveled knot, the ribbon dangling. He had a sudden, intense urge to comb it out with his fingers and braid it back in place, midnight line over midnight line. Of all the things that we do not have time for. "Are you all right?" he whispered, because they had time enough for that. "Fine, fine," she waved off the question. "What have you found?" The first time that he'd killed a man, he'd wanted to be sick. The black tide had rolled back, and he looked down at the corpse in front of him, and his gorge had risen, and then Stephen, who was only a little older, but had been a soldier for a great deal longer, had grabbed his forearm and hissed, "Later, you aren't done yet." And he had choked it down and lifted his sword, and the tide had rolled over him again, and he had cut down more of the enemy. And later on, Stephen had held his hair, while Shane puked up everything he'd ever thought of eating. Marguerite had been a spy for as long as he'd been a warrior. Undoubtedly, she knew all about waiting until later. The least he could do was respect her composure. So Shane nodded to her and told her, in whispers, that it was all invitations, and that only one drawer was unlocked. "Good work." She pulled a thin metal implement from inside her bodice. "Extra boning," she said at his glance. "At least, that's what it feels like on the outside." Shane went to the door, setting his back against it, lest anyone try to enter, and waited. He thought that he was calm and composed, until he heard Marguerite whisper, "Come on, baby, right there," and nearly jumped out of his skin. She was talking to the locked drawer. Of course she was. Certainly not to him. Certainly not those words right now, when she'd just been pawed over by some titled brute. "There's the spot," she murmured, and popped the lock. There were 2 more locked drawers. Shane wasn't sure he'd survive if she had to talk to those locks too. "What is wrong with you? How can you even think such a thing right now?" It was terribly wrong. The only thing he should be thinking right now was how to comfort Marguerite after an undoubtedly unpleasant experience, and possibly how to murder the Baron later. I really need to figure out what that word for not feeling guilty enough is. "Money," Marguerite muttered, sounding slightly disgusted by the concept, and closed the drawer again. She bent forward to work on the next lock, and he squeezed his eyes shut, because only an unchivalrous monster would stare at her backside while she worked. "Now then, come on. There we go. Just a little bit more." With his eyes closed, it was impossible not to imagine her whispering those words in his ear. Impossible not to imagine what he might do that would have her saying such things. She went to another man's bed to accomplish the mission, and still you're having these thoughts? In his defense, they weren't exactly thoughts, more involuntary images. He risked opening his eyes and saw with relief that she was sitting up again. She shuffled quickly through the papers she'd found, eyes scanning over the pages, then stopped. Read the paper again. Her breath came out in a long sigh. "There," she said with clear satisfaction. "That's what we needed." She slid the papers back into the drawer and locked it. The third lock was almost perfunctory. She was clearly distracted, thank all the gods, because she did not attempt to sweet-talk it. Instead, she cracked it open, rifled through the contents without much interest, and closed it up again. "Come on," she murmured, rising to her feet. "We got what we came for." Shane opened the door to the suite and stood like a wall, shielding her from the curious eyes of the servants. Their card game was still going, it seemed. They looked up, saw Shane, then looked down again. Not the first time that a woman has left these rooms in silence, nor the last, I suspect, but at least we got what we came for. He let the door close behind them and hoped that the price had not been too high. Marguerite took a discreet path through the fortress, rather than a direct one. It was unlikely that anyone cared who warmed Maltravor's bed, as long as the woman was no one of consequence. But there was a slim chance that someone might be watching her. Davith, for example. "He does not entirely trust me, but how much does he know, I wonder?" So she took the long way around, using the corridors on the outside walls. Shane walked beside her rather than behind. Marguerite glanced up at his profile. She had thought that she had learned to read him a little, but tonight he might have been a carving made of ice. Embarrassment? Disapproval? "He damn well better not disapprove. I've got the information, and all it cost me was about 30 minutes with an unpleasant man who smelled like he was trying to cover up sweat with sandalwood." Irritation flared in her gut. She knew that it was mostly at Maltravor, but he wasn't here, and Shane was, and the bastard wasn't even able to look at her. Did he think I was as pure as he is? A virgin or a saint? Who gave him the right to disapprove of anything I do anyway, or who I choose to fuck? He's my bodyguard, not my chaperone. I could have a different man in my bed every night, and the only thing he has any right to do is check them for weapons at the door. Chilly air puffed through the arrow slits on the outer walls. She wrapped her arms around herself more tightly. Her current outfit might turn her breasts into one of the wonders of the world, but that was about all you could say for it, and the cloak had been chosen for concealment, not warmth. The night breeze cut right through the thin fabric and whipped it around her bare legs. Also, she'd taken off the damn shoes, which meant that her bare feet were becoming intimate with the flagstones. Shane stopped and turned to face her. "Marguerite." "What?" she asked crossly. "I chose to do this. Don't start getting cold feet now." "Swear to God, if he decides to read me a lecture about my behavior, I'll take that sword and give the stick up his ass some company." "I'm sorry you had to do it," he said. "I know there was no choice, but I'm sorry." "Don't worry about it," she said. "It's just the job. I've done it before. It's all right." "It's not," she groaned. She was not in the mood for this. "Shane, have you ever cleaned a privy?" I've dug a latrine trench." "Close enough. Was it a horrible, traumatic experience from which you will never recover?" He blinked at her. "I can't say it was, no." "Was it a boring physical job that you didn't particularly enjoy, but it had to get done?" "Pretty much." "Well, so is what I just did. A little soap and hot water, and then I'm probably never going to think about it again." Shane considered this. "A lot of people wouldn't feel that way about it," he said cautiously. "Then they shouldn't go into my line of work." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Shane, I understand you're trying to be delicate with my feelings, I realized that a lot of people would be horrified and conflicted and would need that. But frankly, my only feeling right now is that my goddamn feet hurt, okay?" Shane nodded once, sharply. "I see." He pulled the heavy wool cloak from his shoulders and wrapped it around her. She blinked up at him, surprised, and then he bent down, slid his arm behind her knees, and picked her up. "Wait, what?" Shane's chest was warm against her back, and his cloak covered her completely. He smelled like ginger and spices, and she suddenly remembered Grace complaining that Stephen always smelled like gingerbread. He looked down at her, and if there had been pity in his gaze, she would have punched him in the throat. But she saw something else instead, something she almost recognized. Then he lifted his head and it slipped away. "You did the job. Now I'll take you home." It was the voice. He was using the voice, and she could feel it everywhere she was pressed against him. Marguerite didn't know what to say. Part of her still wanted to snap at him, but another part wanted to curl up and bask in that voice as if it were the sun. Shane carried her away from the cold windows and down a flight of steps. Marguerite felt his weight shift and put her arms around his neck for balance. "Don't worry," he said. "I've got you." "I've got you." The words rang inside her as if she were a bell. They promised safety. She knew that it was only the voice, some trick handed down by an absent god, and yet she wanted desperately to believe in that promise. She had not felt safe for years, not since the day that she learned there was a price on her head, because someone had come to collect. Marguerite leaned her forehead against his shoulder, wishing that he would keep talking. "It's Shane. You're lucky he's not grunting at you again." "Say something." "What should I say?" "Tell me I'm safe. Make me believe it, just for a little while." "Anything. Tell me something about you, something unimportant." His breath hitched in something that was almost a chuckle. "Something unimportant. They passed the entrance to the bathing area, the smell of steam and mineral salts billowing out to meet them. Marguerite would have liked a bath, but that meant that Shane would put her down, and she was not quite ready for this to end. Several older women emerged, clearly having come from the baths. Shane nodded to them politely, ignoring their wide-eyed looks. "Damn," one muttered appreciatively. He made it a dozen paces before muffled feminine laughter broke out behind them. Marguerite felt rather smug, even though she knew that the night was going to end with nothing more exciting than a debriefing about an artificer. "Should I put you down?" asked Shane. "Only if your arms are tired." "Not at all." "Then tell me something unimportant." He went up the final flight of stairs. "I like cats. My favorite color is purple." "I'm not sure those are unimportant enough." "When I was 11, I memorized the tragedy of Sir Pollux." "Why?" "There was a tapestry in the temple. He had a very handsome horse." Marguerite frowned. "Didn't he die horribly?" "Extremely." He reached the door to their chambers, and his grip on her shifted as he reached out to rap on it. "Pierced by 100 arrows, stabbed through by 100 swords." "You'd think everything after the first dozen would be overkill." "You would, wouldn't you?" The door opened. Wren looked up at them, wide-eyed, and stepped back. "Oh, hello?" "Get the door," said Shane, carrying Marguerite past her. To her surprise, he went to her bedroom before setting her down on her feet, just inside. She felt his lips brush her forehead. Then he stepped back over the threshold, putting a small but important space between them. "Rest," he said. "Tomorrow will be soon enough to go over what you learned." "Thank you," she said. The adrenaline from breaking into the Baron's desk was wearing off, and Marguerite could feel the crash coming on. She lifted a hand and turned away, closing the door behind her. Shane leaned his forehead against the doorframe and let his breath out in a long, long sigh. "Is everything okay?" asked Wren. "Is Marguerite—" He straightened. "She says she's fine. Almost certainly she is, too. She's a professional, and you're a fool." Wren nodded. He had a brief, mad urge to drop to his knees and beg his fellow Paladin to hear his confession. But the idea of pouring out his guilt and frustrated lust to Wren, of all people, was not to be borne. He'd die with his soul unshriven first. The gods would understand. The ones with little sisters, anyway. 28. Marguerite slept late the next morning, only waking up when the maid came to clean. She tumbled out of her room to let the woman work, and found the other two already awake and polishing off breakfast. "Shane says you got something," whispered Wren, bouncing in her chair. Marguerite glanced over her shoulder, but it seemed unlikely that Amy could hear her over the thumping sounds of the bed linens being changed. She nodded to Wren. "He had a letter from whoever he delegated handling the artificer to." "So we need to find that person?" "Thankfully, no." She gratefully accepted the mug of tea that Shane handed her. "We know where she went, so we can just go straight there." "I can be ready within the hour," Shane said immediately. Wren's excited expression faded so quickly that it might as well have been lopped off with a knife. "Oh," she said. "So we're going, then?" It did not take the skills of a spy master to guess the reason behind Wren's dismay. "I can help you write him a note," said Marguerite gently. "There's no reason you can't see him again when this is all over." "I haven't exactly mentioned what I do," said Wren glumly. "And he probably doesn't think of me that way." She rubbed her forehead. "How long do we have?" Marguerite shrugged. "Not long, I don't think. The letter said, 'Sent to the Nolans at the ford.'" She heard the maid approaching the door and hastened to finish up. "We just need to find the Nolan family and we're golden." "Sorry, ma'am?" asked Amy, popping her head into the room. "Nothing, Amy." The woman frowned. "Thought I heard my name. Though no, of course you weren't calling me. You said Nolan, and I haven't been a Nolan in 30 years. Marguerite raised both eyebrows. "Nolan?" she asked. Hope mingled with suspicion. It couldn't possibly be this easy, could it? "Aye, that was my maiden name. One of the Snow Peak Nolans I was." She thumped her chest. Shane caught her intention without having to be asked. "Where is Snow Peak?" he asked. "I don't know the Highlands at all, I fear." Amy sniffed. "Fair distance from here. I don't get back as often as I'd like. In summer I'm working for you lot, and in winter, well, nobody goes to Snow Peak in winter." "That's a shame," he said, with what seemed like genuine sympathy. "I'm sorry you can't get back to your family. The Nolans, you said." Marguerite's hopes soared. It was almost too convenient, but sometimes you did get lucky in this business. And even if Amy was an enemy operative and trying to throw them off the scent, this sort of thing could be checked, although perhaps not until they were closer to Snow Peak. "Oh, aye," said Amy. "O' course, there's Nolans all over, you ken." Soaring Hope faltered. "There are?" Shane asked. "Bless you, o' course there are." Amy swatted playfully at him with her dust-cloth. "Comes from the old word for warrior, they say, which is why there's so many of us. Can't scarcely throw a pot of piss out the window without hitting one." she sniffed again, while Marguerite felt her hopes crash to earth. "Course, I wouldn't trust half the people who call themselves that. No better than lowlanders, some of 'em. No offense to yourself." "No," said Shane in his grave voice, as Hope picked up a shovel and began to dig downward. "None taken." "Not anybody's fault where they're born," Amy continued magnanimously. "But there's Nolans everywhere you go. Why, I dare say we're in every county in the Highlands." "I suppose I could seduce Maltravor again," said Marguerite glumly, after the maid had left, and they were all draped over chairs, nursing their disappointment. "Look for more letters, if there are any." Shane looked up sharply. "I don't think that would be wise." Irritation sparked. She knew that she was angry because their lead had proved so much less worthwhile than she'd hoped, but she couldn't keep the annoyance out of her voice. "Why? Because you don't approve?" He might have been a statue carved in marble. "It is not my place to approve or disapprove." Perversely, that made her angrier. Damn him for not giving me a fight, even when I want one. She took a deep breath. Stop. It's not his fault that the lead dissolved. A good commander does not take her disappointment out on her people. "I'm afraid that Maltravor may be dangerous," said Shane. "There's a darkness in him. More than in a normal man." Marguerite rolled her eyes. "And what do paladins know about darkness? Brothels are full of perfectly normal men who happen to like to spank their lovers, or tie them up, or whatever." She turned to Wren for backup, and met wide-eyed astonishment. "Really?" said Wren. "I mean, that's a thing. Really?" "Oh, gods above and below." Marguerite put her face in her hands. "This is what comes of having 6 older brothers who kill people for a living." She briefly contemplated explaining recreational sadomasochism to Wren, then contemplated throwing herself from the battlements instead. "Though it might be worth it just to see if Shane expires of embarrassment on the spot." And just like that, her anger and disappointment cracked apart, replaced by hilarity. Marguerite felt a laugh rising inescapably in her throat. "It's a thing," she assured Wren, "and some of those perfectly normal men will happily pay money to be the ones tied up and spanked. People are complicated." "Wow!" Wren's eyes were as big as saucers. Shane stared fixedly at the ceiling, his face so absolutely blank that Marguerite was afraid that he was going to faint. "Look," said Marguerite, standing up. "The thought of going back into the court right now makes me want to tear my hair out. Let's go have a soak and I'll tell you all about it." Shane reached out a hand as if to stop her, paused and pulled it back. He looked from Wren to Marguerite, fraternal horror etched in every line. "I'll be gentle," Marguerite assured him. "But—" "It'll be fine." She slid her arm through Wren's. "Come on. Let's get a bottle of wine sent over. It's noon somewhere, right?" "Definitely." She shut the door on the sight of Shane dropping his head onto his folded arms in utter despair. They sat around the room that evening, making further inroads on another bottle of wine. The soak in hot water had been relaxing enough, but despite hours of heavy thinking, and another hour of heavy drinking, Marguerite was no closer to a solution. "Maybe there aren't really that many Nolans," Wren suggested hopefully. "If anything, there are more," said Shane. "I visited the library." Marguerite raised her glass in his direction. "Anything good?" "Most of the recent novels were checked out before we got here, so I can't speak to the collection." A rueful smile flickered across his face. "Apparently nobility does not respect a waiting list." "They wouldn't." "However," the Paladin continued, "it has a great many books on peerage and genealogy." Marguerite nodded. No surprise there. This is one of the biggest marriage marts around. You'd want a quick way to check up on any prospects and make sure they were who you thought they were." Shane nodded. "The Highland groups are not nearly so well documented, I fear. But looking through what information there was, I found Nolans listed in 9 separate counties, and that was just those that had attained ranks of minor nobility." "Saints' balls," muttered Wren. Marguerite poured the last of the wine into her cup. She was still depressingly sober. "Without knowing what county to start in, we're stuck checking every single ford. We'd practically have to go from door to door convincing people to talk to us. It would take months," she snorted. "Mind you, the sale won't have it any easier. It's just that they can field the manpower to knock on a lot more doors." "Can they?" asked Shane. "Do they have the people?" Marguerite rubbed the back of her neck. "That's a good question. They can certainly get that many people, and in short order, but I don't know how many are deployed in the Highlands right this minute. Probably not that many. It's not a major market that they need to keep close tabs on, so few existing operatives, and if you have an army of strangers wandering around, you risk your quarry getting wind of it and relocating." She rubbed her fingers absently over the cup. The ceramic glaze was smooth on the inside, but the exterior had a rough texture, in accordance with the local style. It was a pleasing contrast, if unexpected. "I've been trying to think how to narrow it down. All I can come up with is that we need to find out which counties Maltravor has ties to. Sufficient ties that he could tell someone to hide his pet artificer there and they'd do it. But that probably gets us back to finding out who this middleman is, which probably means more time with Maltravor. Yes, I know. Don't start." Shane was clearly going to start, no matter what she said. But before he'd gotten out more than 2 words, there was a knock at the door of the suite. Saved at the last minute, Marguerite thought. She really wasn't in the mood for a fight right now. The Paladin got up, put a hand on the hilt of his knife, and went to the door. A man's voice spoke in low tones. Shane's answer was deep and, unsurprisingly, suspicious. "I know that voice," Marguerite thought, setting down her cup. Shane moved aside and let the man enter, though he didn't take his hand off his knife. A familiar figure stepped into the room. "Davith," said Marguerite, at the exact moment that Wren said, "Ian?" 29. There are some moments that seem to hang in the air forever. Marguerite felt everything fall into place inside her skull, pieces rearranging into a pattern that she knew and understood, and desperately hated. She could almost hear the echoes of her own voice saying, "I don't know anyone named Ian. No, that's good. That means I don't know anything bad about him." She was watching Davith and saw the moment that he realized that both women were there. Saw the flash of guilty understanding cross his face. Had he not known that they were all crammed into one suite? Had she not told him? Or had he simply hoped to arrive sometime when Wren was absent? Now why do you assume he came to see you? Perhaps this is the next step in his seduction. "Shane, Marguerite," Wren began, sounding so pleased and nervous that Marguerite wanted to weep. "This is Davith," Marguerite said crisply. This was a bandage that must be torn off as quickly as possible. Hesitation would be no kindness. "He is an operative of, among others, the Red Sail. He specializes in seducing women to obtain information from them." Davith winced, but did not argue. She did not dare look at Wren, because then she might try to strangle him with her bare hands. "Ah," said Wren, after a little silence. "I see. So I've been a fool, then." She was trying to sound light and dry and amused, and almost Almost she succeeded, but there was the faintest tremor that betrayed her. Because Marguerite was looking at Davith, she did not see Shane move until it was far too late. Instead, she saw Davith's eyes suddenly widen, and then Shane's fist cracked into the side of his face, and Davith went sprawling across the floor, taking out a chair on the way. "Get up," said Shane, so low and guttural that she almost didn't recognize his voice. "Shane, no!" Wren got between them, hands lifted to stop him. "He isn't worth it." Shane stared down at her, his expression almost puzzled. "No," he said simply. "He isn't, but you are." Davith, very wisely, stayed on the floor. Marguerite had, once or twice, had men fight over her, and thus remember that, far from being romantic, it was actually among the more humiliating experiences of her life. She grabbed Shane's elbow and said, with all the command she could muster, "Stop it!" "I'm going to kill him," said Shane, almost conversationally. "So much for command." "You're going to embarrass her," Marguerite hissed. Wren was already turning scarlet and trying like hell to hide it. What had Bertung said? "Wren will never tell you if she is injured or overmatched." Shane stared at his sister in arms, as if he had never seen her before. "Ah," he said. "I beg your pardon, Wren." "It's fine," she said. "It's fine. Just don't." "Before you kill me," said Davith, from somewhere around ankle level, "you might want to hear what I have to say, since I actually came here to save your life." Shane, with utmost courtesy, removed Marguerite's hand from his elbow, stepped around Wren, and picked Davith up by the scruff of the neck like a kitten. "Roar!" The spy broke into a coughing fit as soon as Shane set him down in a chair. He rubbed his throat, looking up at the Paladin, then around the room. Finding no sympathy whatsoever, he coughed again reproachfully. "Talk," said Marguerite, "and make it fast, because I'm not feeling particularly generous at the moment." Davith's lip curled back. "I couldn't have guessed." "Fine. The fast version? The local sale representative figured out that you're not working for another branch and has decided to have you killed." "Define you in this context," said Marguerite. "You," Davith waved a hand at her. "Presumably the mountain of meat here, too." "Not Wren?" He shook his head. "So far as they know, she's just someone you're using for cover. I imagine they'd kill her if she got in the way, but they aren't targeting her specifically." He glanced over at Wren, then looked away again. I told them she wasn't important." Wren made a sound that might have been a heh, or might simply have been a small explosion of breath. Marguerite dropped into the chair opposite Davith, mind racing, and began absently running her fingertips over the wood grain of the table. "Who's the local representative?" "Calls herself Fenella, fabric buyer from Bayeux. At least that's her cover." Damn it! Marguerite had spoken to Fenella a half-dozen times, and while she was nearly certain that she hadn't spilled any damning information, she also hadn't even considered that the other woman might be an operative. Getting old, getting slow. Gods, what did we even talk about? Trading, mostly. Maltravor. Pretty bodyguards. All of it innocuous, or so she thought. There might have been a recognition phrase in there that she hadn't responded to correctly. Then again, there might not have been. I could have done everything right, and still she'd have figured it out, if she could get word to the right people. Without knowing her chain of command? Damn it, damn it, damn it! All of which meant that the odds of her talking her way out of the situation were distinctly low. Panic tried to rise in her throat, and she fought it back. Yes, you're afraid. You hate any situation that's decided with steel instead of words. That's why you've got bodyguards. Two rather unique bodyguards. And what if one of them gets killed because someone on their side was smarter than you were? Her gut clenched at the thought. This is what comes of caring for people in the business. So stop whining and do what you can to make sure you don't get them killed. She focused on Davith again. So they're planning to kill me. How? Davith shook his head. I don't know that. Just that she told me that your vicinity was likely to be, unhealthy in the near future. Unfortunately, that left Marguerite with far too many options. And I don't know if the Sale is willing to break their own cover or not. They could drop a corpse in here and frame us for murder, then discreetly garrote us in our cells, or they could simply have someone walk in, stab us, bundle us up in rugs, and pitch us off the side of the mountain into the lake. Or just stab us, let the maid discover the bodies, and sacrifice a pawn to take the fall if anyone connects the two. Damn it all. That's what that attack on Shane was, wasn't it? They were either trying to remove him or testing to see what I'd do in response. And instead of going to the Sale and demanding answers, I did nothing. Marguerite weighed the possibility that Davith himself was the assassin, and discarded it. Davith was, as the saying went, a lover, not a fighter. He could probably have overpowered her, but he was certainly no match for Wren, let alone Shane. Although I doubt he knows that Wren is a paladin. Wren seems to have played her part better than I did. All right, Marguerite said. If I send you with a message to Fenella— Davith was already shaking his head. Marguerite, no. He started to reach out a hand, then yanked it back when Shane growled. You can't negotiate your way out of this one, I promise you. You're saying Fenella doesn't have a price? Everybody has a price. He carefully avoided looking at Wren. I'm saying that you can't possibly meet it. She narrowed her eyes. How do you know that? Because I know what the stakes are. He shook his head, then winced, lifting his fingers to his bruised eye. The Sale believes that this artificer is a threat to their very existence. They aren't going to be put off for a few gold and a hot tip on what's selling in Delta next season. They're fighting for their lives, and they're going to kill anyone they think might get in their way. It was what she had expected, but she didn't have to like it. Marguerite drummed her fingers on the table. So why did you decide to warn me then? Can't have been safe. Davith already looked uncomfortable, but now his expression resembled a man sitting on a tack. You helped me out once, he muttered. I owe you one. You expect us to believe in your honor? Said Shane, going from standing to looming with a minor shift of weight. I do have some, you know, Davith said. His left eye was rapidly swelling closed, but he managed to look wry nonetheless. Valiantly as I have tried to squelch it, I don't much like Fenella, and I don't like seeing someone I've known for years slaughtered just because she's trying to get the same information that I am. He shook his head. I want to beat you at the game, not see you dead. Well, there's that, said Marguerite. She believed him, strangely enough. Davith, for all his many flaws and deceptions, was neither bloodthirsty nor malicious. Of course, now you're in almost as much trouble as we are, since the Sale undoubtedly saw you coming here. Davith leaned back in the chair with a sudden grin. Ah, but that fine shiner your bodyguard laid onto me will help enormously. And when you give me the information about where Maltravor's pet artificer is holed up, that'll help even more. Marguerite snorted. And why exactly would I do that? Gratitude, obviously. Davith spread his hands. It's not like you can do anything with it now. We already know where Magnus is staying. We just don't know where exactly she is. And you know what these Highland clans are like. You can't bribe them, and you can't charm them, and if you try to fight one, all his 50 cousins turn on you. The Sale's on their way there already. It'll just take them ages to search the place. Those hills have more holes than a good cheese. But you've got that information, don't you? Marguerite laughed. How did you know? Pfft! Half the court knows that your bodyguard here carried you back from Maltrevor's rooms. The only reason you'd go to his bed is to get that information. Not, alas, a feat I can replicate. He clasped his hands together. You give it to me, I give it to the sale. They're so pleased with me that they overlook my possible indiscretion. You sneak out of the fortress, and I take home a sack of coin. Brilliant, said Marguerite admiringly. Really quite a fine plan. I salute you. There's just one tiny problem. His good eye narrowed. You're not going to tell me, are you? Not a chance. Davith sounded more resigned than upset. You could be putting me in a very precarious situation. My heart bleeds, muttered Wren, not quite under her breath. Marguerite's heart did bleed a little, mostly for Wren. She wasn't going to like this either. We're running, she said, but we're headed into the Highlands, and you can either come with us, or we can leave you here. Hog-tied, added Shane. Davith snorted. My days of being tied up by attractive men are long past, Knight. He drummed his fingers on the table. What do I get out of this again? Marguerite shrugged. Your skin. Without that information, how charitable do you think Fenella is likely to be? Davith's scowl was all the answer she needed. You're completely mad, he said. Maybe you can sneak out of the fortress, but once you're on the road, they'll be hunting you clear to Cambraith. Cambraith, Marguerite exulted internally. He'd just handed her the only piece of information she needed. She saw the flicker in Shane's eyes as he registered the name too. Well, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it, she said lightly. Right now we need to get out of here. Fast. Nobody said anything for a moment. Davith groaned and rolled his eyes. Really? You're going to make me suggest the best way to kidnap myself? Shane's growl was so low as to be almost subterranean. But Davith was not a fool, no matter how often he acted like one. He held up his hands. Right, I was just saying. So there's two ways out. We either try to brazen our way through taking a lift and risk them cutting the rope, or we go down to ground level through the cellars. Cellars, said Wren instantly. What, you don't favor being splattered across the landscape? Asked Davith. Wren flushed. The cellars it is, Marguerite said hastily. Then we'll take a ship across the lake into the Highlands. Davith scowled. Dodging the salespeople, as I said, the whole way to Cambraith. Then think of all the chances you'll have to escape, said Marguerite lightly. I'm thinking of all the chances I'll have to catch a stray arrow, thank you very much. Do we go now? Asked Shane. Will it be suspicious if we have full packs? I think we can probably assume that we'll be observed leaving the room, said Marguerite. They may attempt to stop us. They're welcome to try, the Paladin said coolly. Marguerite sighed. And that will turn into unlicensed violence within the fortress, which will lead to both the sale and the court guards trying to stop us. And once we're in a jail cell, I don't see us all getting out alive again. I might be able to bribe or blackmail one of us loose, but probably not all three. Oh, I see how it is, muttered Davith. We need a distraction, then, said Shane. Something to allow us to get to the cellars unobserved, and a cover in case they do attempt to stop us. Marguerite nodded. We do. Let's see. Who could I get a note to? She nibbled on her lower lip, while Shane and Wren moved about the suite, shoving things into packs. Unfortunately, there weren't that many people that both owed her a favor and would be able to cause a suitable distraction at a moment's notice. And we have to figure that anything I write will be intercepted. Damn it. I could stay behind and cause the distraction, Wren began. You're not staying behind, said Shane. It's too dangerous. She gave him an annoyed look. You heard yourself that they don't consider me important, and I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself in a fight. And once you demonstrate that fact, They will suddenly realize that you are very important indeed."
"Hate to say it, but he's right," said Marguerite. "And we don't even know that they believe Davith completely about that bit anyway," she considered. "On the other hand, it's probably less likely that they'll try to stop you if you leave here, so possibly you can carry a message for me."
"Or me," said Shane. Marguerite's eyebrows went up.
"You've got a plan. Has Mr. Communicates in Grunts actually made a useful contact or two when my back was turned? Or does the temple have an operative here that has been carefully avoiding me?"
"I may." He looked sharply at Davith. "I don't want him to hear it, though. The less he knows, the better."
Davith rolled his eyes. "I'll go into the other room."
"You're not leaving my sight, spy."
"Oh, for God's sake. What do you want me to do, put my fingers in my ears and hum?"
"Yes, that is exactly what I want."
Davith stared at him. "You're not serious."
"I am entirely serious."
With a much put-upon expression, Davith shoved his fingers in his ears and began to hum a tune that Marguerite recognized as the one about the milkmaid and the wolverine.
"Can he read lips?" asked Shane suspiciously.
"Probably, yeah."
Shane made a little twirling gesture with his fingers, and Davith rolled his eyes and turned his back. He began to sing the chorus. "Hmm, hmm, 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 hmm. Oh, where are you going, my pretty little dear?" "Lady Silver," said Shane. "If we send Wren to her and ask her to cause a distraction, I suspect she'd be willing to help."
"With your milk bucket swaying to and fro."
"Really?" Marguerite's eyebrows shot up at that.
"Lady Silver, the diplomat? Gods above and below. She's been here as long as the court has. They say she doesn't ever leave, just stays here writing letters to her nation and watching human politics."
"You know her?"
"Suppose I were to carry you up on my back."
"We've met."
"Far, far away from here." "And you think she'd help us?" Marguerite rubbed the back of her neck. "She doesn't play politics, so far as I know."
"I could be wrong, but at least if Wren goes to speak to her directly, there's less chance of a message being intercepted, little as I like to send her off alone."
"And with these great claws, why, I'll scratch any itch." "I can't imagine she works for the sale, though I suppose that I can just about believe that Bishop Beartongue knows her." "It's worth a try. If it doesn't work, I doubt it will put us in any more danger." "That troubles your skin so fair, my dear, that troubles your skin so fair."
Shane tried to give Wren directions, which went badly. Davith warbling about how the wolverine successfully scratched the milkmaid's itch did not particularly help.
"Just act like you're going to the baths," suggested Marguerite. "Then find a page and ask them to lead you."
"Will do." She hurried out the door of the suite. It closed behind her, and Marguerite tried to ignore the familiar lurch in her gut that happened every time she sent one of her people into potential danger.
"At least Wren can defend herself. Better than I can, come to that." "But the poor beast soon found that in scratching her itch—" "Davith, you can stop now. He acquired quite an itch of his own, aye, acquired quite an itch of his own."
"May I hit him now?" asked Shane. "Just a little."
"Tempting, but no."
She poked the spy's shoulder, just as he broke into a particularly impassioned hum. Davith took his fingers out of his ears.
Are we done?"
"For now." Marguerite went into her room and hastily threw the gear that she couldn't leave behind into a pack. She shoved her feet into her most comfortable shoes and returned before Davith could successfully needle Shane into murdering him. "Why are we taking him again?" asked Shane.
"He's a dead man if we leave him here."
Judging from the Paladin's expression, that was not actually a negative, so she hurried on.
"And he clearly knows more about the sales operation than I do."
"Ah."
30.
Wren returned within 20 minutes, Marguerite suspected, given her flushed face, that she'd had a bit of a cry on the way, and begrudged her none of it. "Lady Silver says that if we leave at exactly 11, she will arrange a distraction." Marguerite glanced at the water clock. 1/2 an hour. The diplomat moved quickly. It was a long, fidgety half-hour. Wren packed with the same efficiency that Shane had. "I shall never have to wear those dresses again," she said, with enormous satisfaction. She was wearing one last dress, but had trousers on underneath and a sensible shirt that was visible over top of the low bodice. As fashion statements went, it was deplorable, but Marguerite hoped that no one would notice. Shane, meanwhile, sat down in the corner and just sat. He didn't fidget. He didn't fret. He just sat there. The man was as patient as a stone. Marguerite remembered the way he'd sat holding the bird, waiting for it to fly, and envied his coolness. Other people were not nearly so calm. Davith stood up to pace back and forth, managed one circuit, encountered a look from Shane, and sat back down. "May I have a weapon, in case someone tries to kill us?" he asked. "No," said Shane from the corner. "No," said Marguerite. Wren swiped a whetstone over the blade of her axe with great enthusiasm. "Right," he paused. "An axe? Really?" "I prefer them to swords," said Wren in a clipped voice. "You have surprised me yet again, Lady Wren." Marguerite saw Wren's expression and stepped in hurriedly. "While I'm thinking of it, give me all your money." He spun around, eyebrows rising to his hairline. "You're robbing me?" "I'm making sure that you have fewer resources if you try to escape." "It feels an awful lot like robbery." "I'll write you a receipt." Davith grumbled and handed over his belt pouch. Marguerite extracted a pitifully small handful of coins. "You weren't lying about being hard up, were you?" He shrugged. "We're not all blessed with wealthy patrons." His eyes strayed to Wren, and it suddenly occurred to Marguerite that Davith didn't know that she was a paladin. Up until a few minutes ago, he probably didn't know she could fight at all. And he thinks that Shane is just a knight. At precisely 11, Shane opened the door, looked both ways down the hall, and gestured at the others to follow. Marguerite and Wren took the lead, while Shane brought up the rear, behind Davith. The hall was empty except for a pair of pages. At the far end, a guard stood on duty, looking bored. "If you attempt to alert anyone, I will stab you in the kidneys," Shane told Davith in an undertone. "Even if we are captured in the next moment, you will die of your wounds." "Tell me, does your order surgically remove the sense of humor at birth, or were you simply born without one?" Marguerite wanted to snap at the pair to shut up, but at that moment someone in another corridor yelled, "Fire!" The reaction was immediate. The guard's head snapped up, and he half turned. The pages both looked in the direction of the shout. And that was all. "That's the distraction?" Davith asked no one in particular. "That's the least original thing I've ever heard." "Fire!" the voice yelled again. "Fire!" Marguerite agreed with Davith, even if she didn't want to say it. It couldn't possibly work. You'd get maybe 10 seconds of distraction, no more. And no one working for the sale would actually believe that there was a fire at such a convenient moment, so they wouldn't leave their post. "Oh, crap, we're about to walk right into them. This is going to be such a mess." Then she smelled the smoke. "Sweet Lady of Grass, Silver actually started a fire? Inside the fortress?" A second voice joined the first one. "Smoke! Smoke! Everybody out!" "Dreaming God have mercy," said Shane. "If that spreads up here, with all these people and so few exits. He started to turn toward the cries. "No time!" Marguerite hissed, redoubling her pace. The guard at the end of the hall left his post and broke into a jog. "But—"
"Of course he wants to go join a bucket brigade. Why did I think otherwise?"
"This is not the time to be knightly. Come on!" Their progress slowed as doors began to open and groggy people emerged, many in nightshirts and bare feet. Shane stepped to the forefront and began pushing his way through with sheer bulk, while Wren brought up the rear.
"Where's the fire?" a woman asked. "Do we need to evacuate?"
"Can't hurt," Marguerite called back. Shane paused again at an intersection, smelling the air. A line formed between his eyebrows. "Does that smoke smell odd to you?" Marguerite sniffed. It smelled like smoke, although there was a peculiar, unpleasant undertone to it. Could be anything. The gods only know where the fire was started," said Davith. He glanced at Marguerite. "Unexpectedly ruthless of you, my dear." Marguerite wanted to say that this wasn't her fault, but it had happened on her orders, which ultimately made it her responsibility.
"If the Court of Smoke burns down because of me, the Sale may not be the only ones mad at me."
There was a clot of bodies in the intersection ahead. A man standing in the middle was blocking traffic. As they approached, Marguerite heard him shout, "Don't be absurd, people. This is a stone building. Stone doesn't burn. We are in no danger."
"Shane," said Marguerite, "I know I told you not to cause any scenes, but I suppose we're past that now. Can you move that idiot?"
"With pleasure." Shane pushed his way through the crowd, seized the man's upper arms, and picked him up. "Unhand me, sir." "First of all," said Shane, pushing the man up against a wall so that the other three could move through the gap, "if you will look up, you will see that there are wooden beams holding the ceilings in place. Put me down. Secondly, heated stone tends to crack and break." "I said, put me down." A clot of traffic was slowing even further as people stopped to watch the show. Marguerite had to use her elbows to wedge her way through. "I would like you to consider what will happen when a fortress made entirely of stone gets very hot and begins to break." Shane had a marvelously carrying voice. Someone in the crowd began to wail. "You can stay if you like," the Paladin said, "but I wouldn't." He set the man down, turned, and said, at a volume better suited to a parade ground than an enclosed hallway, "Remain calm. Form orderly lines. Assist those who require aid." To Marguerite's absolute astonishment, the panicked milling subsided somewhat. Shane pointed. "You there. You're a military man, aren't you?" The man's back was as straight as an arrow, and he ripped off a perfect salute, despite wearing a nightcap and gown. "Sir, Sergeant-at-Arms Kettler, formerly of the Fightin' 15th, sir." "Good. You are in charge of this hallway. Make certain that everyone gets out of their rooms. Deputize anyone who can keep their head to lead groups to the stairs in an orderly fashion. Understood?" "Sir." Another picture-perfect salute, which Shane returned. The Paladin came striding through the crowd and took up his position at the front of the group again. Behind them, Kettler's voice rose, ordering people to form those lines and stop shoving.
"What the hell did I just watch?"
Davith asked Marguerite.
"Amazing, isn't it? If I tried to do that, those people would kill and eat me."
"He's really good at the voice," Marguerite said. The crowd thinned out substantially as they went. Marguerite steered them toward the stairs, used to move deliveries between levels, rather than the broader set, used by those guests who chose not to take the lifts.
"I don't even want to think about what the approach to the lifts looks like right now."
There were 2 more guards stationed ahead, who hadn't left their post. Marguerite slowed a little, not liking the suspicious way they eyed the group. "There's a fire," said Shane. "Good to know," said the one on the right. The one on the left grunted. Neither of them budged. "We're taking the stairs down. said Shane. "Not these stairs," said the one on the right. The one on the left was looking past them. There was an expectant edge to his gaze that set off Marguerite's internal alarms. She turned, saw 3 men approaching, and inhaled sharply, and then wished very strongly that she hadn't. A smell was flowing through the corridor like nothing she had ever experienced in her life. It was like rotten eggs and rancid meat and burning feathers had compared notes and come up with something that combined the most extraordinary parts of all 3. Also, for some reason, pumpkin. The 3 men slowed. One doubled over and began to enthusiastically rid himself of his dinner. The other 2 staggered against the walls, wiping at their eyes. However strong the smell was at this end of the hall, Marguerite guessed that it was substantially worse at their end.
"What the hell is that?"
Davith choked, flinging an arm over his face. And then, to her absolute astonishment, she heard Shane laughing. Marguerite turned back in time to see Shane lowering the left-hand guard to the floor, head lolling to one side. The right-hand guard would probably have protested, but Wren had stepped up very close to him, holding her axe in an odd, low grip.